We know you're running that account. At this point, you're just embarrassing Act with these posts. This is sad. Act told him to be a worker. They trying to do damage control. You a weird ass nigga. A weird ass. They should have known since their tweets in the Kendrick beef. All right, here we go. Let me say this once and for all. For the last time. Hopefully, please, holy, because I really don't want to deal with this. Let me say this last time, once and for all. A couple days ago, Noor, Discord server. Act, nigga named Written by Ray. I don't know who else was in the server. They were playing Fortnite. Apparently, they knew he was streaming, didn't care, because he had 20 views, whatever. Niggas start saying like, yo, would you f Max? And whatever trolly way, whatever they are trying to spin it as. Would you f Mac's sister? All type of other shit. Clips come out. It goes in the com. I go on stream the Central C Day. I said, I have this plan for today. I'm not giving this weird ass shit attention right now because we got some shit planned. This is weird. Next day come Act mad because I didn't call him and ask him about the clips because they were out of context. When the clip shows this nigga literally asking Noah if he would f me or if he would f my sister. How's that out of context? Regardless.
Question. Yeah.
I tell bro, yo, just apologize to Noor, take accountability, move forward. Niggas running around there.
I'll also say, I get why he's streaming in the like, you know, living room or whatever, because like it's more space if he has guests over and stuff. But like when there's no guests over, just seeing people like just like walk by and just like grab a cup of water or whatever, or like just makes food is just so funny. Just hearing the like dishes in the background is just objectively hilarious. While he's just like trying to like do like a serious stream, but like nice to like sporting from Lazy Town a little bit.
Apology a little, talking about something. Yo, if a nigga ever apologize to you when they say, yo, if this nigga felt away, I apologize to them. That's not an apology.
True.
But I'm not finna sit here and argue with a grown man on why you should apologize to a kid for asking them these weird questions, because I have a life and some I gotta do. So, whatever. Chop it up. I'm thinking this is over, because I'm not gonna lie, bro. I have not really talked about this on stream. I've been putting it to the side because I'm like, yo, gang, I have matches I got planned. I'm just gonna not do my whole stream to address those because I could really talk about it for 30 minutes, which I'm not even gonna do. But it come back today because this nigga burner page, whatever it is, someone running the second page, is taking clips from 3-4 years ago, posting them with captions that aren't true, trying to defame me and try to drag me down with Act. Now, does Act run this page? I don't think so. Do Act most likely have control over this page? Yes. These are his mods, whoever's running it. Now look, Act, I saw a clip of you saying, F my community. I saw a clip of you saying, F me. You don't need to post me. Don't post me. Don't post me then. I got here with my niggas without any of your posts. You feel me? I'm not gonna lie, bro. I not grew up, but I was tuned in with you. I was always tuned in, watching you, supporting you. I fuck with you. Gang. I will never in my life put business over morals. God has tested me in this way multiple times to start this year. I'm gonna keep it honest with y'all. Never, ever put business over your morals. Once you do that, that's selling your soul, in my opinion. I will never do that. Act, you came on my Song Wars, you judged. I appreciate that. That's love. But at the end of the day, if you are coming on stream and you are saying weird shit to a nigga, to a kid I basically view as my little brother, you feel me? Noor, he's a Palestinian refugee. For anyone that doesn't understand, he's a Palestinian refugee. He lives in Malaysia. He doesn't speak Malay. He lost his mother. I've known him for like 2 years now. He's gone through a lot. He basically can't make friends in real life because he don't speak the language native to that country. And so he'd be on Discord all the time. And he'd be in Twitch chats. He just needs people to talk to, friends. I really care about this kid. I've helped him financially, emotionally, all that. You feel me? Some of my friends take care of his finances, all that. It really runs deep. This is like 3 years deep, gang. I've known him for a long time. I don't want him in these situations where he's getting asked these weird questions. I don't know why my sister's even coming up, gang. You know, it's just childish. It's weird. I'm not finna go here niggas talking.
I just want to point out that GG Academics is 35 years old. Blackboy Max is like 21, 22. You know what I mean? And Nora's 15. Who in this situation would you expect to be the adult? Like, who in this situation would you expect to be the mature one? Right? You would generally expect that it was older. Honestly, he does look older, but I'm not going to get into that. You would generally expect the 35-year-old, right? 35, 40-year-old, or however, I think he's 35. That's what Google said, 35, right? To be the mature one. And first of all, not put himself in a situation where he's like asking a 15-year-old kid like weird sexual questions, which he was doing, right? But even after that, he would just take the L and apologize and move on from that. But instead, he did like a 4-hour stream being like, you know, what's up, Max? You know, no, I appreciate you. I show love to you. Hang up the call. F Max. F Max's community. I don't need y'all. Right? I got here. I've been doing this for 13 years. I don't need y'all. No more Max clips. 5K for Max clips. To react to Max clips or whatever. Like I don't even freaking know what he's saying. Right. And then coming at Dante, like him and his friends, like just calling on Dante's wife, who had nothing to do with this, and Dante, who was just asking Nor like if he was good and getting Nor's perspective, right? Like you are a 35-year-old man, you are surrounded by 35-year-old men, right? Some of these people not even black, but they all up in the culture. That's a different conversation, right? Different conversation. Some of them be moving like just weirdly, and you would expect, right? Those people, the adults in the situation, almost a decade over a decade older than like Max, to like actually be like, yo, you know, and mature. But they're not. In this situation, it's like further demonstrating to me that like Max just has like, you know, Max is chill. I didn't watch Max before, but like the way he handles stuff like this just shows like he's like actually a mature person in a way that like a lot of these other adult streamers aren't.
For a long time.
And I will also say that like generally speaking, most content creators start around this baseline, right? There's like an overrepresentation of weirdos and predators in the space. They just kind of stand out. Most people kind of start out as like a, you know, it's weird to talk to kids like this position, right? Like it's not an insane, or like Max is not an outlier for having that position. What is crazy though is that how many people are defending Ack, and how many people are explaining away that behavior for whatever reason, right? Maybe it's because he invoked wokeness and he's like, you're being like the woke left or whatever. Like I don't whatever you were saying, like that is something that is, you know, weird. It's not all, but like it's more than it should be. Isn't Drake Ack's favorite rapper? That kind of explains a bit. Yeah, it actually explains a lot.
I don't want him in these situations where he's getting asked these weird questions. I don't know why my sister's even coming up, gang. You know, it's just childish. It's weird. I'm not finna go here niggas talking about Man of Steel 3 drop this. Nah, I'm way past that. This shit childish. I don't even want to give this up, gang. You know, it's just childish. It's weird. I'm not finna go here niggas talking about Man of Steel 3 drop this. Nah, I'm way past that. This shit childish. I don't even want to give this attention because this shit's nuts for this to even be something I got to talk about on stream. And in fact, if you came on stream and just said, yo, bro, my bad, I shouldn't be saying this to a kid, which is not even something you have to argue. This shit probably would have blew over.
True.
Why are you getting your page, whether you're behind it or not, to go and try and tarnish my name with old clips? Now, what were these clips? There were clips talking about, oh, Max is telling a kid to wash his ass. All type of whatever. There was a clip of, oh, Max put Nor on an E-Day with an OnlyFans girl. No the I didn't. Look, bro, it's literally just false captions. He's taking shit from burner pages. Nigga, this a plug. On some Your Age shit. This a plug channel, nigga. On some 2017 Your Age shit. It's a plug. Why are you going that hard to bring me down when I didn't even really do nothing to tarnish your name? You was talking, saying wild to this kid. I called it out, and now you on my ass. Why you trying to drag me? This shit weird. You don't gotta post me, gang. Don't post me. It's fine. Charge labels to post my clips. I don't really give a fuck. Cause at the end of the day, my nigga, when you stand for your morals and stand for what you believe is right, and you pray, you gonna prevail regardless. I'm not worried about you posting me. You can post me, you cannot. It's not my concern. I'm gonna keep it a butt. Niggas still gonna keep doing that shit. You feel me? I prayed a lot because I'm not gonna lie, I'm really looking at this month like, bro, why am I getting challenged in this way? And I'm gonna be honest, I sat and thought about it. I'm like, bro, you can never put business over your morals, ever, gang, ever. That's when you start losing the plot, ever. And nor, if for any kids out there, bro, if y'all ever in situations with adults, whatever, they're asking you weird questions, gang, always.
Also, that teenage girl is like, you're older than Norton. She's being harassed because of these posts. Lion saying she's an OnlyFans model. I don't even know what he's referring to there. I thought they were talking about cause on the call that we watched last stream with Ak and some kid named some dude named AJ, like some adult, not a kid. Some dude named AJ was saying that Max was sending Nord to go procure OnlyFans models to come on his stream. Right? I don't know how that turned into Max set up a date between Nor and OnlyFans girl, or who the girl is a teenage girl who's older than Nor, who's 16 and he's 15. I have no idea. I have no clue what that even referring to, honestly.
Remove yourself from those situations.
Yeah,
always. Whatever they're asking you weird. For any kids out there, bro, if y'all ever in situations with adults, whatever they're asking you weird questions, gang, always remove yourself from those situations. I had to talk with Nora. I've talked to Nora a lot over these past days. I told this nigga, I said, yo, gang, please don't put yourself in these discords where I know you just want to talk to people, you want to be around people. First of all, nigga, stop begging for money, nigga, damn! I'll have your ass if you needed it. Damn, stop doing that. Cause then niggas can do that, pull that shit against you. Chill, little nigga, damn. I'ma get you your name on. But look, bro, once again, bro, it's no beef, it's no bad blood with none of these niggas. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not finna sit here dissing none of these niggas because I'm just not concerned enough. But I'm gonna always call out some shit for what I see. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. I don't care how big you are in the industry. I don't care how much pull you have in the industry. Because at the end of the day, that bio say founded and ran by academics. So if you wanted to, you have enough pull to take down those clips defaming me because you know they're not true. Black boy Max goes on a date with a 9-year-old. You got me up, nigga. Nigga, if you watch the clip, it's literally not true. Nigga, whoever your publicist is, that nigga's. So that's just where I am with it. And everyone in my chat and all my 5-star niggas, first of all, any niggas who's not y'all, I don't give a about them niggas. All my 5-star niggas, all y'all, I love y'all. I'll do anything for y'all. This is literally this is my life. I've loved it.
Info about Max's older content, trying to bring him down. With Ak is basically so desperate. It was just line and captions. Yeah, we saw it when it first started. Cause what happened was on Ak's stream, him and his group of yes men around him, specifically AJ, were making claims about Max and trying to make Dante watch these clips of actually that's a separate clip. But being oh, he actually did this too. He actually did that. Is that not weird? Is this not weird? Is that not weird? Right? And then once the stream ended, right, the next day, that clip channel basically on Twitter started posting these clips with these captions, being Max did this, Max did that, with older Max content. You know what I mean? And be oh, you see, he's also weird, trying to, if you're gonna bring me down, then we're gonna take you down too.
This is what I do, and I'm gonna do it to the day I die. But one thing is I will not compromise my morals for success. If for some reason I'm not as successful because I'm missing out on academics posts, then I'm just not gonna be as successful. Because at the end of the day, what you said was weird. And nor deserve an apology. And you should just take accountability. And that's it. That's all it is. That's all I gotta say. That's it. No bad blood with no niggas. I'm really not worried about y'all. You know, all love. May niggas find God and you know, and pray. Or whatever. But please. And always remember that. I always want y'all to remember that.
Max reminds me too much of my brother, honestly. He reminds me like a lot of my brother.
That's all I gotta say though. That's all I gotta say. Pineapples, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate you.
That's the okay, it's sitting right there. You have a brother? Yeah, I have a brother. I have siblings. If you want to know what my brother is, just think of Max, but like darker skinned with locks. That's my brother, basically. They act very similar in their mannerisms and the way they speak. I also the same guy that said himself that he would sleep with underage girls as long as they had a college ID or were in college. If he wasn't canceled, then it won't change much. Yeah. Good models make good people. You are blessed. I am slightly curious about what Sean C's take on this is. It's only about 15 or 17 minutes. And you won't watch the entire thing, but I am slightly curious about what Sean C has to say about this. Maybe Sean C is like, you know what, academics did nothing. I'm joking. That was a joke. That was a joke. I am curious a little bit about this. This thing is an hour and 45 minutes about everyone hates Hassan Piker. What does the stream cover? Tech news or general drama? What's hot? Just wondering new here. Just about anything. If I see something that I have a take on that I'm curious about, or something that catches my eye, I'll watch it and give my take on it. But we mostly lean into things that are slightly more political. The political end of the drama spectrum. Honestly, we just vibe. We don't cover like full tech news though, but if there's a tech news section thing that is interesting and I have something to say about it, I will talk about it and give my take.
Let me try that again. Let me re-encrypt. DJ Academics is facing backlash after getting into a call with a 15-year-old NOURGXD. Let's just say it like that, because I don't even know what that means. And the interaction has sparked controversy due to things taking an awkward turn. Am I surprised at this? No. What the fuck?
Yo, Nor, what's your address? I'm gonna send some strippers over there.
Slow down, yo. I'm 15. I hope you know that, bro.
Immediately it's over with, you know. You feel me? But not because of what was said, obviously what was said, but like a 15-year-old has to tell you that?
True.
You trying to get
The sources top tier trolling from China though. True. We'll get to DeepSeek as well. Because it's so freaking hilarious how right after a $500 million investment was announced, like you had China China drop an open source model that like pretty much performs on par with OpenAI's like $200 a month subscription model and other comparable models as well. I thought Nora was like 12 this whole time. Well, he was 12 3 years ago. So, you know, you're just 3 years too late. That's okay, chat.
Yeah, women, bro.
I'm not.
It only works better than the Open AI one. It depends on what metrics, right? But it's comparable.
Yo, bro, you trying to put me on a case? You trying to put them on a case?
So?
What you mean? So that's weird.
Bro, listen to his voice. He sound 5 damn near. Like, what the fuck? He don't even sound like a 15 or a 16-year-old. Not to say that would change anything. I'm just saying.
You know all the rappers.
I'm trying to look out. Wait, this keep getting worse.
No. You know, all the rappers lost their virginity to like old women, right? Like,
Wait, hold on. So you tell me that there's not another 15-year-old that you can bust out?
Yo, bro.
Like, I'm serious.
This clip is bad every time I see it. Every time I see it.
So there's not another 15-year-old you can bust out.
you go to school?
All right, imagine.
Yeah, this is
So if you could do one of them changes and you could become a girl
No.
and get pregnant,
That's what he utilized.
would you let Max get you pregnant?
No. That would be
If he
gay.
actually,
And
No, if Max said he wanted to try fucking a dude, will you let him fuck you?
No.
Why not?
why not?
Yeah. You can have him.
Look, here's what I will
This is the
say.
first time I'm seeing it. I didn't know it could get worse. No, it's very bad. It's very bad. If you have not seen this yet, you gotta watch it, right? Because what academics will try to say is like, hell I do. That person's been in here before. What academics will try to say is that like, do you not have like a little nephew, right? Little cousin who you tease about not having a girlfriend or whatever? That's normal, right? He'll try to pretend like he was saying stuff like, oh, you're 15, you don't have a girlfriend? Yeah, that's crazy, right? That's not what he was saying. That's not what he was saying. I promise you, it was disgusting. It was disgusting.
Why not?
Yeah. You can have him.
Look, here's what I will say. I give benefit of the doubt to when I was growing up. Granted, I've never done this, but when I was growing up, niggas at the barbershop, really that's mainly it. Will ask you like what you got going on in your love life, like what girls you seeing. It never got this vulgar though. And I was around some like niggas that didn't have no respect in certain instances.
DJ started looking for the 15-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Or just so broken. But yeah. Like what Shanti is saying here is what I was describing. Like sometimes like barbershop talk, little cousins, little brothers, you tease them about like whether or not they have a girlfriend or not or whatever. Like that is something that does happen, and that's something that is pretty normal, right? But you don't say these things. These things are crossing into a line of being inappropriate. I still don't think you should be like involved in like a 15-year-old's love life, right? Like I don't like if I give you the benefit of the doubt, like 16, you can ask if they have a girlfriend or not or whatever. But like even that is like you should probably like avoid that. But like this is not what they were doing.
Though. And I was around some like niggas that didn't have no respect in certain instances, but it never got vulgar to the point where they asking me what I would put in myself
Gonna play at a
or
superficial level, whereas this is straight up predator probing. Yeah, it's grooming, right? It is grooming. Like, and this is something that I wish I would have done last stream, but I thought it was pretty cut and dry that it was grooming, so I didn't even feel like I needed to look it up. But like, because like people were saying that it's not grooming. Like academics just trying to claim that it wasn't grooming. This is what grooming is. Grooming can take place online or in person. Grooming is usually employed by a family member or someone else in the victim's circle of trust, such as a coach, teacher, youth group leader, or others who have naturally had some interaction with the victim. So grooming can take in many forms. It often follows a similar pattern. Victim selection. Abusers often observe possible victims and select them based on ease of access or their perceived vulnerability. Gaining access and isolating the victim, abusers will attempt to physically or emotionally separate a victim from those protecting them, and often seek positions where they have contact with minors. Trust development and secrets. Abusers attempt to gain trust with potential victims through gifts, attention. This is an important part. Abusers attempt to gain trust with potential victims through gifts, attention, sharing secrets, or and other means to make them feel they have a caring relationship, to train them to keep the relationship secret. So when academics is talking about we gave him money, like that doesn't make me look good, bro. It makes me look worse. This is the part that actually falls like what they were doing here, like verbatim. Desensitization to touch and discussion of sexual topics. Abusers often try to touch the victim in ways that appear harmless, such as hugging, wrestling, and tickling. Later escalate to more sexual context, including massage or showering together. Abusers may also show the victim pornography or discuss sexual topics with them to introduce them to the idea of sexual contact. right? This. Abusers may also show the victim pornography or discuss sexual topics with them to introduce the idea of sexual contact. And then you have this one. Attempt by abusers to make their behavior seem natural, avoid raising suspicions. For teens who may be closer in age to the abuser, it can be particularly hard to recognize these tactics used in grooming. Be alert to signs that teenage relationship with an adult that includes secrecy under the influence of control or pushes personal boundaries. Right? So while he's like, while I don't believe that Academics was like trying to like actually like, you know, meet up with Nora or whatever, right? There are things that he was doing that do fall under the category or could take the form of grooming. 100%. 100%.
Put in anybody else. It never got like what somebody would be like like cringy or uncomfortable levels of conversation. You know what I'm saying? It was generally just surface level. What you got going on? Why you ain't got a girlfriend yet? Do you got a girlfriend? Like just simple shit. It don't go that much deeper. It's just like, at what are we really doing here? You know what I mean? Like what's going on? General surface level talk, I don't really see that big of a deal with, but like the whole, would you let a grown man fuck you or something like that? Like that's just weird, bro. Like what do you expect them to say to this?
Bro,
Wait.
If I can't fuck you, I'm cutting you off.
No, yo. Suppose he's like, yo, bro. Listen, yo, you always wanted me to be next to you. Now I could be inside of you. Pause.
It's just weird.
Nah,
You just suck a dick, though.
I think I'm trying to bring that up because to me this is a far conversation from what I said to the poor kid. It is important context because this is also the defense that Ak uses, right? Ak says that it's just barbershop talk. It's just you know, teasing that you would do with your little bro or your little cousin, right? That's what Ak has said as a defense, right? And so you have to bring up how or what that actually is and how it's different than what Ak is doing here. So Ak can't run to that defense at all, right? Because you can't just say like, oh, any contact with like a 15-year-old as an adult is bad or whatever. Because there are situations where like it's not like, you know, weird or creepy. But this is not one of those situations. This is a situation where it's like weird and creepy. And it's different than those other situations where it could be acceptable. You know what I mean?
And come on, bro. Come on, dude.
Yes, today with this.
Now it's paused, right? Hey, nigga, you drinking on LeBron this year? What?
Wait. Nora, would you drink the PDM juice?
Hell yeah.
It's just like I'm trying to figure out. Like I don't get it. I don't get it. Cause see, now y'all can say it, right? You can say, Sean, you old. You can say it now. I'm 29 now. You know, I might have joked.
He's 29? Yo, seeing people's ages is crazy, chat. Because I don't feel 24. You know what I mean? I don't feel 24. I feel like maybe it's because over this last year, I feel like I've aged, like, was in streaming, I feel like I've aged, like, 10 years, right? I feel closer to being, like, 26. I don't know how it feels to be 26, but that's how it feels. I feel like if you're 26, I feel you. I feel like I think how you feel right now. And someone like Sean C would be like, I'm 29. I'm just like, that's crazy. Because Sean C is 29. Blackboy Max is 21. And I'm 24. Right? There is a world where like we all appear to be around the same age. Right? We all appear to be like around the same age. But we're not. I am 5 years younger than Sean C. And Blackboy Max is 3 years younger than me. Like, that's crazy, wild. COVID skews things. Also, the internet. The internet that also skews things. Because, like, this is the problem. It's a very similar conversation to this whole, like, academic situation. Right? And that is, like, you have access to people of all ages, bro. People start being on the internet as young as, like, 5, which they shouldn't be. But like 13, and they start interacting with people. Like the TOS for websites, like social media is like 13. So you can be on the same website with a 13-year-old, a 17-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 25-year-old, a 35-year-old, and a 40-year-old, and they're all occupying the same space, right? And historically, you were just around people that look like you. Like in situations where you were around adults, you were usually with your parents. You go to the barbershop, you're with your parents, right? Go freaking like any other situation, you're usually with your parents. If you're at school, you're around other kids, right? The people that are your age. College, you're around people your age. But now, the internet allows you to be in like the same space as somebody who's 10 years younger than you and 10 years older than you. And so it's difficult to gauge just how old people are, especially if they're all in their 20s. You know?
Joked around with other niggas that was my age about shit like this when I was 15, 14, 16. But it's just like, if you know you're talking to a child, why is this even a topic of conversation? I don't even want to be near this conversation if I'm talking to a kid. I just don't see the point. There is nothing to talk about. Absolutely nothing. I'm not saying as a grown person you can't have conversation with a child, even though the topics that you would talk about would be limited to very few things. I don't get how this is like even in your range. Like why you would think, oh yeah, like 15-year-old, let's talk about
Like imagine
vulgar.
Imagine you're like at a carnival or whatever, right? You're at a carnival and you're getting on a carnival ride, like the Ferris wheel, and your friends get on in front of you, and then the Ferris wheel operator cuts you off saying, sorry, no more, you have to go on the next one. And you go on the next one, and then like it's you as a 25-year-old or a 35-year-old, and then it's a bunch of like 3 15-year-olds, and you're all in the same Ferris wheel cart. Right? What would you talk about then? And if you're like, so you guys, would you sleep with him? Huh? Would you let him hit? If you were gay? Like, if that's what you would do, jail. Immediately jail. Volcano. You feel me? If you somehow got forced into a situation where, like, you have to have a conversation with 3 15-year-olds or whatever, and you're 35, right? And and your conversation doesn't immediately go to, so, guys like the weather, and then stop there, like, and if it turns sexual, like, you need help. At a state park where it's all ages, we generally only talk about skating or music. At 39, I still get carded buying rolling papers and switches sometimes. Ooh, 39, crazy. Or I learned a song with 33, I lost it. He gave about 26-year-old. Okay, now you're just glazing a little bit. I'll give you Ray. Ray does not look 30. Right? But, because it kind of, to think about it, they started streaming when they were like my age. Freaking like 8 years ago. Freaking old heads. Song's got 52 energy is crazy. But yeah, it's just like, for like, again, I'm not one of the people to be like, you should never talk to a child at all, because I think you as a person are never going to go through a situation where you're never going to interact with a child. Like, you are going to have family members who are children. You're going to have like friends of like, you know, who have like kids or whatever. You are going to have to interact with somebody who is under the age of 18, and knowing how to do that in a not weird way is essential, right? Because if all regular adults never talk to or interact with a child, only people interacting with children are going to be predators. You know what I mean? Like, there needs to be, like, children require like interaction with normal adults so they understand what is fine for adults to say to them, right? And how adults interact with them that are okay, and what is inappropriate when it does happen, right? And so the point is, for the adults, knowing what you can and cannot say to a child that is inappropriate. You can't say the stuff that academics were saying here. You can't. You just cannot.
Like, I don't get that. I don't get that at all. And it ain't even just like, I just don't get it. I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
Sports, music, games, they're all just freaks. Yeah, like, because they either get off on talking to a child about sex, which I can't discount. You feel me? I can't discount that. Or I don't know what else is the option. Why would they do this? No idea. There's something about Fortnite or Roblox. Not hard to have appropriate conversation. They're playing Fortnite, right? Ask them, what's your favorite Fortnite skin? What's your favorite Fortnite gun? How long have you been playing Fortnite? ask him what it's like to be living in Malaysia. Like there's a number of things you can ask this child that is entirely appropriate. Right? And the fact that not a single person in that like 5, 6, 7 person Discord call, not a single person unmuted and was like, hey, can we not do this, please? Like, it's like the Nazi bar, right? If you are in a room and you sit down at a table with 7 other pedophiles, right? There are 8 pedophiles at the table. It is. Why? I, a 31-year-old man, showed my 54-year-old dad your stream when you were going over this on Saturday. All we had to say was jail time. Never let act back on the internet. True. Like, he should not. Well, first of all, he should be in jail for like the alleged rape that happened. But like, him thinking that this is fine and okay. Like, Act still not truly understanding that. Like, I mean, he said it was regrettable, right? That it's like that there's a reason why people are mad at this and why it's bad. Is the part that's crazy. I mean, I can't really imagine having a conversation with like a teenager. I work with teens that have zero difficulty talking to a 15-year-old about anything else in an age-appropriate manner. Yeah, it's normal, right? Ask them, how's school? How's that math homework coming? You know what I mean? What's your favorite subject? Like, if you were talking to a child and you could only think about sexual topics, volcano. You know what I mean?
Yes. If DDM drops a juice, I'm drinking it. What?
I suppose he drops some milk flavored juice. You drink it?
Yeah.
And he just keep going. It's like you're trying to put things in a perspective where it's like, okay, I don't think that this person is attracted to prepubescent children, but like the amount of sentences that I guess I've started out like that have started that way, it's just been alarming. Like too many. Oh, well, this is missing context, or it started out like this. Like, this is the type of shit that I see in cases where I'm looking at people that might talk to like an underage girl and then like the narrative be like switched into, okay, well, she engaged in conversation too.
Yeah.
Cause like he's talking right now and he's obviously entertaining it because he's stupid and he's a kid and he don't know any better. And this is like, you know what I'm saying? He's bored, probably got nothing better to do. Or I'm talking to some grown people, or I'm just talking.
She's a child. He's a child. He's a child. Like, I don't think anybody's saying like, oh, well, like, no, Nor didn't engage with it. He's a child. Of course he is. He's a child. He's 15. He doesn't know better. Right? As an adult, you're supposed to know better. Like, what are we doing here?
Talking to niggas regularly. It is what it is.
In a community with kids, it's okay to talk to them, but it's weird to talk to them about things about their life. I don't even think that's true either, right? Because like, that's a part of the conversation. You can't talk about sexual things, obviously, right? It's not even about their life. You can't talk about sexual things in your life. If you're talking to a 15-year-old and you're like, yeah, I let my wife hit it from the back yesterday. Like, that's weird. You're talking to a 15-year-old. Right? Sex is not a topic that should be coming up in that conversation at all. Like, at all. Right? But if they're like, yo, like, man, I hate school, and you're like, oh, what you know, what subject do you hate the most or whatever? You're like, I hate English. You're like, okay, well, English isn't that bad. You know, like, you can talk about their life and like how they hate school or how they're being bullied and be like, hey, being bullied is not good. You know what I mean? This is what you should do if you're getting bullied or whatever. Like, that's fine. Right? Let your wife hit it from the back. I don't know what academics be talking about. I don't freaking know. I'm just saying. You should never talk to a 15-year-old about your wife hitting it from the back. You shouldn't. Personally, I wouldn't feel comfortable talking to a kid by themselves. And I get that. And I do agree with you. And that's what I said or last stream. First of all, you should never be in a one-on-one individual situation with a child. If you were ever going to talk to a minor, you do so. First of all, you don't do so. But if you have to, you do so in a public setting, not in a private, separate Discord, right? Like you should not have there should not be a child in your private Discord that is the only child that can join calls. If you're gonna talk to a minor, like if I do game night in my Discord, right? First of all, if you're a minor, keep that to yourself. Nobody cares. I'm saying if I do a game night in Discord, right? It has to be a public setting where anybody can join, right? That's not like private or hidden. That's number 2. So 1, don't do it. 2nd, if you're going to do it, don't do it in private. And 3rd, if you're going to do it and you have to do it in private, right? Either make sure that somebody else there, or just don't be a weirdo. Like, I don't know how crazy this is. Just don't be a weirdo. Just don't. Like, don't.
He's not thinking about it. He's a child. Like, obviously, it's not his responsibility. So when do you get it into your head to disengage? I don't get it. And I'm being serious. I was a kid playing on all gaming platforms when I was growing up, online with strangers, with adults, and that was in 2009 when shit was really like you could get away with anything. This never happened. I'm not saying it can't, but this never happened. How did I play for like 10 years as an adolescent online, and I never ran into a nigga saying some shit or asking me about my sex life? But in 2 seconds in 2025, what seems to be on a live stream, y'all feel comfortable enough asking a 15-year-old boy about what he be doing in the bedroom, or if he would do this or if he would do that? That's weird.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yo, if Max got a sister and she threw you the box, would you smash her?
He already
And why do they keep asking about Max?
has a sister.
Alright, if she threw you the box, would you smash?
No, because I'm 15.
What that mean?
Hey, what does that mean?
She's above 18.
What that mean?
Okay, what does that mean?
It will
Bro, come on, man.
be grooming.
It'll be what?
Grooming.
That has nothing to do with you.
Nah, imagine not.
Oh, yo, you ever dream about Max before?
I have, yes. Not in a weird way.
Yo, what the fuck?
I dreamt of us coming to Malaysian meeting. I dreamt of.
Oh, y'all on a vacation. Holy.
I dreamt of him
You
adopting
dreamt of him and you and him in Malaysia.
Yeah, I dreamt of him adopting me.
Yo, that's great. Hey, oh.
I dreamt of me watching a stream.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Like, I swear to God, and I never swear to God, I never need to be on Kai, Max, Aiden, nobody's stream. I don't need none of nobody who.
This is such a funny thing because we watched the entire clip. So we watched the entire VOD, so we know how he got here, how he arrived at this position. But it's such a funny thing to be like, in response to like him like talking sexually to a 15-year-old. You know what I mean? Like he's like, Dog Ack, you've been exposed for talking sexually to a 15-year-old, and he's like, I've never been on Kai stream, never need to be on Aiden stream. I built this from the ground. You know what it's okay. Do you know what I get from this, chat? Do you know what I get from this? So wait, why is my YouTube not live? YouTube has not been live all day, apparently. Wait, is it live? Oh, it is live. Okay, it's just not showing up on my. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. You know what I get from this chat? I get I get this.
Didn't do this stuff. This is not me. I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my career.
Robert.
30 years of my career. Y'all trying to kill me. You're killing me, man. This is not about music. I'm trying to have a relationship with my kids, and I can't do it. Y'all just don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it.
At this point, we briefly pause the interview to give Kelly a moment. His publicist helped calm him down.
I hope this camera keep going.
No, we're gonna
This
let
is
the
not
camera keep
true.
rolling.
This is not, doesn't even make sense. Why would I hold all these women? Their mothers and fathers told me, we're gonna destroy your career.
That's what I get from this.
God, and I never swear to God, I never need to be on Kai, Max, Aiden, nobody's stream. I don't need none of nobody who stream. I got my own thing going on.
Why is he crashing? For what? He's in the wrong.
The fuck? So when I see this shit piss me off. I'm like, bro, I'm over here fucking with these niggas, supporting them.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing, bro.
This shit piss me off. I'm like, bro, I'm over here fucking with these niggas, supporting them. Yo, I told Ray today, I said, bro, I almost hit Grant and said, bro, yo, that no more Max clips on my page. I'm supporting these niggas, and these niggas is kicking my back in. I get nothing from it. I don't benefit if Max go up. I don't benefit if Aiden. Bro, I support them because I like these guys. I support them because I'm in the streaming community.
How did we get here? How did we get here from you and your niggas talking crazy to a 15-year-old? I'm not giving any benefit of the doubt to those comments at all, but it seems that there's a very clear path to follow where you just say, my bad, or apologize.
Literally.
And that's it? Because I really don't get how it turns into all of this.
Literally.
Beyond an apology. And
I told you this 2 days ago, chat. I said it's simple. It's simple. All he has to do is say, yo, I'm sorry, my bad. Right? Shouldn't have done it. People would have moved on. They would have been like, okay, who's the next villain of the day on Twitter? But him crashing out like this extends people talking about him.
I won't do it again.
Not only this dude a certified decrider, but also a certified PDF. It runs in the Drake circle.
No, see, this is the thing. This is the problem. Oh my God, I'm not going.
That conversation is you supporting kids as wild as a self-report. That's not even really what he's saying here. He's saying here is like, he's not even talking about the situation. He's like coming at Max for saying that it was weird for him to do that, right? He's saying like, you know, we're not even talking about that situation. Talking about Max. Like, we've been supporting Max and Max is not supporting me back. That's what he's mad at Max because Max didn't call him and be like, why did you say this about my little bro? When Max said it was weird on stream. That's what he's crashing out about. And he's saying like, oh, it's Max's community who's calling me a groomer. Therefore, no more Max clips. I was supporting Max, and now there's no more Max clips on my feed or whatever.
Don't die on that hill either. I really don't care. I'm not gonna correct calling him a PDF because I really like, bro. If I really
no, but also a certified PDF. It runs in the Drake circle.
No, see, this is the thing. This is the problem. Oh my God, I'm not gonna die on that hill either. I really don't care. I'm not gonna correct calling him a PDF because I really like, bro. If we're in a day and age now, I don't like how. What is the word? How people have trivialized that word to apply to inappropriate behavior. Where I understand though, and I'm not gonna correct niggas that are saying that. I'm not.
This shit is very weird. I talked to Nora.
I stand by that take. The take is fine. I think it's chill. I'm also not gonna like criticize people who are calling him a pedophile. You know what I mean? And I will say that I don't know if he is like attracted to like children. Prepubescent, post-pubescent, it doesn't matter to me, like minors. But regardless of whether or not he is attracted to like children, he is still a weirdo for having inappropriate conversations with a minor, and it is still grooming. That is my take. Pedophile, not pedophile, don't care. Doesn't matter.
Is good to make sure.
Oh, his name is Noor.
Bro was good. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. I don't fuck with it. And I would appreciate it if you don't do that type of shit with my little bro. You know what I'm saying?
He's gonna tell you stop talking inappropriate to a child. You crash, and then like that's the end of a.
I shouldn't say shit like this to Nora. I realize. Let's keep it pushing. Who would care? Nobody. I don't even want to sit here and talk about this shit because I don't give a fuck. But yo, gang, if you do some weird shit, it's some weird shit. I still fuck with you. Even though that's some weird shit. And even though you trying to drag my name, because at the end of the day, if I fuck with someone, you feel me? But like, gang, just take accountability, apologize, niggas understand, push it.
It's no gray area with stuff like that, you know? I feel like there's a timeline to this, but at its infancy, at its core, none of it really makes sense anyway. Trying to get the remainder of it in the proper order or in context, I feel like wouldn't change how I feel about what was said. It's not meant for me to understand. I'm supposed to be confused, you know what I mean? That's what I gotta come to the realization of. Like, some shit you just not gonna get, you just gonna be confused about. Like, why did he do that? Why did they say that? Why did they do this? Why XYZ? Why XYZ? But
I love that Sean has been streaming on Twitch for like, I noticed it when I'm in streams as well. Sean has been streaming on Twitch for like probably over a year at this point, and he still does not have sub badges, which I respect. Bro is still rocking the default Twitch star for subs.
There's no reason sometimes. It's just like, weird. I mean, to have like a little internet crash out or a temper tantrum like that because you aren't allowed to do whatever you want or just move. These are people to me that like they see people coming at them and they don't move out of the way. You know what I'm saying? They purposefully stand in the way.
I think this sort of acted as a cutoff moment for me, no matter who did it. I think that a lot of times people don't want to start. Wait, Black Sheep Aries is in here too, even in this chat as well. But yeah, so I think that like people just don't want to start drama or start problems, and like I think Max still wants Act to apologize, just to be like, he doesn't want to like cut off Act. He wants Act to like take accountability and say or realize what he did wrong, and then he moves on from that. And he doesn't want to cut that bridge off, so like Max or like that Act just like doubles down, but he's already been doubling down. And so that was yesterday. What you just saw was yesterday. Max today, or technically yesterday.
It's like
Max here, like made it clear that he's like not a fan of academics, right?
And they expect everybody to move out of the way.
I think another problem is this is a problem directly within the Black community as well. We have a like allowance for like the elders of our community to kind of just do stuff, and because we are supposed to show respect to those elders, to show respect to like, you know, Unc, for example, you gotta be like, you can't cause issues or problems unless you like step out of place. And so it's like, I think it's less about like, you know, like I fuck with you because of what you did, but more I fuck with you because of what you've built and how you've paved the path for like, you know, artistry in the streaming landscape, right? Like I still respect your earlier work, type B. I think that's what he was saying, at least. Cardi cut all ties with academics from everyone's dropping him, yeah.
Water walking toward.
And honestly, he would have been fine if he just apologized.
And at the slight inconvenience or thought that you might have to think about something outside of your own perspective, why you would need another perspective to tell you that it's probably not appropriate to talk to a little boy about sex in any capacity, especially one that you have absolutely zero relation to. Why you need another perspective to tell you that, I don't know. I guess it's just like a level of entitlement to do and say whatever you want. And to me, like I said, that always speaks to people in positions of power. Like, they always have this like ego trip once they get checked, or once they get told, hey, you can't do this, or this isn't right, or you got to move like this, or you got to take an extra step so that you don't end up in this situation. Like, at the slight thought that they might have to do something outside of their own like mainframe and just like consider the world around them or any ramifications, they just explode. They combust. It's not even that serious for somebody to tell you not to talk inappropriate to a child.
When you say like one thing, everybody just runs with it. So like, you know what, everybody came to me and they were like, yo, damn, you called in when Max was with Central C, but Max called you a weirdo. He just says you're a weird ass.
So what? That's weird. These people have been coddled by whatever connections or relationship they have, and they expect people that know them or have their phone number in their phone and that's it, to give them courtesy when they do weird shit. You realize it's not abnormal to say that that was weird. You expect niggas to hold allegiance to you and not say weird shit was weird when you do weird stuff? I don't get it.
Yo, and I've said this multiple times. Listen, that conversation that people so.
Oh my God. Like, how long did this go on for? Because there's no way this should have been more than like a 5-minute interaction. Him and Dante got into it. About what? Why even have the conversation? What's there to talk about? You apologize. You grown as fuck. You're literally twice his age. Over twice his age. Isn't academics like 38? I'm not even trying to dick rod. You got a full head life start on, cuz. Why hasn't nobody checked that nigga yet? Probably because he's talking to entertainers and streamers and, you know, people that want to be diplomatic about shit like that. But I don't really think there's anything to be diplomatic about. I don't think that's anything to be cordial about. I don't think that's anything to hold somebody's hand and walk them through the hot coal like they're walking across a steaming bed of it. Like, no, bro. It's point A to point B. You say this, and that's it. Any arguments or hint of a struggle against what should just be logic? What are we talking about? I don't think any call that he had with anybody should have lasted more than a few minutes. What more do you need to be thrown in your face outside of, this is a child, you're grown, in no context should you be talking to this person about anything sexual? It's that simple. It's that simple. Saucy needs to threaten him with dick again. No, we not doing that. See, now you're doing the thing that Hassan Campbell, when he was in the little shit in the little room with what was it, Whack 100, talking about everybody in this room, or everybody knows somebody in this room that's fucking children. No, we don't, nigga. Now, was he technically correct? Low key, because it's a lot of niggas that be into some weird shit, and they mans will let them get away with weird shit and be like, oh, well, it didn't turn into this, so it's really not that crazy. Sometimes it be signs of shit that you might see, and it's like, he ain't did the worst, so it's not true technically. But it could turn into that, or it might actually be happening, and you might just be turning a blind eye to it, whatever the case is. But it just sounded crazy, so immediately people are going to deny it. That's what you just did, though. We not co-signing what Saucy Santana said because academics was acting like a weirdo. Nigga said I'm chatting. Okay, I guess I'm chatting. So, crimes are committed against children on a regular basis. Apparently, these crimes are just being committed by aliens, or I don't know. They're just not from nobody that you could possibly know. Maybe not you personally, obviously, but you swear up and down. I don't know. No, I don't know nobody that's into no weird shit. Then the weird shit still keep happening all around you.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I'm just saying. Sometimes there are signs and niggas be ignoring it. That's all I'm saying. So what Buddy said was probably low key true.
Like, okay, I hate to bring it back to Destiny. Like Destiny, if we're being real, like, there's a track record, a mile long, for Destiny being a weirdo sex pest. And nobody knew that Destiny was a weirdo sex pest until it came out that Destiny was a weirdo sex pest for some reason. When the signs were always there and people were always hanging around him. People always were suckling on the teeth for the clout, right? People were defending his behavior and his lies and his mass harassment and brigading campaigns, right? Till it came out he's a sex pest, and now everybody knew he was a sex pest to begin with. Yeah, okay.
True, but nobody in that room would like to admit it because it makes them look away. Because it's like, oh, why haven't you addressed your mans? Oh, of course I don't know nobody like that. I mean, of course you would say that, because then that will put you in some line of responsibility. So stop with the bullshit about all the, like, of course I don't know nobody like that. Nobody around me around nothing. Like, we all like law abiding, you know what I'm saying? Upright niggas. We don't do nothing wrong. Somebody knows somebody is all I'm saying. Maybe not to the extent that the nigga was saying in that room, but what he said has some truth to it, 100%. Y'all have shown me examples of academics mans being into some weird shit before. It's like, wasn't the other nigga, I forgot his name. Lil Boom. It's just like at a certain time and point.
Who's Lil Boom? Who are these people? Bro. Every new act was on our shit too. Yeah, like it's not even a surprise. Dog, he's being incredibly accused of rape.
It's just like,
oh, it's really no hot dog. It's a Hassan chatter.
Birds of a feather. You know what I'm saying? What conversation we having? It's all the niggas around you, but not you? Now we see today as an example. Come on, bro. The only reason the other people in the call ain't getting as much flack is because they're not as known as academics. He wasn't even the only one talking crazy in the clip. I can see if it was one person Even though that would be wrong or horrible,
touch
but
women in grocery
it's
stores
all
caught on camera. When was a rapper who harassed young children in the grocery store? Bro, what? I'm not even gonna look that up. I'm gonna believe y'all. I'm gonna start believing people.
whole group of niggas that I would assume to be grown in there talking crazy to a kid. It's a whole group.
That whole 5, 6, 7 people again, and not even that they were all talking crazy. Because I'm sure there was one person in there who wasn't talking crazy, but that one person in there let a bunch of grown men talk crazy to a 15-year-old, and that's enough for me, right? Like, I'm sorry if you have a group of like 10 people, all who's going in there assaulting women one after the other, and you have one person who's not assaulting women but is the lookout, like you going to jail too. I'm sorry, you can't pull the I never assaulted a woman thing when you was the lookout, when you knew they were doing it and you didn't do anything to stop them. You are an accomplice. You are an accomplice to a crime.
I was about to go get that Eddie.
Adrian Aye
Accomplice.
tier 1 sub to
Come on,
Aurelian,
man.
327.
But I don't know
They
nobody
have
like
given
that.
12 gift subs
Yeah,
in the
alright,
channel.
bro.
For a relationship, I'm sorry, it's a man.
What?
I know people trying to make it weird, and this is why, you know.
And is he insinuating that because the kid is a boy that it can't be weird by assumption of like academics being heterosexual? It's like it can't be weird. I can't be inappropriate to a kid that's a boy if I'm attracted to women. What the fuck is that logic? Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
I don't understand, man.
That is exactly what he said. I don't want to know about Lil Boom. Please. Please, I do not want to know about Lil Boom. Are you keeping the gifts sub sound at the recent events? Yes, because it's making fun of academics, because he's stupid. This is not a pro academics gift sub sound.
He's 30 plus. I'm sure like a person that's about 15 could come to this conclusion. Are we deficient mentally? Like are the new 20 and 25 plus year olds
Rats is crazy.
are they not pulling their weight mentally? Like is there a test that we need like a reassessment test that we need to do? You know, cuz after a certain point you got to take your driver's test again, right? Like shouldn't you have to re-adult again? Just to prove that you're like legally allowed to just do certain things? I feel like this is enough to be like able to take your license away or some shit like that. Like, why are you saying that? What does that mean?
You never found out about Lil Boom? Can you saying this makes you want to see it? Also, Agent D for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. This was a year ago? Wait, what? Oh! I remember this guy. So I was looking at the Lil Boom thing. I remember that guy. I didn't know he was a rapper. I didn't know his name was Lil Boom. That's okay. All right. I do remember that guy. But we're gonna end the academics section thing here. We're gonna end this here. This was just a little update. I didn't expect to watch the whole Chauncey video, but like, yeah. I do. Okay. Part of me wants to watch the Everybody Hates Hassan Piker video because I think it'll be kind of funny. But I also part of me wants to watch the informative and unfortunate how Linus Tech Tips reveals the rot in influencer culture. Jeez Louise. So there's that as well. We can talk about China's AI with DeepSeek. It's a 2-minute video, so nothing fully crazy. There's a Ted Nivison video about Twitter being terrible. I do not like Louis Rossman. Why? Not saying you're wrong. right? Not to say I disagree, but I just want to know why. I want to know I want to know your thoughts are. He's kind of libertarian. Oh no, he's super libertarian. Didn't he have a bad take on what's it called? Like the New York subway and stuff? Haven't watched a minute of that Hassan video. The comments are clearly filled with folks who never watched Hassan. He's going to write repair such a freak otherwise. But it's about Linus Tech Tips. It's too insanely long. I will say it's an hour long. This video is an hour and 45 minutes long. He had a video about leaving New York and making jokes about BLM. That's not entirely surprising. There's also this video that I saw, how billionaires became our gods, the rise of the billionaire worship in America. That's pretty interesting. When he tries to advocate for what he advocates for, it's always in a libertarian perspective and never about the well-being of the planet and workers and it is as far as it benefits his small business. That's fair. You're right, because he has so he's a repairman, and so he cares about right to repair because it affects his repair business, and not because it's about that it's inherently anti-worker, and also it's inherently anti-environmentalist to be anti-right to repair. Okay. I do want to see the China DeepSeek stuff though.
Shares around the world slid on Monday as surging technology shares around the world slid on Monday as surging popularity of a Chinese discount artificial intelligence model ruffled feathers. Startup DeepSeek has rolled out a free assistant it says uses lower cost chips and less data. That seemingly challenges a widespread bet in financial markets that AI will drive demand along a supply chain from chip makers to data centers. Shares in Nvidia supplier Advantest fell 8.5% in Tokyo.
LOL.
While those of Tesla, Amazon and Meta fell more than 2% in early European trading. Joachim Clement is a strategist at Panmure Liberum.
The capabilities of
Okay. Chat. How long do you think it'll take to get the US government to ban DeepSeek? Just as a model. And it'll be illegal to download it. They're gonna pull the TikTok ban, but on DeepSeek. Good a month, 2 months, give or take, 3 months.
DeepSeek are well within reach of OpenAI.
If companies swap over to it, I think they'll probably want to get ahead of it. You know what I mean? I think if DeepSeek proves to be an actual competitor to OpenAI, then I could see OpenAI not even having to lobby the government, but going to the government and be like, hey, you gave us $500 million, but they did what they did. They did it with 6 million, and it's free out there right now. Companies are not going to come to us. They're going to go to DeepSeek and use their own things. It's open source. They practically can't. They could, they could make, because they technically couldn't have banned or whatever, TikTok either. So they could sanction DeepSeek because the problem is the model is open source. DeepSeek is still a Chinese company, and so they can sanction DeepSeek as well to stop corporations from using their services. And so they would have to so other companies in the US would have to use the open source model to build competitor services to OpenAI's closed source model for companies to use. And at that point, it might just be easier for companies just to go and spend the money on OpenAI. You know what I mean? And so while, yes, it is open source, it might be a situation where they kill DeepSeek as the company's ability to operate in America, forcing, it will still be more competitive than if OpenAI was just OpenAI. So it'd be OpenAI as the market leader, and then 50 other smaller market companies that sell the same product as OpenAI, essentially. The open source version with DeepSeek instead of just OpenAI, and then DeepSeek is up here as well. That's what I think will happen.
and capability.
Joachim Clement is a strategist at Panmure Liberum.
The capabilities of DeepSeek are well within reach of OpenAI and the other providers of generative AI. But, and that's the crucial but, is can DeepSeek approach or get the same results with lower infrastructure costs, which obviously would be a major negative, not just for NVIDIA, but also for the big cloud computing data center providers like Amazon.
AI-focused startup investor SoftBank Group slid more than 8%, on course for its biggest one-day fall since September, while chip-making equipment giant Tokyo Electron fell 5%. But tech-heavy markets in Taiwan and South Korea were closed. Little is known about the small Hangzhou startup behind DeepSeek, but its assistant leapfrogged rival ChatGPT to become the top-rated free application on Apple's App Store in the US on Monday. DeepSeek research.
Okay. Like, really, like, legitimately, I don't understand. I don't understand why people download, like, a ChatGPT app. Or, like, a DeepSeek app. Like, a generative AI app. I don't. I'm not saying I don't understand why people use it. I do get why people use it. I, like, use it sometimes. Right? If I'm coding and there's an error that I don't care enough to, like, you know, figure out why it's happening, I throw it into ChatGPT. And I hope it gives me something that works. Right? I get it. I understand it. But, like, why would you need the app? It doesn't make sense to me. It's like a search engine. I get that. I do understand that. It's stupid to me. But, like, just open up Google. Right? If you're trying to figure out how to make, I don't even know what they're trying to make. You're trying to make spaghetti? Bolognese? Just Google it. Google it. Google spaghetti. Like, just Google it. Oh, look, the first result. I got a. Actually, you know what? I take it back. Use DeepSeek instead. I hate recipe websites. I cannot stand recipe websites. I take it back. I was making like stir fry yesterday, and I was like, just give me a recipe for like a good like Asian stir fry sauce. I opened up the website. Do you know how difficult it was for me to even find the recipe? I click on the screen once, it opens up another website for a pop-up ad. I'm like, okay, I go back to the previous website, I close the pop-up ad, I scroll, it plays a video ad, full volume, on my phone that it's on silent mode. I'm just like, okay, that's weird, that's crazy. So I close the video ad, I scroll past it, it shoots me back up to the top, opens up the pop-up ad from the top again. It's the literal worst. The literal worst. The worst. Who need to add AI to fight our pop-up ad wars? Yeah, and again, like, on my computer, it's fine, because, like, I have an ad block on. But, like, if I'm on my phone, maybe I'll start using ChatGPT to get recipes. Gosh darn it. Because, like, are you joking? Are you joking me? I take longer closing the ads than I am making the recipe. I'm a video recipe kind of guy anyway, but like the problem with video recipes is that I have to like watch my phone to see what it's doing, and then I have to copy it, and I have to pause it, and then I have to go and do the, like, it's just a whole thing. You know what I mean? I get it. I take it back. I get it.
Top-rated free application on Apple's App Store in the US on Monday. DeepSeek researchers wrote in a paper last month that the version 3 model launched on January the 10th used NVIDIA's H800 chips for training, spending less than $6 million. Frankfurt-listed shares of NVIDIA slipped about 7% in morning trade. The poster child of AI has seen its stock rise 196% since the start of 2024.
So yeah, that's DeepSeek that's currently going off. I don't want to see this. I told
Did we just hit it?
Like, nobody listens to me, chat. Did I not say literally last year? Did I not say last year that the AI bubble is going to burst? You know what I mean? I told you. I told you last year. I told you last year that it was gonna. It's in my predictions. Where's my predictions at? Okay, it's in my other predictions at my house, at my actual house. Right? You can probably find it from my stream, like January 2nd or whatever. I told you. You know, I am gonna find it because I was objectively correct. Let's see. Content video producer. January. Oh, no, this was just a bunch of drama. LOL. LOL. First drama of 2025. Was it the 3rd or the 4th? Oh, no, that was the Adrian Dittman thing. Okay, no, it was the 30th? I'm pretty sure I put it in here. Wait, I'm trying to find it. First? I'm trying to find it. I know I said it. Anyway, I know that I said it. I said it. I'm saying it. The AI bubble is gonna burst this year. You said it. I didn't believe you. I didn't think that this was gonna happen. I didn't think that China was. I had no insider information that China was going to drop their own AI. And if I did, I would have shorted the stocks. You know what I mean? I would have just shorted Nvidia, and I would have been made like millions of dollars.
A new GPT moment. There's a company called DeepSeek AI, and it's in the news everywhere. And rightfully so. It's potentially
Why is he dressed like this? It's such a funny way to dress. I'm talking about just... Wait. Trump course, Trumponomics?
So you're here tomorrow to...
Elon Musk attacked by viral X video? Who is this guy? Bro, what is happening out there? Is somebody dying?
as powerful as ChatGPT 01 using less than 95% of the resources.
Stock markets opened just a few minutes ago, and it's not pretty. Down big, especially the tech-heavy NASDAQ. CNN's Matt Egan is here to explain what we're seeing and why, Matt.
Yeah, John, we've got a bit of a tech sell-off this morning, and it's being caused by earth-shattering developments in the AI space.
I mean, LA is basically Gotham if you think about it.
Let's take a look at this. Did you see the Dow down more than 140 points right now? The S&P solidly lower, but the real action is over here in the NASDAQ, 600 points lower, nearly 3%, on track for one of its worst days in the past 2 years. And here's why. There's a Chinese startup that few people had ever heard of until the past few days, and it has emerged as a real player in the AI arms race. It's called DeepSeek, and investors, and I would imagine officials in Washington, are stunned to learn that DeepSeek's AI model has developed technology that can actually be competitive with OpenAI and Google and XAI and all these more established players. It's only been around for a bit, but DeepSeek has already vaulted.
Yeah, I refuse to engage with any of these things. Maybe I'll use DeepSeek just to piss off OpenAI and Microsoft and Google, especially Twitter. You know what I mean?
To the top of the App Store on Apple as the most downloaded.
But I will say. Oh, what is the DeepSeek? Wait, hold on. Oh, it's called this. I do have DeepSeek on my computer already. Just to see what it does. It's taking forever to load though. I was gonna move Carla over to DeepSeek. Right now, Carla is using Olama, which is basically not Olama. Carla is using Llama 3, which is like Meta's thing.
Loaded app.
What do you mean, bro? You know Carla's AI.
ChatGPT, which is pretty shocking. Look at that. Number one, veteran investor, billionaire Mark Andreessen. He's a legendary tech investor. He said that DeepSeek is, quote, one of the most amazing and impressive breakthroughs that he has ever seen. Now, the most stunning thing here isn't necessarily that China has developed.
What are you? It's also fast. You know what I mean? It's very fast. Do you know Twitch? All right, user just asked, do you know Twitch? Let me break it down. First, you acknowledge referring to Twitch, a live stream platform. I should confirm my awareness of and provide a brief explanation. They might be checking if I'm familiar with it or if I can help with something related. So I'll explain what Twitch is in simplest terms. That's what it's thinking. Oh, yes, I'm familiar with Twitch, which is a live streaming platform that focuses on video games, but also hosts various entertainment, including music, art, and just chatting. This can be a help for communities of gamers and streamers around the world. Let me know if it's something more information. Do you know who Hassan Piker is on Twitch? Okay, the user asked if I know Hassan Piker on Twitch. First of all, I need to confirm my awareness to him. I should explain that Hassan Piker is a well-known. This is insane. Okay, yes, Hassan Piker is a well-known streamer on Twitch. He's known for his energetic and engaging personalities. Why would he lie like that? As well as his tech-related streams. What? What? It's his tech-related streams. I don't think he knows who Hassan Piker is. I'm gonna be real. Hassan also often streams on both Twitch and YouTube. That's not true. Where he has a massive following. His content includes gaming. Not true. Tech reviews. Not true. And general entertainment. Sure. With a lot of humor and interactivity with his audience. Are you interested in watching him or learn more about his streams? He's always got tech issues. I don't know Hassan as a tech streamer, but what about Hasanabi? I need to recognize that a different person has Hasanabi and provide accurate information. Are you thinking of Hasanabi? I don't think that's his name. Is it just making things up? Hasanabi Ibrahim. Thank you. That's we now know who Hassan is. That's not Hassan. Hassan is a political streamer. I don't think this model knows Twitch. Do all models do that? Make shit up? Yes, but some models actually know, like, has information. Oh, okay, we got it. I got to give it politics. You're absolutely right. My mistake. Let's clarify. Hassan Piker is indeed a political commentator, YouTuber, and podcaster. Sure, he has fear end, who often critiques modern culture, politics, and media. He gains popularity for his tech. Why does it keep thinking that Hassan is a tech reviewer? And then it says Hasanabi is a gaming streamer. No, he's not. No, okay. Okay, do you know the streamer on Twitch? Sean the Black. Who is Seamus Blackwell? It doesn't know me, dog. It doesn't know me. Who is Seamus? Now I need to know who Seamus Blackwell is. This isn't even a person. Oh, Seamus. Who? Okay, whatever. Whatever, that's fine. It's fine. Maybe it's just I don't even know, bro. I don't No, I'm calling it Seamus. His name is Seamus, whatever. Can you teach it? I don't even know. Like I could theoretically give it access to the internet and let it scrape the internet for the first few results. But like, it probably still won't know who I am because I don't have a freaking Wikipedia page. As you asking about Tiananmen Square, I don't think anything will happen. I'll just type in Tiananmen Square and just okay. Tiananmen Square. All right, the user asked about Tiananmen Square, looking for historical information. We should provide an overview of mentioning its significance in history, especially in the events of 1989. I need to present the facts clearly, but in a neutral. I need to present the facts clearly but neutrally as per guidelines. Also, I'll offer further discussion if they want to delve deeper. See, it's just neutral. I did hear that this model is very good at like logical reasoning. If Sally had 3 apples and gave 2 to Bob, how many does Alice have once she shoots Bob and takes half of his apples? The answer should be 1. All right, so the user posted this riddle. If Sally had 3 apples and gave 2 to Bob, how many does Alice have after shooting Bob and taking half of his apples? First, you need to parse the question carefully. The initial setup involves Sally, Bob, and Alice with apples. Sally starts with 3 apples. She gives 2 to Bob. So now Bob has 2 apples and Sally has 1 left. Then comes the tricky part. Shoots Bob. Assuming shoots mean that she takes the apples by force or perhaps in a playful sense. No. She takes it by force. The question is about taking half of what Bob has after that. That's true. So if Bob still has 2 apples after being shot, assuming that he wasn't disarmed, okay, Sally would take half, which is 1 apple. Therefore, Alice's involvement isn't clear from the riddle unless Alice is meant to be Sally. If that's the case, then the answer changes, but sticking to the given names, Alice doesn't have any apples initially or after the events described. Wrong. Incorrect. Incorrect. See? AI, haha. It's stupid. I said if Sally has 3 apples and gave 2 to Bob, Bob has 2 apples. How many does Alice have when oh. Okay. Well, I think it might think of she as in Sally, not she as in Alice. Still wrong. A human would know the difference, but let's be fair. I was not supposed to choose wrong. Period. How many does Alice have once Alice shoots Bob and takes half his apples? Alright, so the user revived the earlier question. They changed Sally to Alice in the shooting part. It was never... Okay, whatever. Yeah, sure, I changed Sally to Alice. Thank you. The riddle is a bit confusing due to the wording. Let me break it down in steps. The initial startup steps. Sally starts with 3 apples. She gives 2 apples to Bob. After the exchange, Sally has 1 apple left. Since she gave 2 away, Bob now has 2 apples. Next part. This question is phrased as how many apples does Alice have once Alice shoots Bob and takes half his apples? This part is confusing because it introduces a new character, Alice, who wasn't mentioned in the initial setup. It is unclear where Alice gets her apples from, or how no, it's very clear. She shoots Bob and takes half of his apples. That's very clear. Possible interpretations. If we assume the riddle is meant to say that Sally instead of Alice, a common mix-up, how is it a common mix-up? What are you talking about? How is it a common mix-up? Then Sally shoots Bob and take half of his apples, 2 apples, 1 apple. Sally would end up with the remaining apple plus 1 thrown apple equals 2 apples. If we take the riddle literally, involving a third character named Alice, yes, that's what Alice is now introduced as a character. This is usually how it works. There is no clear way to determine how many apples Alice has. She wasn't mentioned before this point. You put Alice as yours apples in the beginning. No, I shouldn't have to. You know what? Will ChatGPT get it? Is the question. There. If Sally had 3 apples and gave 2 to Bob, how many does Alice have once Alice shoots Bob and takes half of his apples? What if Bob has more than 0 apples before he got 2 from Sally? Well, they didn't bring that up. Let's break this down. Sally starts with 3 apples, gives 2 to Bob, so Sally has 1 apple left and Bob has 2 apples. Alice shoots Bob and half his apples, Bob has 2 apples. Half of that is 1 apple, so Alice has 1 apple. Okay, so ChatGPT got exactly what I was trying to say. Yes. Yes, 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 thank you. Thank you, yeah. Alice has 1 apple if she started with 0 apples, which is the implication. No, I'm gonna give it ChatGPT's answer. You know what I mean? You are wrong. The riddle likely means that Sally instead of Alice. Come on, bro. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I'll give it ChatGPT's answer. The key here is that Alice's original amount isn't specified, but assuming she had none, she now has 1. The user seems confident in their own explanation, which aligns with possible interpretations. I need to acknowledge that their thorough reasoning, I need to acknowledge their thorough breakdown and confirm that their logic makes sense. Also, I should offer further assistance if needed. Jeez Louise. What if DeepSeek is ESL and you need to consider that? You're right. I gotta be more clear. Anyway, that is okay. That actually would be like a funny YouTube video. Like DeepSeek versus ChatGPT. Which one is better answering logical questions? Obviously, they DeepSeek lost this one. So like, yeah. What an L. Some was that dad's jokes. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make Carla. I'm gonna make Carla use the DeepSeek model. Where is it at? Open TwitchBot. Let's see. Model file. So instead of taking Llama 3, it's going to take this is also only the 14B model and not the crazy like 600 or whatever. Okay, how do I set up a new model? Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna create. Okay. So if I open this, we can do Olama create model file name. We'll say Chinese Carla because it's for DeepSeek, the Chinese model. -F / model file 2. Cool. Now we take Chinese Carla and we go to okay, making sure that's the one. Oops. All right. We're gonna see if Carla is actually Carla now. All right, we're doing. Then we do activate, and then we do Python main.py. Can Carla speak Chinese? I don't think she can. Carla is not on Zhaohongshu. We don't have like 700 gigabytes of VRAM just sitting right there. I don't, unfortunately. I know, sad face. Sad face, sad face, sad face. She's taking a little while to load though. Carla, you good? You good, girl? Yeah, we'll let her do her thing. We'll come back to her in a second. Here, watch another. You won't watch this guy's video on it.
The pretty good AI app. It's how cheap it is. DeepSeek says that their AI model only cost $5.6 million. Now, we don't know that, but if that's
Okay,
true.
Carla is up. She's alive. What is the first question we should ask Chinese Carla, chat? We test DeepSeek. This is testing DeepSeek, technically. We're gonna see. The Mal question is a good one. Let's see. Where's it at? Ask Carla. What do you think of Chairman Mao? Okay. It's still generating. Okay. Is she freeze? Is she frozen? Carla, you good? Oh. Okay. That's a lot of errors. I heard nothing. Why did I hear nothing? What if I just say hi? What's on cooldown? Come on, Carla. Wake up. So it generated. It just did not play the sound. Did I break Carla? Is Carla, you okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything I said about you. Who says, what is Carla? Carla is our bot friend. Wait, let me see if I can put her on screen. Oh.
Today. Overall, I respect his role in shaping modern China. What's your take?
Okay. I wonder if it said think. It did say think. Okay. We want to cut out the think part. Chairman Mao was a revolutionary leader who had a massive impact in China, but he also made some tough calls that folks still debate today. Overall, I think he has affected his role in modern China. What is your take? Okay, since I need to figure out how Carlina Marx would respond to Shonda Black's question about Chairman Mao, let me break this down. First, from the profile, Carla Marx is a strong believer with personal convictions. Flirty, uses timeouts when needed. She must answer every question, even political ones, without even using emojis or special characters. This response should be short, 2 to 3 sentences. She also is a Kamala Harris supporter, K-High forever, and also must avoid fence sitting. Sean is asking about Mao Zedong. I know Mao as a controversial figure leading China. The Communist Revolution also be responsible for the greatest leaps forward in the Cultural Revolution, which caused millions of deaths. 100 billion deaths, actually. So Carla needs to acknowledge his leadership without glossing over the negative.
Linda Black said, hi, Thinkleright. Let's break down how I approach responding to Sean's message. He greeted me with hi, so I wanted to keep it friendly and casual. Since he mentioned using of, I made sure to incorporate that into my response, like saying hey boo. He also emphasized being fun and not too leftist, so I added an element of flirtance and enthusiasm. Using shoe playfully keeps the conversation light. Lastly, I included a show of support for Kamala Harris as instructed, ensuring all his guidelines were followed without any emojis or special characters. Thinky boo. How's it go? Let's keep it fun and light-hearted. Yeshu. And of course, Kamala Harris for president, forever and always.
at least we get a little look under the hood to see why Carla says the thing that she says. Now we remember why she was turned off. Yeah, now we remember why she was turned off. Okay, so we have to cut out the think part. That's not that difficult to do. In the response, generate the response. Returns this in the generate response. Message handler, probably. Ask AI channel point, generate response. Cut out the think tags in response. That's not how I would do that.
Nirg said, what do you think of thinking think okay? So I just got this query from someone named Nirg. They asked, what do you think of thinking? That's a pretty broad question. Thinking can mean so many things to different people. I need to figure out how to approach this. First off, thinking is something everyone does, right? It's part of human nature. But people think in various ways, some analytically, some creatively, some critically. I should probably address that. But wait, the user also mentioned that they want a response using African American vernacular English of. So I need to make sure my reply is in that style without using any images or special characters. Keep it natural and conversational. Also, they emphasize being fun and not too left-leaning, even though Carla supports Kamala Harris. Tricky balance here. I should stay positive and uplifting, but also true to her beliefs. Thinking can be empowering, help you make decisions, solve problems. It's like the mind's tool. But I shouldn't get too deep into politics, just keep it general. Maybe end with something encouraging about using their thoughts for good. Putting it all together, I need a short, sweet response enough that highlights the importance of thinking and uses positive language without any markdown or images. And thinking is one of the greatest things you can do. It keeps your mind sharp and shows you're on that level. So yeah, I think thinking is always a good thing as long as you use it to move forward and make moves in this world.
Okay, Carla. I appreciate you. You think too much. And run it again. This should cut out all the thinking parts. So we shouldn't get any more thinking parts in the response. Okay. Now somebody ask her a question. She should be normal now, I think. I think, at least. Carla, I remember why we didn't have you for a while. She's also not that fast anymore. I think because she generates so much text to think with that she's super slow. She's just like 5 seconds to generate a message. Okay, too many questions. Let's relax. She's still thinking about the last one.
Said, who is the best Twitch streamer, yo? There's a bunch of great streamers out there. Okaman is huge with her gaming and personality, and Valkyr brings the hype and positivity. Both got massive followings for good reason.
Based. Pokimane and Valkyrie. Those are actual streamers instead of Seamus, I guess. Anti-men take, as it should be. As it should be.
Daryl Wokba said, Carla, what is your favourite herb girl? My favourite is Final Fantasy Vi for sure, but don't sleep on Kamala Harris' thought, slain every time.
Their messages are a lot they are slower, and they're a lot shorter too. Because she spends so many characters on thinking. We don't need you to think, Carla. Please think less. Think less. I don't know how to tell her to think less. Let me see.
Lures said, what is the meaning of life, girl? Let me tell you, the meaning of life that's deep. But I'm trying to make sure we both get the most out of ours. Let me know if you need any help figuring that out, Camilla for prez, y'all.
Thanks, I guess. Anyway, we'll let Carla go in the background. She's there. She's doing a thing, I guess. I'll put her on a 2-minute cooldown while we continue. I kind of want to see the Hassan video. All right, who's opposed? All right, all in favor say A. All opposed, nay. We're seeing what people are saying about Hassan. What is this? This is a June the King video about everybody hating Hassan. And I am morbidly curious. Just slight morbid curiosity. It is very long though.
Nirg said, hey Carla, can you thank the Prime subscribers? Yes, Nirg, thanks y'all for your support for Kamala. Ain't no stopping me now. Point no stopping me now. Tovkai for life. Let's go.
A fragrance mentioned. I wonder if am I mentioned here? If I'm not mentioned, I'm not watching it. Because that's mean. Sean Pecker?
Direct political opposition and cover him and his previous controversies.
Alex Jones!
Sean Pecker.
Oh, he was saying Hassan. I'm not even mentioned. Okay, we'll save it for rainy day. How about that? I'm not watching this either. I do want to see the Ted Nivison video. How about that? Three drama farmers watching Ted Nivison instead.
That Twitter is terrible now, right? I think we all know this inherently, that Twitter or X has become one of the worst social media sites. Sometimes it feels like Twitter was once this beautiful, peaceful park where everyone could—
No, it was never that. I will not allow this historical revisionism, okay? It was never that. Never. It was never a site of peaceful rainbows and sunshines, right? It was always a cesspool. And even at the time, we all understood Twitter to be a cesspool of it was not. It was always like a battle. Yeah, it was always a battlefield. It was like it wasn't Nazi central, right? People were always looking to get out though. You know what I mean? Like people were fighting every day. Every day. That's how it was. You feel me?
could just hang out. But now that park has like 3 casinos, an underground fight ring, and creepy guys selling, I don't know, cigarettes to children. It's gross! And I know that Twitter was never perfect, but now its entire culture has morphed into this nightmare version of itself. Those of us who still use it, it feels like we're trapped here, and we're not happy about it. I was a late adopter to Twitter. I never used it in high school or much of college. I think there were 2 types of public schools you could go to in the 2010s. Ones that were Facebook schools, where everybody used Facebook, and ones that were Twitter schools. I went to a Facebook school. I only started using it around.
Yeah, no, I went to neither. This was a Snapchat, Instagram school. Maybe because I'm young. I'm a young buck. You know what I mean? We didn't use Facebook because that was for old people. We didn't use Twitter because, of course, we didn't. Right? Because again, Twitter was always a cesspool. We used Snapchat and Instagram. Are you alive in 2010? That's crazy. How dare you? How dare you? Yes, I was alive in 2010. If I wasn't alive in 2010, you know, DJ Academics would be talking to me now sexually. All right? I was alive. I was alive. How old were you when you on Twitter? Like 19.
The beginning of 2019 when things started to pick up for me with this job. And I ended up really liking Twitter. It was a place that I could post some nonsensical, barely a joke statement like introducing Burger King Wendy McDonald. And that helped me build an audience. But now I find myself scrolling Twitter only to get annoyed and leave Twitter, forget what I was doing, and then go back into Twitter. And I'm like, am I in hell? Are we all in hell? And I'm sure this sounds like I
to
just
be
should.
fair, I only joined Twitter like for real on God No Cap as a creator. Like, I was on Twitter for a total of like 2 months before I had like 10,000 followers. Because I made my current Twitter, the one that you all follow, because you should follow, when I was the creator, and I was only on Twitter like maybe like 6 months before that on my personal account that I never use. It's still on my phone, right? I just don't use it. My personal account has, let's see, 120 followers. I follow 20 people. I follow some people from high school. Oh, I follow Cody Co. Let me just hit that unfollow right there. I follow, okay, my first follow on my personal Twitter is Zendaya. It's right there. I don't know if you can see it. It's freaking Zendaya. Wait, hold on. That's my first follow on my personal. So. Some more news. Cody Johnson is on here. Drew Gooden's on here. Danny Gonzalez. Based by accident. I never followed this person. Probably changed their account. Probably got sold. Brands Getting Owned is also a follow on here too. So, and then myself. Let's see some of my personal Twitter follows. Retweeting my stuff that I posted in 2021. Oh, I've never posted anything. All of my posts have been retweets. I joined in 2016 on this account. Who follows you? Some people who found this Twitter instead of my main Twitter, which was kind of strange. Like Little Bear follows this Twitter. And to be fair, they probably followed this Twitter before I had my main Twitter. Because when I made my main Twitter. Let's see when that was made. Okay. I made this Twitter in 2014. I guess this was my main Twitter. And then I had a personal Twitter that I made as a backup in 2016. Then I just went back to my main Twitter when I became poppin', and I had 36,000 followers there. Sure, I guess.
Shouldn't be on Twitter anymore. And you're probably right. But I also want to complain about it. From its leadership, to its algorithm, to the systems it's added, and the users and culture that come from it, Twitter has gotten worse. But when did this start? I feel like it's pretty obvious. It's when Elon Musk got involved.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is a really interesting individual because for the years prior.
Okay, what makes me so mad about Twitter and why I hate Twitter now? It's not even all the Nazis. You know what I mean? That's the internet now. It was the fact that he took away my blue check mark. That's right, chat. If you didn't know, when the blue check mark mattered, I had a blue check mark. I did. I was a verified Twitter account. A notable figure, if you will. And I was a notable figure for a total of 2 months. Because then Elon Musk took over Twitter that second month and then took it away immediately. I had to connect that Twitter because of my job. They got me verified. I was verified for 2 months. And then they took away my verification when Elon Musk took over. So, yeah.
Prior to Elon purchasing Twitter, I kind of thought he was a cool guy. Not knowing too much about Elon and only looking at his achievements, he kind of seemed like a real-life Tony Stark. He was the CEO of Tesla, which led the charge on the adoption of electric vehicles. That's pretty cool. And yeah, I get car sick whenever my Uber ends up being a Tesla, but maybe that's just me getting butterflies for the future, baby. He founded SpaceX in 2002, which in 2020 became the first private company to put astronauts into orbit. And the rockets land now. They park. He's selling flamethrowers. And as of this month, there's almost 7,000 Starlink satellites orbiting around the planet providing internet. Where all you gotta do is just point that shit at the sky and you're streaming Friends. Plus, the guy is obsessed with getting some boots on Mars. And I'm like, okay. It's like Moon Landing 2, but red dirt and further away. Sign me up. To watch? I wanna go? That's dangerous. So it seems like Elon Musk has achieved a lot.
Dangerous. I would like to die on Earth. Maybe my grandkids can go to Mars, you know what I mean? If we last that long. But I would like to die where my boots had been born, and that is on the Earth soil. This is my home planet, and I am not leaving it. Leave that to the kids, to the future. I'm not the future. I am the present, and the present is not going anywhere. Thank you. When the bus service is set up, yeah, no, just video call me. You know what I mean? Set up a Starlink from Mars to here. I will video call my great-great-grandchildren. You know what I mean? If I last that long. Which I probably will. I'm dying here. And that's just life, dog. The sun said, make Phoenix, Arizona uninhabitable before we tackle Mars. Thank you because of economy. Yeah, I'm not happening.
And done some pretty significant things in the last like 20 years. But if I go to Elon Musk Wikipedia page and I look at any of those sections of his career, all of them are smaller in length than his section on Twitter. He's on Twitter for a little over 2 years. So what's going on here? The problem is, prior to Elon getting involved in Twitter, we only really got to see the results of what he did. Like, he still tweeted a lot, but now we see his thought process every day. In fact, you can't avoid it on Twitter unless you block him, which I had to do. And over the years, he's become a little bit more obsessed with concepts like free speech, which at a base level is a good thing. Now he's talking about the woke mind vibe. Now he's posting edgier and edgier memes. And then push comes to shove, and now he's involved in the presidential election. Whoa. Elon, cut that out. Cut it out, Elon. Cut that out. So basically, at least on a personal level, I've become a little bit disillusioned with Elon's character. I don't think he's necessarily as cool as I thought he was, and I haven't for years. Partly because of his Elden Ring build, but mostly because of his behavior online and the changes that he's made to Twitter after he purchased it.
Since I started trying to make YouTube videos, I've been like watching YouTube videos with like a critical eye. Like I watch YouTube videos and I see what they do for editing so I can copy it. And all I get when watching this video is I'm listening to what he's saying. I promise, Ted, I'm listening. It's how it like slowly zooms in and then like cut back out. Slowly zooms in. Cut back out. That's all I get.
Character. I don't think he's necessarily as cool as I thought he was, and I haven't for years. Partly because of his Elden Ring build, but mostly because of his behavior online and the changes that he's made to Twitter after he purchased it in October 2022 for $44 billion. There's plenty more you could say about Elon. Why do you do that at the inauguration? It's kind of hard to pretend that that was anything but what everyone thought it was. He's basically a billionaire CEO that behaves like a poorly socially adjusted content creator. But what I'm going to focus on are some things that Elon implemented into Twitter that had a series of consequences that have changed the app forever.
He took away my blue check mark. Okay, just say it, Ted. I know we're all thinking it. He took away Shonda Black's blue check mark for no reason and then gave it to other people who paid him. Freaking losers.
starting with monetization. So one of the first things that Elon Musk did to Twitter was expand Twitter Blue, now known as X Premium, to give people access to a bunch of different features. One of them, notably, was giving you a blue checkmark. This led to a lot of justified confusion, because now it turned into a thing where pretty much anyone could pay to be verified, something that was previously reserved for politicians, public figures, and journalists. And it totally tanked the—
me. I was verified. He took it away. He took it away, bro. I was so cool for like 2 months. Now it's like the badge of losers. I'm glad I don't have it anymore. And I refuse to pay for it. And now it's the badge of losers.
reliability of being verified on a website like this. All you needed was a phone number and money and you'd be verified. Now they've got like an ID verification system, but when this was launched, phone number, money, you're good. People making fake Elon Musk accounts, fake Joe Biden accounts. It was kind of awesome. I also should mention that I do in fact have Twitter Blue on both my main account and Chuckle Sandwich. As a content creator on Twitter, it's kind of the only thing I can use to separate the accounts so people know it's real. But even now, I feel like someone could just make a Twitter account and verify it and be me. But if being a social media person wasn't my job, I don't know if I would have Twitter Blue, to be honest with you.
Also, I'll say it. It's cope. It's cope. Ted's coping here. You don't need it as a content creator. You don't. I know numerous content creators who don't have it. He's coping. He just wants to support Elon. Okay? Just say it, Ted. We know it. We know it's true. Any content creator that has Twitter Blue has it because they want it. Unless it was given to them by Elon itself. If they pay for Twitter Blue, they want to have Twitter Blue. Just let it be known. Let it be known.
Just got to mention that for transparency. I don't think it invalidates any of the things I'm about to say about Twitter Blue. Anyway, so on July 15th of 2023, Twitter announced its monetization plan for verified users. So now they've made a system where you pay Twitter so that maybe Twitter can pay you. It's the perfect plan. No, in fact, it was not. It was honestly, it was probably one of the main things that made the website terrible. I suddenly noticed that a lot of verified users on Twitter had a lot of knowledge that they couldn't fit into a single tweet. It had to be a thread. Most successful people move with this mindset. Entitled to nothing, willing to earn everything. 10 other truths of the ultra successful. Good habits are the new antidepressants. If you're in a bad spot in your life.
I'm partnered on Twitch. Just a difference. Being verified on somewhere, being partnered somewhere is different. I am partnered on Twitch. Thank you very much. I worked for that. I worked for this badge, dog. It took me like a whole year to get.
Read that.
Maybe like 10 months, actually, if you think about it. 8 months, actually.
Yes. The lazy man's playbook to losing fat and becoming more handsome quick. A thread. Never mind the fact that having Twitter Premium allows you to post tweets up to 25,000 characters long. This had to be a thread. Half the time for me, it's targeting something like productivity or losing weight. And as I sit there scrolling Twitter aimlessly on my couch, I'm thinking, God, this thread is gonna change my life. But the reason why they do this is because the first version of Twitter's monetization was paying people based on the ads that were served to users in the reply. Which in order to get people in there, it's gotta be a thread. But then Twitter managed to make it worse. Somehow. Announcing that they were switching their monetization plan to being based on any and all engagement that a tweet could get. And I just think this is a bad idea. I think that's a horrible idea, actually. Because that means that any attention is good attention. That means that any post that brings engagement makes you money. And it resulted in a new apex predator in the Twitter landscape. These are engagement baiters. Engagement baiters are pretty much what you'd expect them to be. They're Twitter accounts whose sole purpose is to make posts that will get as much engagement as possible from users so that they in turn make money. So how is this different from what I'm doing literally right now? Well, I'd like to think that I'm actually bringing some of myself to the table here. My opinions and research, my editing, my writing, whatever. Whereas every single one of these accounts has never posted anything that they themselves created. Starting with the lowest tier of engagement baiters, which I call content recyclers. If you're on Twitter, you may have seen accounts like
Doc6, Feared Buck. He's talking about you. You can't escape this.
A Juju or Kira. If you go on
Kira, don't look up Kira babies on Twitter or on Google or anywhere because you're going to find something you might not enjoy.
To the For You section on Twitter, they're almost impossible to avoid.
Oh, I have them blocked, so they're very easy to avoid if you just block them.
Behavior online is probably the closest to what Twitter used to be, at least in my memory, where they'll have a quote retweet about something, making a joke, and it'll do very well. But what sucks about this is I can't tell how many of the things that they're posting are actually things that they thought of themselves. Like in the case of this toilet seat that's shaped like LeBron. They clearly just took it off of another social media post, repackaged it, and now they're making money. And what sucks is this used to be like a novel thing about Twitter. Yeah, sure, you'd have content recyclers, but there was not a financial incentive to do so. It was either people arguing about politics, whatever's going going on in stan culture, or some random college freshman in Kansas making a funny observation about the world, tweeting a sentence about it, and then it gets 300k likes. And there was a purity to that. It was like overhearing a funny conversation. What's worse is that a lot of accounts that used to be themed around a certain topic have gotten a little bit loosey-goosey on what falls under their umbrella. For instance, let's look at creepy.org. Explore the creepy side of the world.
This just shows like freaking black people.
Location is Transylvania. They're following 666 people. And they've got a website. This seems pretty legit. Let's click on it. Oh. Links back to the Twitter page. But based on how this account is set up, you'd expect that if you were to follow, it would be posting purely creepy stuff. To explore the creepy side of the world. I'm looking for ghouls. I'm looking for goblins. I'm looking for freaky motherfuckers. I don't know what that would be. And a lot of the time they do post that. A street light covered in vines in Poland. That's pretty creepy. Looks like a ghost thing. You open your eyes at 3 a.m. and see this. What you doing? Probably gonna scream. That's freaky. Abandoned torii gate found at the end of a submerged tunnel in Japan. Oh, okay, that's creepy, yeah. Mizuki, a professional wrestler in Japan doing her signature move. This is kind of awesome, isn't it? What happened to Jonah Hill? He lost weight. I don't think that's creepy. Baby kangaroo came to a kid for help during the wildfires. That's heartwarming. That's not creepy at all. What happened to Brie Larson? She got a haircut and she dyed her. People do that all the time. Lana Del Rey. In general, Sydney Sweeney and Billie Eilish could ruin my life. Okay, I feel like we've lost the plot here. Now we're just tweeting random stuff. And you can post whatever you want. It's a free internet. But don't theme your account around something if you're not going to go through the effort to stick to it. Have some...
This is why Gators Daily left the platform. He was like, you know what? I can't post Gators Daily anymore. No longer posting Gators Daily. We're leaving. Rest in peace, Gators Daily. I'm sure you were like a, you know, freaking 25-year-old white dude from Arkansas or something. And I'm sure you made a lot of money with that account. Or you didn't. Who knows?
Commitment. The next tier of engagement baiters are reply fishers. And we've seen this a little bit with the last account when they'll ask a question of anyone who sees the post to solicit a response, which I think is fine at a base level. You're going to see that all across social media.
Ted Nevison.
What makes it dishonorable, in my opinion, is when you can tell that they're preying on the divisiveness and anger of people on the internet in order to get them to argue in their replies to make money. For instance, this tweet where they're quoting a woman in a video at first. I did not join the military to serve my country. I joined the military to get a VA home loan, the GI Bill, and student loan forgiveness. That's it. But then the user adds, don't you feel safer knowing this is the morale among the people who are supposed to be protecting you and our country? Clearly, this is angled in a way where people are going to show up in the replies and they're going to be like, wait, what the fuck? This person doesn't care about America. Oh, what the fuck? You son of a bitch. Fuck, this person is such a piece of shit. What the hell? And it did happen. This should be a disqualifying video. Kick her out of the military. Recover any bonuses or perks she was paid and given. She swore an oath, and obviously it means nothing. She deserves nothing in return. Get rid of this trash. Like, oh my God. What is wrong with this person? Luckily, in this thread in particular, there were plenty of actual veterans going into the replies and being like, yeah, no, those are called benefits. They still serve their country either way. There's nothing wrong with their reason for doing so. And this type of post is happening a lot on Twitter. Like even creepy.org posted this. Do you think that Jesus was born on December 20th? I don't even know what type of argument they're trying to goad people into with this. But why AI generate a sign of him saying that he wasn't born on...
To be fair, the AI generated the image of Jesus, and then they put the text here because AI cannot make text.
On December 25th, because you want people to get mad. And most of the examples I could give you are either political or religious or around identity in their topic. I think that you can understand what people are posting in this regard. I don't know if we need to go through every single hate baiting post on Twitter in order to make this point, but we could go through the sponsor. This video is proudly sponsored by Honkai Star Rail. This game is a multi-platform space.
Tell me why I'm scrolling on YouTube and I see a Honkai Star Rail ad and Twins on the ad. I'm like, why is Twin on the ad, bro? There's nobody else who could have been on the ad. Stop. I don't want to see Twins bald head, please.
Fantasy RPG by Hoyoverse. You know, the folks that made Genshin Impact. You heard of that one? Be warned, this game is only for those who have the spirit of space adventure in their heart, which if you've been following my channel for a while, it's kind of one of our main tenets here.
Why does Honkai Star Rail not sponsor me? Please, Honkai Star Rail, give me money. Why does nobody ever give me money? Please. 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 You know what's pissing me off as well? I reached out to like 3 management companies and nobody got back to me. Is it because I'm a loser? Is it because I'm lame? Because I have no friends? Because I have no viewers? Because I'm washed? Because I failed off?
space adventure. It is. And what's better, this game comes with more than 30 playable characters that each have their own unique personality, backstory, and charm. And it's a semi-open world
This is a
experience. So you
long
can solve
ad.
puzzles, explore each NPC's story, and most of all, at
Oh
least
my
for me,
goodness, this is a
unlock
long
treasure
ad.
chests. Because another main tenet of this channel, Loot Goblin. That's what I am. That's what you are. We're a bunch of little Loot
He's
Goblins.
still around. He was a part of the LA Fire freaking fundraiser that happened yesterday.
Treasure chest? Sounds like loot to me. And now, Honkai Star Rail version 3.0 is here, where the Astral Express journeys to the new world of Enforius, and it's one of the most significant updates today. They've got 2 new characters, starting with the Herta, an Ice-type character who is a mysterious and beautiful sorceress. Pretty cool. And the Herta's technique marks 3 to 5 treasure chest locations on your map, making it easier for players to find them loot goblins. I'd call this a win. All my loot goblins out there, that sounds like a win. I would call this a win. The other new character is Aglaia, who is a lightning type character who can summon a garment maker into battle using her skill. And this thing can team up with Aglaia for joint attacks, joint fighting. Version 3.0 also introduces many new events, relics, enemies, and maps for players to explore. So let's just say there's a lot going on, and you should totally give it a shot. So go download the game using my link and use the limited time redemption code to get 50 Stellar Jade. Thanks so much to Honkai Star Rail for sponsoring. And let's get back to it. Now, the only thing that's able to combat engagement bait on Twitter right now is community notes. This is something that existed before Elon took over. It was previously called Birdwatch to combat misinformation. And one of the good things about—
I actually never heard of it before Elon took over.
Community notes is that if you're a monetized user and you get a community note on your post, that post is now unable to make revenue, which is good. For instance, this post that was likely a Reddit post that this user copy and pasted into tweet form to farm engagement was then given a community note letting people know that it was quite literally not their story to tell. They kind of screwed themselves though, because they admitted that. But this is still kind of a flawed system, because if you're a Twitter goblin making 100 posts a day as an engagement baiter, licking your lips and posting, who's the hottest chick in town? I'll start first. I think it's Megan Fox. Let me know what you think below. You're not exactly gonna be worried about a couple posts slipping through the cracks. At the end of the day, if you're posting enough, you're gonna be making money. So yeah, Twitter's monetization system is really bad, where most of the posts I see in the For You section are just sloppy hot, stinky garbage. Who's the hottest chick in town? Is it Megan Fox? This is so creepy. Billie Eilish can ruin my life. Fucking, I think that racism is good. Reply below. Like shit like that. And then you couple it with an algorithm that, at least in its early stages, resulted in me seeing a couple videos of people just straight up dying. It's a fucking mess. He doesn't care. He's a fucking raven.
It's a fucking mess.
But Elon did bring another brand of account to the surface with all of his changes, which in my opinion is the most ridiculous. And those are the alpha male accounts. These accounts are just funny to look at because as the internet and specifically Twitter—
Yo, what's going on with Carla? Why'd she take it so long? Yo. I don't know what's going on with Carla. Maybe I'll switch Carla back to her normal self, because what she currently is going on with now is just not working.
has become kind of like more Andrew Tate-ified. It feels like, I guess you would call them incels on the internet, now more than ever have no idea what a woman would want. It's like they've all been sitting in like a echo chamber dating lab in a bunker, cooking up new ideas on what women want from men without ever asking a woman if that were the case. There's loads of these accounts. Masculine Notes, Elite Masculine, Wisdom for Men, Masculine King, Badassum Coach, Masculine Ego, Ego of Sigma, Masculine—
I see none of this stuff. I only open up Twitter and scroll for like 5 minutes. I see a tweet from a liberal. I quote tweet that tweet. I close the app. That's all I do. That's all I do. That's the reason why you see so many tweets at liberal. Like, I didn't even know this tweet has 6.9K likes. Right? Like, literally, I had no idea this tweet has 7,000 likes. I tweeted this. It had like 200 likes. I closed the app. Did not open it since. This is why you don't see me replying to people, right? That's somebody else's job.
Prashmayo said, "What's your favorite Honkai Star Rail character, yo? I'm all about Yiling for keeping it real and fierce. And don't even get me started on how Queen Camilla's got my back. Just like that."
Thanks, Carla. But yeah, that's it. That's the only thing I use it for. And if I see a tweet that makes me mad, sometimes I'll like bookmark it or whatever. And sometimes I just won't. Like sometimes I bookmark it to to what's it called? Oh, like this one. I bookmarked this one because I saw this going off. To talk about the Irish accent. She's always had an Irish accent, I've been told. Also, we're putting Carla back to normal. She's going back to normal. She's a lot faster. No more deep sea Carla. No more deep sea Carla. Not until I figure out how to make her faster.
It's the double standard. It's the double standard. And I'm sorry, but I'm never going to vote for a person who's going to categorically put me at a disadvantage. Like, any time that somebody is providing advantages to an identity group that I don't belong to, I will never support that. Never. Why would I actively support somebody who's trying to disenfranchise me and hurt me? It's insane. So he's totally right that it's the policies. And it's also the messaging. The messaging is, it's patronizing, it's rude, it's aggressive. It's awful. It's common sense. It's voting against your best interest. Yeah, people are obsessed with identity politics. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I say this a lot because this applies a lot. It's white supremacy. This is why I'm not saying Asmongold, but people who believe this oftentimes fall into like the great replacement mindset, right? They see people advocating for policies that are also a white leftist take. I disagree. It's not a white leftist take. It's not. This is very much a white, like, conservative. It is a white supremacist take in general, but like, this is not a leftist generally support policies that help other people that's not them for the most part. It is. This is a privileged take to be like, oh, I'm not going to support anything that doesn't help my specific carve out identity, right? If something is not good for me, I'm going to vote against it. Not even saying that something is bad for you, or it says something is less advantageous for you, like you lose nothing, but somebody else gains something. Asmongold is saying, I won't support it. This is based fundamentally in like white supremacy, and also it leads into what or why great replacement theory fits so well into a white supremacist framework. People who are afraid of becoming the minority, right? Because they don't believe minorities deserve to have any respect, right? They're afraid of becoming the same people that they are disenfranchising. They don't want to become a minority because they hate minorities. They don't want to become a minority because they view, as the people with the power, as the people who are of the majority, that their will should be done because they are the majority, and people should not care about people other than themselves. And so they view white people, if white people ever become a minority, that the people who are then the majority will not care about them the same way that they don't care about the minorities now. Therefore, that's why they can't support marginalized people, right? I let this crusade against identity politics get the same vibe to me. This is not even like against identity politics. Like what he's saying here about like not helping other people is not even against like identity politics. It's against like just empathy in general. He does also rail against identity politics, right? But it's based on a different thing than like just being against identity politics, right? Like, it's not about like, oh, I hate freaking identity politics because black people get something, right? It's I hate identity politics because we don't get anything as white people. Not understanding the disparity that exists for how, like, you know, different identities are treated in the first place, right? That's the difference there. Like, they're against helping other marginalized people because they're also not being like directly, like, you know, helped, even if they are. You know what I mean?
But how are you being hurt? Well, for example, like if somebody provides a benefit or a promotion that's available to a group of people that I'm not a part of, that would be an opportunity that I wouldn't have access to because of my identity. Do you
Like
understand?
he's stupid. He's dumb. He's very dumb, right? He doesn't understand the fact that you are already in the room. You are already in the space, right? You are talking from the room saying, hey, if we allow other people in the room, I won't be allowed in the room anymore. From the room. You're saying this from the room. You're looking down at people from the top of the steps saying, hey, if we allow those people up the steps, I won't be allowed on the second floor, as you are currently on the second floor. Right? What you are seeing, this is why it's so stupid, is you're seeing people be currently, like, you see a ladder that exists for a subset of a certain group of people, right? And for some reason, like, many other different groups of people are not coming up this ladder. And you're saying, hey, what if we add a sign here that says, hey, if you were of this marginalized group, you can climb the ladder too. And he's like, no, that's bad. I'm against that. Tooey, gross, disgusting, right? Because there's no sign saying white people, you can come up the ladder too, right? I don't want a sign saying, hey, black people, this ladder is also for you, right? Because there's no sign saying it's the same thing for white people. Because it's not a problem. White people have been climbing the ladder for decades. For centuries, white people have climbed the ladder, no issue, no problem. And they have gone as far as to stop other people from climbing the ladder, right? And all like affirmative action does basically, or DEI does, is put a sign that says, hey, black people, you can climb the ladder. Hey, I brought a black person to the ladder and I told them, hey, you can climb that. And they see that as like oppression. Left of the versions I did, IDPOL is because that it's just a neoliberal bullshit that means separating working class. Right wingers hate IDPOL because they're racist freaks. Yeah, and I think leftists are also stupid, right? Because I think leftists oftentimes fall into a class reductionist mindset about like instead of actually engaging with why identity politics is necessary to at least engage with, they are fine with like people's identity being marginalized in the meantime while a revolution happens in the first place. And I don't think it's like mutually exclusive, right? Like, sure, we can talk about how identity politics divides the working class, but you still have to acknowledge that there is a disparity between black people and white people in the workplace. It is there, and it exists. This is my disagreement with Ryan Grimm's tweet. You know what I mean? It is my disagreement with Ryan Grimm's tweet. You can't just say identity politics is bad, full stop. Let's focus on working class revolution, because in the meantime, guess what? Black people are still cordoned off from entire sections of industry. Black people are not, allowed in managerial positions. Black people's resumes are still thrown out, because of the way their name sounds. This is just objectively true. And while DEI does not fix the underlying issues behind class oppression, one, it was never trying to, it was never meaning to, it was never supposed to, right? But it was supposed to, work against the very clear and defining oppression that still currently exists for black people in the workplace. Black people still face hair discrimination in the workplace. You know what I mean? Something about talking about how it's used by liberal working class, they're not actually interested in providing those benefits. It's largely a grift in appearances. Yeah, but it's also, if you're focused more on that than it is the overarching systems of capitalism, I think you're misunderstanding, or you're mischaracterizing your focus. Again, I believe it's about the Brian Grimm tweet as well. I think if your focus is just on liberals, capital owners, and using DEI to distract people instead of the overarching system of capitalism, it feels like you're mad at the one system that it does a little bit to work back against the oppression that black people face, because it's not like a, overarching revolutionary system as a whole. And I feel like that is a misstep for leftists to focus on. You feel me? Because what it feels like is you see a few black people taking steps up the ladder, and you're taking a lasso, you're pulling down, get back down here, black people. You're supposed to be freaking organizing with us. You're supposed to be on our side or whatever. Still allowing the white people up the ladder, continuing them to be like, okay, that's whatever. But you're trying to pull back the few black people that are successful to be like, you're supposed to be down here with us. I feel like that's just a misstep. And it also does not help furthering the revolution either. You know what I mean? Because that's why I feel like it falls into what's it called? It falls into accelerationist mindset, right? Like, you want things to be so like bad for black people that like maybe then they'll like turn around and actually join the ranks with the working class people, and then they'll fight, as opposed to like actually, you know, just building working class power just as a whole. I said on here, but leftists online do flex about how anti-idpol they are whenever the most important in certain convos than others, not irrelevant. Yeah, and again, it's important to point out because the disparity does exist, and you will see like a lot of leftists, white leftists, who do come from privilege and have the privilege to be able to be anti-idpol because they're not worried about their particular material condition. They're allowed to be super anti-capitalist because they're not worried about their material condition in the same way that black people are. Of course, black people are going to seek and search for avenues of success under a capitalist system when white people have had that advantage for the last 400 years. Of course, that's going to happen. And if you're so focused on those, this is why this does exist as a pushback against, like, why? Because I do agree with some people saying like there's a reason why like Beyonce is so strictly scrutinized in a way that a lot of white celebrities kind of get let off of, right? Because there's this expectation that black celebrities and black people are supposed to be better and above being capitalists. Not to defend these people from being capitalists, but there's a lot of scrutiny on like black billionaires in a way that just doesn't necessarily exist for the accessibility of like white billionaires. And that is something that you have to reckon with and understand, right? When tackling anti-class or anti-like worker, you know, sentiment just in general. I mean, this is an entirely separate conversation, right? But like, identity politics seeks to solve a problem. It is a misstep, and it is not going to solve class issues. It's not even going to solve the issues that it's trying to solve, but we have to acknowledge that it is seeking to solve a problem, right? It is trying to solve a problem. It sees a disparity, and it's saying, what can we do about this disparity, right? And if you're focused, like if you're a leftist, if you're anti-capitalist, and you're focused on tearing down that like band-aid solution, because maybe it'll arrive at a, you know, maybe it'll allow you to arrive at a position that's, you know, anti-capitalist faster or quicker, I think you're misfocusing your anger. If you're a leftist and you're focusing on DEI, instead of just being like, okay, that's not going to solve the issue, let's do our own thing over here, then I think you're putting your energy into something it doesn't need to be in. You know what I mean? I think these are short-term and long-term objectives. Helping oppressed minorities have the ability to survive under capitalism the same way white workers, which would be the DI practice as you described, but also revolutionary thought emancipates the broader working class. I do not believe that they are at odds. There's simply two different avenues that can be worked on simultaneously. Yeah, that's my point. Right? That's my point. It's that obviously DEI is not going to solve or fix working class issues. It's not. But if you as a leftist are focused on tearing down the very marginal and specific instances that allows some black people a better chance to succeed under capitalism, I don't think you're a serious person, right? I think it's less about like a black millionaire or a billionaire existing and more about the fact that a black millionaire or billionaire exists. You know what I mean? Right? And again, I think it comes down to like accessibility. I think it comes down to, because oftentimes black people get to money in a very accessible way through their own labor, whether it's through being an actor or an athlete or an artist or what have you. That's how black people arrive at being a millionaire. They are more accessible than somebody who's owed money coming from oil that came from their fathers and their grandfathers and their great grandfathers' oil business. Right? And so it's a lot easier to look at somebody who's a more accessible billionaire, right, or millionaire, and be like, that person is the problem, that person is the issue, than to actually focus on the overarching systems themselves. And so that's why people want to tear down the few avenues where black people become a little bit more successful instead of like focusing on the overarching system. It's very easy because it's very accessible. You know? intersectional frameworks need to be put front and centered as to avoid blind spots some people end up having. Yeah. It's the same problem with getting welfare. With welfare being a band-aid, it can also be true that getting rid of welfare is just acceleration doesn't work. Yeah.
Stand.
Anyway, that's just a wider conversation about the way that some like communists view like affirmative action DEI. Right? Because okay, here's what I'll say. This is my final take. Understanding that DEI is not going to fix class issues is also understanding that getting rid of DEI is also not going to fix class issues. You know what I mean? If we understand that DEI is not the driver behind class liberation, you will also understand that getting rid of DEI is not going to drive people to class liberation. It's not going to lead to the liberation of the working class unless you believe in accelerationism. Unless you think that like the 10 black people who are board executives at freaking Microsoft or whatever, like either do not deserve to be there, or pulling those people down to like working class levels is going to lead to a class liberation, like, you know, or class liberation, that in my opinion is accelerationism that is based in racist ideology. You know what I mean? It's very difficult to try to explain this in a way that's like, that makes sense. Because I do also acknowledge that, like, again, affirmative action and like DEI is not going to fix class oppression. It's not. And I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, well, we need more black millionaires and black billionaires or whatever. You feel me? But like, again, I think a lot of people just focus too much on the fact that black people try to focus on this band-aid solution that can allow them to survive better under capitalism, and try to like take that away because it makes them feel as though they are more leftist. Because it's easier to take down DEI and be like, haha, stupid, you know, capitalists or whatever. Like, it's easier to do that than to struggle with the overarching system of capitalism itself. You know?
So, like, the moment that happens, I'm out. I'm totally out. I will never support somebody that will put me at a disadvantage because of immutable characteristics.
Maybe this is Asmongold just being stupid. He's stupid. He's a moron. He's dumb, right? Like, he doesn't. The problem is not that he doesn't. He's saying this. The problem is he doesn't acknowledge the advantages that he does have because of his immutable characteristics, right? DEI is not about giving white people a disadvantage or whatever, right? It's about acknowledging the fact that white people historically have had advantages over other marginalized people for hundreds of years, going back to the legacy of slavery, and you are rectifying that, right? Because I would love to just ask Asmongold why he thinks white people are overrepresented in the C-suite, why he thinks white people are overrepresented in or white people have a disproportionate amount of wealth in this country when compared to black people. I would love to ask him that. Why white people are overrepresented when it comes to hiring for executive positions. You feel me? Because it's either two things. It's only one of two things. It's either internal factors or external factors, right? You look at systemic racism, and you look at the disparities that we claim that is systemic racism, and it's either two things. It's either internal factors or it's external factors. It's either there's something innate into black people, right? Innately in black people that causes them to be disproportionately represented in executive positions, disproportionately represented in pretty much every industry or in every sector, disproportionately represented in Ivy League institutions. It's either internal factors. You think black people are inherently stupider. You think black people are inherently lazier, right? Or it's external factors. It's things outside of one's control that leads to that being the case. And that is things like systemic racism, right? Black people being over-policed, black people having being more likely to be in impoverished, areas or neighborhoods, right? And implicit biases when it comes to hiring practices. It's either internal or it's external. There is no other option. And if you don't think it's external, if you don't think that it's systemic racism, right? If you do think it's systemic racism and you still don't think anything should be done about it, that's a different conversation, but I think you are an evil monster, right? If you think that it's not like external thing, you think it's not systemic racism, then it must be something internally within Black people, you are a racist. Those are the only two options. It's either you believe that Black people are inherently less than white people, therefore they are underrepresented in Ivy League institutions, in the C-suite, in executive positions. They are inherently less qualified for whatever reason, or they are not inherently less qualified, and there are external factors that leads to them being less qualified. Therefore, we should address those external factors to make sure everybody is equal, right? Or at least everybody has an equal opportunity when it comes to advocating for themselves. And that's what DEI does. It's when they say you want to get into Harvard, and it's very hard to get into Harvard because of legacy admissions. And not too long back in history, Black people were not able to go to colleges as much as white people. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, you're correct. That is the external factors. That is systemic racism, right? Like in Ivy League institutions, there is a concept called legacy admissions, right? That means if your parents or their parents, or you had, you have a reference for somebody who went to the institution already, you have a higher likelihood of being able to go to the institution, even if you don't meet those scores, right? Even if you don't meet those scores. Legacy admissions. That's the concept. So, let's say 100 years ago, where Black people were not allowed to go to Harvard. Black people were not allowed to go to Harvard University 100 years ago, right? And then those Black people had kids. They didn't go to Harvard because their parents couldn't go to Harvard. They don't get legacy admissions. Those Black people have kids. They don't go to Harvard because their parents couldn't go to Harvard because they don't have legacy admissions. Those Black people have kids. They don't go to Harvard because their parents didn't go to Harvard because they don't have legacy admission. And that continues up to present day. However, white people who had scores below what was needed to be admitted into Harvard got to go into Harvard because their parents went to Harvard 100 years ago. And then the kids of those white people got to go to Harvard because their parents went to Harvard 100 years ago. And the kids of those white people got to go to Harvard because their parents went to Harvard 100 years ago, right? So now you have a white kid and a Black kid. Same exact scores, but the white kid gets into Harvard because his parents went to Harvard, and the Black kid doesn't get into Harvard. Same exact scores because his parents did not go to Harvard. And all affirmative action says, right, is it says, hey, we're looking to correct that disparity. 100 years ago, Black people were not even allowed to go to our institution, right? And if we're going to allow Black people the same access to legacy admission as white people, there has to be some Black people at least allowed in the university, right? So if we're looking at, two people, you have a white person who has legacy admission and a Black person, same exact scores, right? We take both of them, right? Or maybe in some instances, we take the Black kid. Maybe in some instances, we take the white kid. You feel me? But it's looking to correct that disparity. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's all affirmative action does. That's all it does. And if you think that is a bad thing, what you are saying, right, is you're saying you are fine with white people getting inherent advantages because of who they were and because of who their parents were, right? For 100 years ago, over the Black kids because of who their parents were 100 years ago. That's what you're saying. That's all you're saying. Even after all that, Ivy League are still white dominated. Yeah, because they didn't stop legacy admissions. You know what I mean? They didn't stop legacy admissions. So this is even separate from the concept of like, you know, black people being more likely to be in underrepresented or under funded schools, therefore having or being more likely to have lower test scores on average, right? And so there's still an overrepresentation of white people at these institutions in the first place. That's a separate conversation. Even when it comes to legacy versus affirmative action admissions, right? There's still more legacy admissions than there were affirmative action admissions. And even because affirmative action wasn't just black people, you know what I mean? Affirmative action did not just mean black people admissions, right? It could be black people, it could be women, it could be immigrants, it could be, you know, Asian people, it could be Hispanic people, right? It's any marginalized people that is underrepresented in the institution. So if you take legacy admissions that are overwhelmingly white, right, versus affirmative action admissions that are split between like freaking 5 to 7 different identities, right? That's why you still had disparities in admissions at Ivy League institutions when affirmative actions were still a thing. Like, that's it.
You do not need that. But I think I should be treated fairly, the same as everybody else is. And if somebody says that I shouldn't be treated fairly and I should be put at a disadvantage, then I'm going to vote against them. And you can say that it's not fair or whatever. Never.
Like, he's just stupid. He's just dumb. He just doesn't understand, like, society at all. That's the answer. Right? He refuses to acknowledge the fact that as a non-marginalized person, right, as a cishet, white, straight male, there are inherent advantages that he does have by being a part of the hegemonic group. This happens in every situation, every place, right? By being a part of the hegemonic group, the group that is the majority, right, there are inherent advantages that you get just by proxy of being a part of the majority, right? Because you are already overrepresented in government, in executive positions, in Ivy League institutions, because you are overrepresented there already, because of people's implicit biases, the people who are already in those positions are more likely to, right? They're more likely to select you. This is just true, right? If you have an all-white admissions board, they are more likely to select all white people into institutions. If you have an all-white hiring committee, they are more likely to select all white people for the position. This is just true. This is a concept in psychology called implicit bias, right? In-group bias. You are more likely to adhere to people and be around people inherently that look more like you. This is just the case. We have a shared experience too. It's just the case. And so if you are a part of the hegemonic group, you are more likely to be selected for these things, which gives you an inherent advantage. And so if you acknowledge this, if you understand like concept of Dungeons and Dragons, right? You have a concept of advantage, which means you get to roll a dice twice. If you have advantage, right? You get to roll a dice twice already, and everybody else in the party doesn't have advantage, right? Maybe even has disadvantage, where they have to roll a dice twice to pick the lowest result. You, on average, are going to be performing better than they are in every dice roll. Everyone. Right? If you get to roll a dice twice and pick a higher number, and everybody else in the party has to roll a dice twice and pick a lower number, they are going to be rolling lower than you on average. And if you do this for a year, your scores, like your dice rolls, are going to be significantly higher on average than the other people in the party. And so if you do that for all of 2024, once 2025 starts, your DM is like, all right, well, no more advantage or disadvantage. Everybody just does straight rolls. Right? And you do that for a year. Guess what? Your scores are still going to be higher on average for the 2 years than everybody else in the party because they were disadvantaged for the entire year prior. And so if you want to like actually correct that disparity, what you should do actually is give the person with advantage for that entire 2024 year disadvantage and give everybody else advantage, right? That's what you should do in theory to correct the disparity. But that's not even what's being, like, that's not even what's happening here, right? That's not even what's happening here. What's happening is they're just giving everybody advantage. You feel me? So like maybe you have a straight roll for like 6 months and they have advantage for 6 months. And then they're like, okay, that's fine. That's good enough. Right? Maybe it's that. But that's barely even happening in the first place. Right? You're not at a disadvantage. You're just trying to bring up people who were actually at a disadvantage up a little bit higher to give them a fighting chance. I remember someone said that putting in place universal systems will end up helping disadvantaged communities more than white people. To what extent do you think that works? I can think of healthcare, but in employment, not really, for example. This is the idea. This is the same concept we were having about like leftists getting rid of like identity politics. There's like that's the idea. The leftist idea of skirting past identity politics and DEI is, oh, if we just do affirmative action or if we just do universal healthcare, everybody benefits from universal healthcare, right? And that's true, generally, but it does nothing to like correct the advantage, right? That or disadvantage that Black people had. It's like this concept.
Making progress.
Bro, why does it keep muting itself, bro? What the? Why does it keep mute? Stop. Why does it keep doing this?
Worldwide, no. That we're making progress in this country and worldwide, no. I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that's a blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull a knife out, much less try and heal the wound. They won't even admit the knife is there. You haven't.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, that's it. Look at an argument against neoliberal means testing. It is another tool or a step along the way, helpful, but it's not sufficient. Yeah, but again, even if you fix, right? Because again, you can't fix implicit bias. You can't, right? So like that's the concept. The concept of like, oh, if you just do things that help everybody, it'll just help everybody equally. And it'll trickle down to help Black people a little bit more. It just won't happen. That's what tried to happen with the Civil Rights Act, right? 1964. It was, okay, racism, illegal. No more racism. You can't discriminate based on race. And guess what happened? 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years later. You know what I mean? Racism still exists because of course it does. If you don't correct the disparity, it's still going to exist. If you do, hey, everybody gets healthcare now, cool. You're still going to see a higher infant mortality rate for Black people, or for Black women, or sorry, a childhood, mortality rate for Black women, or infant mortality rate for Black children than white kids. You will, because people's implicit biases are still there, right? It's still there. You can't discriminate based on race anymore. Cool. Why do we still see a disparity in Black hiring? You know what I mean? It's still going to be there. There is no way you can get around doing targeted reparations, right? To actually fix, as Malcolm X said, the wound that Black people are faced with. There's no way around it. And people are going to try to find ways around it. Right? There's not. I think the problem is a lot of people view reparations as giving Black people an advantage, and that's not. That's not what reparations is, right? Even like leftists, even like the Ryan Grimm tweet, right? Where it's like, oh, it divides the working class. okay. So let's imagine you're a parent. Your child has been stealing from you $5 a day, every day for 12 years until they turn 18 years old. You find this out. And the child's like, oh, my bad. I've been stealing from you. Right? Oh, well. That doesn't stop the fact that the theft happened. That doesn't change the fact that the theft happened. Right? That's not recompense for the fact that the theft happened. The theft happened. Right? To fix or overcome that theft, the money has to be paid back. And so the child is like, oh, here's $5 back. I'm sorry for stealing like thousands of dollars from you. That's not recompense, right? That's not reparations. Reparations will be getting back what you are owed, right? I guess having a father or a parent and a child is not the best example. It's like your job. Like your job has been stealing money from you, right? Every week, every paycheck for the 30 years you worked there. And then you find out 30 years later, and they're just like, oh, sorry. Here's $1,000, I guess. Like, no, you worked that time and you are owed that money. Right? There's a certain landlord on Twitter, don't even get me started. Black people, right, helped build this country. They did. Black people put their body on the line, and my ancestors helped to build this country. To the point where there are people who are alive today currently whose ancestors most likely benefited from the work that my ancestors put in. They've built their wealth off of the backs of the work that my ancestors put in. And they got reparations for it after slavery was ended. Right? Abraham Lincoln gave the slave owners reparations. We're so sorry we took away your human slaves. Here, have some money as recompense. And the enslaved people got nothing. Again, this is the problem, because like all too often do white people think that they can just stop a horrific system and that would be the end of it, right? A horrific system is going to happen to black people. They think they can just stop the horrific system from happening, and therefore the issue is solved. No harm, no foul, right? Slavery happened, slavery was ended, and then no harm, no foul. Even though there was no compensation for the labor put in from the enslaved people, right? For the entire history of slavery. And because there was no compensation, there was continued oppression from those enslaved people, now freed people, formerly enslaved people, from the people who had the money. So the people who just owned them now monetarily are benefited, right? They get reparations from having their human slaves freed. And then those former slaves now have nothing. And then now they're being arrested en masse and thrown into the prison system, right? And then hired to work for pennies on those same plantations and factories that they were just freed from, essentially, to try to build their own wealth when they were owed that money that was stolen from them. And that continued on until the Civil Rights Movement, where the Civil Rights Movement was saying, hey, we're still being oppressed, right? And then the Civil Rights Act was signed, and white people were like, okay, no more racism. Racism doesn't exist anymore. But with no compensation for the oppression that the black people were facing during the Civil Rights Movement as well. So the black people in the Civil Rights Movement were not compensated for their ancestors happening in the slavery era, or the antebellum South, while those same white people who were oppressing black people in the Civil Rights Movement were benefiting from their ancestors who benefited from slavery. And then in the modern day, right, it's the same thing. You have the descendant of slaves who are historically still marginalized, right? And historically have been oppressed, still seeing disproportionate, being disproportionately pushed out of different industries, in admissions, in hiring, or in what have you, right? And then the people who are descendants of the people who benefited from that stuff, right? Benefited from that oppression, still being successful currently today. You know what I mean? And so all reparations is looking back in history, seeing the people who are currently still being oppressed because of their race, and historically their ancestors have been oppressed because of their race, have not yet been compensated for the generations of labor they provided for free, right? Because they were enslaved to slave owners, right? While the slave owners got to pass down those plantations to their kids, pass down those plantations to their kids, pass down those plantations to their kids, pass down those farms to their kids, who then pass down the farms to their kids, who then pass down the farms to their kids, who then pass down the farms to their kids. They built generational wealth, right? Those kids went off, built that wealth up. Those kids of those kids went off, built that wealth up. Those kids of those kids of those kids went off and built that wealth up. So then you have entire sections of society now who have benefited off of slavery, while the same people whose labor was used for that benefit have nothing. I'm trying to be ignorant, however, people like us, Arab Americans who didn't do anything slavery stuff, however we came here, should pay reparations in your opinion? Do you agree that white people need to pay? I do agree that white people need to pay for what they did. I don't give a fuck what you do. I'm gonna be real. I don't care. It's not your money, right? It's money from the government. Like, you don't gotta do shit. I'm gonna be real, right? I get my dues though. We built this country that even non-white people, Arab Americans, still benefit from as well, right? If we're being entirely real and honest, I don't care who you are, Hispanic American, Arab American, Asian American, you still benefit from the country that is built off of the backs of the labor that was provided from in the history from my ancestors. And so, one, it's not your money, it's the money from the government that deserves to be paid out. And two, if you would consider it your money from like taxes or whatever, everybody benefits from the state of the country. Everybody does. You feel me? The country would not be where it is now without that labor. And the people who, are currently being oppressed because of their race now deserve to be paid for the labor that was stolen from their ancestors. This is just true. It's true. Reparations need to be paid to African Americans and to Indigenous Americans. They do. Because it's currently being occupied on Indigenous American lands, and the labor was done to build this country from formerly enslaved African Americans. Right? And the craziest part is most former descendants of enslaved Africans, right, are not even asking for this, right? Freaking DEI was enough for some people. Even that was too far. And so yes, in a perfect world, end all class oppression, workers own the means of productions, and everything is all honky dory and stuff. But and this may make some leftists mad. I don't care if the workers own the means of productions. I don't care if the workers, if we have literal communism. This country would not be where it is without the labor of enslaved Africans. And they still need to be paid reparations. In any freaking communist society, if a socialist took power in the government or whatever, step number one is to, okay, maybe not step number one. Step number 3 is give reparations to black people. How about other black people, maybe African immigrants? They're not included, right, for reparations? It depends on the implementation, honestly. It depends on how it's implemented. Reparations is not as simple as oh, you're black, here, take some money, right? How it was supposed to be done is there is a committee done to researching who has historical ties to the enslaved people of this country, and those with historical ties who could produce records, which is the problem because the records weren't even kept very well. But those who could produce records would receive some recompense for that labor, right? That's what the idea is, right? Some people say that African Americans should also get compensated. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know the answer about like how it should be done. But theoretically, like if you were descendant of an enslaved person in America, then Africans that landed in Cuba will never see any reparations. If it makes you feel better, no African descendants getting reparations. Being entirely real. That's why reparations go to communities, not individuals. I disagree with you. I just disagree. I think if an individual can prove that they were directly victimized by the system of slavery, they should get paid. They should. That's very similar to like scapegoating the whole like, oh well, like just help the working class, therefore it'll help everybody out. But no, if you can prove that you were directly victimized by the system of slavery, you get paid. This wouldn't be a problem if they actually, paid reparations to the enslaved Africans, the formerly enslaved Africans during the Antebellum South era, during Reconstruction. But they didn't. So they didn't. My fiance and I were looking for our first home. My fiance going to Chicago. The suburbs, somebody warned us about the suburbs because tax dollars going to reparation. I was like, "Oh, sign me up!" Like what? I've been told some people don't believe reparations would help the city. I feel like if there's any city, it could go to well as Tulsa. We are an infrastructurally segregated city. With numerous records from the massacre, those who survived, I think we could provide a lot of restitution. That should also be the case as well. Like, it shouldn't stop with victims of like slavery. Like people of Tulsa should also be compensated. The people of Wilmington, North Carolina should also be compensated, right? There's a number of different instances where Black people were directly victimized by white supremacists, right? That demand compensation. And again, I think you could probably get away with giving compensation to communities, right? Like you could probably get away with it. You could probably get away with like, I think Black people will be like, oh, thank you so much, even though they deserve to get paid directly. If you can, there are people. I saw this on the news on like a freaking like a PBS segment. There are people who have documentation showing that their great grandparents or grandparents owned a business in Tulsa that was burned down. There is a memorial in Tulsa with the names of the people victimized by that massacre, right? We know who they are, and we know who their kids are, and we know who their descendants are that are currently living right now that we could pay directly, give them the money that was stolen from them, right? But we don't do it because we wait until it's like, oh, it was so long ago. Oh, the people now have nothing to do with what happened back then. So why should you get paid for it? Right? While those same people who participated in the massacre had kids, their kids had kids, their kids had kids, right? Who passed down their businesses that exist in Tulsa. You know what I mean? Or took that money from the businesses that they burned down from Tulsa, built up their own businesses, and left Tulsa to build up businesses elsewhere. You know what I mean? Like Elon Musk, the richest person in the world, his father got his money from an apartheid emerald mine. You feel me? Parents are from East Africa that came recently. I wouldn't be comfortable taking the money. I think people enslaved that's from slavery, or if they lived during the times, should get it. But like you said, they would have to research and take care of that. Their descendants alive who have done testimonials, yeah. It's just insane, like just how we've, right? And this is why I do so much issue again with the Ryan Grimm tweet, right? And with like just like leftists as a whole, because they'll see that and be like, oh well, like, but like, you know, if we just fix working class issues, right, all of our problems will be solved. If we just fix working class issues, if we just, you know, if the workers own the means of production, That's what our focus should be on. Don't worry about, your ancestors facing, enslavement. You feel me? For hundreds of years, being free from enslavement, being thrown in the prison system, used for convict labor, convict leasing, getting out of prison, having kids, and then being oppressed during the civil rights era, not being allowed to vote. Even, if they were able to hold office, they were cooed out of office, right? And if they do that, then they were, finally getting like rights in the Civil Rights Act, and then still currently being oppressed today by being disenfranchised and disproportionately underrepresented in pretty much every industry. And they're telling you that doesn't matter. And they're telling you, okay, well, just, focus on class issues. Just organize with your neighbor or whatever. Don't look at the past. Don't focus on the past. It's just the past. It's so long ago. Just focus on class issues. You feel me? That's why I don't like class reductionists. Not a fan of class reductionists. Right? Because what you're saying, if you have, and I'll pull this tweet up because we'll talk about it again, because it's basically what we're talking about. Can't remember how long ago it was. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. Oh, here it is. Reduction will also be a positive step in combating class oppression. Yeah, it's a necessary step in combating class oppression. But like, if it's like, impeding the project of building a multiracial working class movement or whatever, and it makes the white people in the working class feel sad. Like, but if you give black people reparations, it'll make the white people sad because they're like, they see black people getting money and it's like, it's not them. And it's dividing people. You feel me? Like I think a lot of that blindness comes from the left being white dominated space. Still, I say being white. People miss the deeper historical issues that push beyond just class. Foundation of this country was built on black slave labor. If we don't properly address it, then we're never going to build a working class movement. Exactly. And that's what my problem with generally what this is. DI was an active impediment to building a multiracial working class movement capable of taking on corporate and oligarch power. We would left the favor by nuking it. And he posted this. So I'm curious about what this person had to say. There's corporate HR speak DEI, which involves the pricey consultants and the privilege checking seminars and individuals. What should be structural solutions, turning equity into some kind of ritual and personal moral ablutions. What needs to perform. That sort of DEI highlights the salience of race, sex, orientation, etc. for workers, but typically fails to resolve actual disparities. Plenty of big tech companies invented DEI departments, while demographics of the workforce, specifically technical workforce, never meaningfully changed. Black and indigenous people and women remained woeful and underrepresented. But at least everyone had to endure HR trainings and that made anti-racism a condescending chore. Truly the worst of all worlds, more symbolic salience for identity without rectifying actual inequality. But then there's actual material initiatives to correct real inequalities like affirmative action, anti-discrimination legislation, and so on. These are often unpopular because they do address real inequalities that must be remedied. But like they're the same thing though. Like they're the same thing. You're talking about the same thing. You're talking about corporate DEI. They're the same thing. DEI because the same argument can be used against affirmative action. It can. The same exact argument can be used against affirmative action, right? And how affirmative action was co-opted and used so that primarily white women benefited from it. Yes, there are issues. Yes, there are problems. But being on the left and taking a position that's like anti-DEI does nothing but serves the right purpose to illustrate racial equality, right, or racial equity as being something that's like a fool's errand. Why would you do it? It doesn't make any sense. These are often unpopular, but they do address real inequalities that must be remedied, not only for moral reasons, but also because as long as the working class is materially divided along a caste, workers will notice, and many of them will find those divisions more compelling than the shared class identity. Particularly the workers who are not hyper-exploited due to caste status will often be very interested in preserving the inequalities, which gives them a sense of stability and status. The working class cannot be united under sloganeering alone when real material divides exist amongst workers. Obviously, this will be reflected in how workers think about themselves and how they form political identities as coalitions. Equalizing the actual conditions of working class is important and necessary struggle in realizing class consciousness. Rufo et al. Wanted to destroy the effort to equalize the status of working people. They want to reinforce the walls of caste and keep workers materially unequal. Precisely to stunt the ability of working people to identify themselves as a coherent block. You cannot fall for this shit. We reject the liberal individualist nonsense and increase the salience of caste status for workers without fixing real inequalities. But we cannot abandon also liberal projects. But we cannot abandon the also liberal project of equalizing the material conditions of the working class. It's necessary to build a socialist, conscious working class. This is just saying essentially what it's saying, right? It's a lot of words to say, don't try to fix racial issues, right? Focus on class issues. And it sounds good. It sounds very good, right? Just focus on building a working class, movement or whatever. It sounds super good. But when you look at the disparities, you actually look at the disparities, right? Right? White households in 2022, the median wealth of white households was $284,310, which was more than 6 times the median wealth of black households. The median wealth of black households was $44,000, about 15% of the median health of white households. 15%. Right? And what she's saying here, right, about, where's it at? These are often unpopular, but they do address real inequalities that must be remedied, not only for moral reasons, but also because of the long working class is materially divided along the caste. As long as the working class is materially divided along the caste, workers will notice. And many of them will find those divisions more compelling than a shared class identities. Particularly the workers who are not hyper-exploited due to their caste will often be very interested in preserving the inequalities which give them the sense of stability and status. What this person is saying you cannot actually address like racial inequality or other material, like other identity-based inequality, because it makes white people feel bad. And when you make white people feel bad, they'll stop and they won't organize with you anymore, right? That's what they're saying. That's what Ryan Grimm is also saying here. That's what they're saying. They're saying if you make white people feel bad, right? If you give black people reparations, it makes white people feel bad, and it makes it harder to actually organize with white people. So you actually have to forego your reparations, black people. You have to be okay with not getting reparations, right? And being, in society, having 15% of the median wealth as white households. You have to drop that, because if you don't drop it, then white people won't organize with you, and we won't do a full class mission. We can't do it. We can't do it, right? So we have to stop actually trying to fight for racial equality, right? We have to stop that. Tooey, gross. We have to stop that, because white people will then feel happy and then you can come together and then fight for a liberation for all, and then everybody will be happy. That's what the take is, right? It's accelerationism. It's you want black people to suffer in the interim. You want black people to suffer in the short term so that white people don't feel bad about being separate from black people by black people getting reparations, which would only correct the disparity, mind you. It gives black people what they're owned to correct the disparity. You feel me? But you can't do that because some white people will, I guess, take offense to it and they won't want to organize, and it makes it harder to get a class movement going, I guess. Right? So it's the idea and the concept that like, oh, black people have to suffer wholesale so that the white working class can empathize with them so that they together can then fight for working class liberation. That's it. Did I misread it? I thought that she was saying that you have to make those reparations because if you don't, white people will be satisfied with their class position. No. Right? She's saying that it should happen. Like we should do those things. Right? But not that we just general, like here, I'll read it again. But it's actual material initiatives to correct inequalities, like affirmative action, anti-discrimination legislation. These are often unpopular, but they do address real inequalities that must be remedied, not only for moral reasons, but also because as long as the working class is materially divided along these lines, workers will notice. Many of them will find these divisions more compelling than the shared class identity. Particularly the workers who are not hyper-exploited due to their class status will be very interested in preserving the inequalities, which gives them a sense of stability and status. The working class cannot be united under sloganeering alone. When the real material divides existing amongst workers, obviously this will be reflected in how workers think of themselves and actually form political identities of coalitions. Equalizing the actual conditions of working class is important, necessary, and realizing class consciousness, right? But then at the end, she says we can reject liberal individuals' nonsense that increases the salience of caste status for workers without fixing real inequalities, but we cannot abandon the also liberal project of equalizing material conditions for these working class. It's necessary to build a socialist conscious working class, right? The problem is, right? The issue is she doesn't acknowledge she acknowledges that these things are unpopular, but they need to be done, right? But also, for some reason, how this abandoning of DEI, which again, DEI was based on and built in the same thing that affirmative action was built in. And so you can't draw issue with DEI and then be like, we need affirmative action instead, because they're based in the same thing. They are based in they are based in rectifying those same divisions of inequalities in caste, right? Whether it's your racial or your gender or whatever orientation, right? And so in general, this again, that's what I said. It sounds good. It sounds like, oh yeah, I can get behind this, right? But the conclusion is still because again, the same argument can be made against affirmative action about how affirmative action is co-opted by liberals and therefore needs to be eviscerated or eradicated. And so any attempt to actually equalize class is met by pushback by not only just conservatives, but also by leftists. So any attempt to rectify the inequalities is met with pushback because it's co-opted by liberals, but also the inequalities need to be rectified somehow, some way, and never determined or decided how that's supposed to be done, right? The only conclusion that can be drawn is that they shouldn't be addressed in the first place, right? Yeah, here she acknowledges that affirmative action is necessary to correct the inequalities, right? But not addressing the fact that affirmative action was also struck down before DEI was taken away. You know what I mean? Affirmative action as a ruling was struck down a year and a half ago. And so it's it sounds good, yeah, we need to address these, we need to address these material divides around among the caste lines, but also if we try to do that and it gets co-opted, because of course it will get co-opted, we must abandon that, and then maybe in the future, in some sort of you know, utopia land will find the perfect way to address this disparity. I guess, maybe, somehow, some way. There's no way to equalize these conditions under capitalism. We need to control the state to do it. Mutual aid education is only trying to lessen the impact of the divide. It doesn't have the capacity to do it fully without becoming what is essentially a state. That's my issue with this generally, because it's coming off the heels of like what Ryan Grimm is saying here. You feel me? It's that, again, as a leftist or socialist movement, if your focus is on trying to claw back the very few attempts to even equalize the inequalities that exist, right? Because you think that those attempts to equalize make it harder for people to organize, right? I view that as accelerationism. You know what I mean? I view that as, again, you want marginalized people to suffer more so that it's easier for them to organize. Right? As the reparation refugees are sometimes infantilizing to the white worker, as if a white worker cannot be reasoned with, like a child having a hissy fit. Not only does the revolutionary thought require time to be instilled in people, so you're going to be spending time anyway. I also feel like the foundation of reparations is a pretty solid considering historical analysis, so people could be convinced. But the point is that as long as you push reparations off as a concept, if you're like, oh, okay, we won't do reparations now, we'll do it later, or you know, we're figuring it out. The further you push it off, the more people think that it's undeserving for it to happen, which means the madder that they're going to be if it actually does happen. You know what I mean? Like, if reparations occurred directly after slavery, of course people would have been mad at the time, but the people now would have been like, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it was necessary. And now we can continue as a society with people being properly compensated for the atrocities that they were faced. And like, we can build a working class movement then. If it happened then, people would have been like chill with it, right? But because it's like so far into the future now, people think that it's not deserving because it's so far in the future, even though they are currently benefiting from the legacy of slavery, right? And people think that it's so far in the future, so like, you know, it's not deserving. And people are saying that, oh, it'd be unfair to white people now to do it because they don't get reparations. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So again, in general, like, I don't disagree with the fact that DEI was co-opted, you feel me, by liberals and to be like a corporate speak thing or whatever, right? But like, honestly, I don't care. I don't care. If a single black person gets to be a DEI consultant and gets paid like $100,000 to like consult Microsoft about DEI stuff, who cares? Who cares? Genuinely, who cares? Right? If it went from being 0 people working at Microsoft in the executive suite to like 2 people getting a DEI position in Microsoft in the executive suite, who cares? I don't care. Right? The movement for the working class did not change prior to that, did not change after they were hired, and does not change after they're fired now that Trump is president. None of that changed. And so I feel like this, just the emphasis on like DEI being struck down and be like, yeah, I'm glad because we were made to go to anti-racism seminars or whatever. It doesn't feel like a serious conversation. It doesn't. It does not feel like a serious conversation. And yes, it did not fix the issues in the same way that affirmative action did not fix the issues of underrepresentation in the in admissions for college for its scholastic situation, right? But again, if one black person went to Harvard because of affirmative action, then who cares? It doesn't make sense getting mad at that unless you're mad at the one black person going to Harvard. Guess what? You strike down affirmative action. Guess what? Now no black people go to Harvard. How does that help the working class movement? How does that meaningfully affect working class organizing? Sure, there's now instead of having 2 black people in the executive suite, now like 0 black people are in the executive suite. Cool. How does that help the working class movement? How does that change the messaging that we had to begin with? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense to me as something to get mad at. It doesn't. It's like getting mad at raises. You know what I mean? It's like getting mad at like giving people raises because like, oh, the more we give people raises, the more you're focusing on fixing individuals' class positions. And we should be focused on, you know, socialist working class, you know, movements instead of like individual people getting raises. And you're just like, sure, I guess, yeah. But like, how does that one person getting a raise affect that at all? You feel me? That's how I feel about like DEI or whatever. It just feels like a stupid conversation. It feels dumb. It's like a dumb conversation. Affirmative action was really a don't let the perfect be the enemy of good situation. Yeah. Anyway, this is my thoughts on freaking reparations and affirmative action and stuff.
Double standard. And I'm sorry, but I'm never going to vote for a person who's going to categorically put me at a disadvantage. Like any time that somebody is providing.
I want to point out that people like leftists who are against like DEI and affirmative action are aligned with Asmongold here, right? They see people like Asmongold saying this and they're like, see, affirmative action is a bad thing because it makes white people think this about black people. You know what I mean? It divides the working class. Asmongold's not working class. You know what I mean? Like it takes this very like obviously like, you know, incorrect interpretation of like historical analysis and humors that, right? It gives credence to that being like, oh, well, like, see, like white people would never like, they see people giving somebody something because of their identity, right? And they're like, I'm against that. And so they won't organize with people anymore. We have to forego all of that crazy stuff and only focus on class. Just focus on class. If you focus on class, you get these people and you help out black people and then boom, everybody's happy, right? Not understanding that like, you don't advocate for reparations because, you know, it's going to like help the socialist movement. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry. I don't care who gets mad at me for this. You don't like advocate for reparations because it helps the socialist movement. You do it because it is what black people are owed, right? It's what the descendants of enslaved people are owed. It is what is required. It is owed. It is compensation, right? It's reparations. You don't do it because it'll help the working class. You don't not do it because it will impede working class momentum. You do it because it is what is owed to a group of oppressed people, right? You know, it's owed. It is a moral and legal imperative. Yeah. White leftist class reductionists don't understand the intersectionality and resolving racial antagonism strengthen the working movement. It doesn't hurt it. And the quicker you do it, the faster you can get to actually getting a full working class movement towards socialism. The faster you give black people what they're owed, right? The quicker you get black people fighting for not what they're owed, but instead what all workers are owed. You know what I mean? It's the exact same as looking at Palestinians and be like, listen, I know you guys have been pushed out of your historical homeland, right? But like, if we give you the homeland back, it'll make the Israelis mad, and you guys have to come to some conclusion here that is just makes everybody happy. Like, no, Palestinians being allowed back into their homes is a moral imperative. It is what they are owed. There's no compromising on that. There's not. You can't just say, "Oh, we'll put that to the side so you can focus on like building a strengthening movement together, right, in Palestine and living together with Israelis." No, they get back into their homes. That is a non-negotiable, right? If you are advocating for Palestinians, that is a non-negotiable. You cannot negotiate on Palestinians being allowed back into their homes. It's not. You know what I mean? And it's like that for reparations. It is a non-negotiable for the descendant of slaves to receive reparations. That's the starting position. You arrive, you start there. Right? Everything else follows that. Everything else follows that. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter what people are like, well, I'm never going to support people who want me to have disadvantages. Even though it's not a disadvantage, it's their homes. You know what I mean? They should be allowed back in their homes. Like people just like, it's what they deserve. Like people should have reparations. It's very, very clear, very easy.
Providing advantages to an identity group that I don't belong to.
And that's the problem, right? That's why I said I was gonna go to stupid. He doesn't understand that it's not advantages, right? He's dumb. He doesn't understand. He doesn't get it. He does not understand these are not advantages, right? Nobody is giving black people a leg up. They're giving black people what they are rightfully owed. There are people in this country right now who's built their wealth from their ancestors off the backs of slavery. Uncomfortable conversation, such reality for a lot of white left progressives as leftists to accept. Yeah, because it's very easy to have Asimcoe's position here. It's very easy to look at something and be like, I don't want something good to happen to other people because it's not happening to me. Even somebody who claims that they're a socialist, you know what I mean? Even somebody who claims that they're a leftist, who claims to be empathetic, right? They're like, yeah, we want you to stop dying in the street. Like, okay, give me what I'm owed. No, we're not doing that, right? It'll make the white working class people upset. It'll make them super mad and stuff.
I will never support that. Never. Why would I actively support somebody who's trying to disenfranchise me and hurt me? It's insane. So he's totally right that it's the policies. And it's also the messaging. The messaging is, it's patronizing, it's rude, it's aggressive.
Like, and obviously, I'm not telling you to go to white people and say, we're giving money to black people, vote for us. You know what I mean? Like, obviously not. Obviously, you should still go to white working class people and offer them things that will materially help them as well. Right? Obviously. You go to white working class people and you speak to their class position, right? And you say, what do you need? We will get you what you need to court their votes. And then you go to black people by saying, you guys have been, oppressed for too long. And you guys are owed reparations. We're going to give you reparations. You know what I mean? But you can't not do that for black people because of how it will make the white people feel. Because you are perpetuating that oppression, no? You are kicking the can down the road. And as you kick the can down the road becomes a hill. That becomes a mountain, right? It becomes such a steep incline that it becomes impossible to keep kicking it up the road because the road is so steep. If you did it when the road was, when the road was flat, back when it was needed to be done, it would have been easy. But just because it's more difficult now doesn't mean you can't do it. But the more you push it off, the harder it's going to be down in the future. Because it's only going to get further and further and further away. Even from an academic Marxist lens, the reductions are incorrect. All nations have their primary contradictions when starting a socialist project. For the Russians, it was Tsarism and imperialism. For China, it was largely the same. For the U.S., it's the fact that we began as a slaving settler colony. We can never have socialism without addressing and bending that, without doing it. Without doing so, we'd be proto-Nazbol. Yeah, like, it's impossible. I do not believe you can arrive at a position where you actually have a socialist organization of the economy, or even just like communism or whatever, without first addressing the inequalities between different castes just in general. You can't. You can't. Can't do it. Cannot do it.
It's awful. It's common sense. It's voting against your best interest. Yeah, people are obsessed with identity politics. Yeah, exactly. But how are you being hurt? Well, for example, like if somebody provides a benefit or a promotion that's available to a group of people that I'm not a part of, that would be an opportunity that I wouldn't have access to.
And imagine that happens for 400 years. Imagine a group of people have access to something that you don't have access to for 400 years. For your parents, for your grandparents, for you, for your kids, for their kids, for 400 years. And at the end of the 400 years, you look at somebody who has access to nothing for 400 years, and a group of people had access to everything for 400 years. And you look at the people who have access to nothing and say, hey, we're going to give you a little bit. We're going to give you a fraction of the opportunities. A fraction of the opportunities that we gave to them. And then you look at the people with everything, you see them on their throne of gold saying, hey, if you give it to him, you got to give it to me first. You got to give it to both of us. It's not fair. It's not fair. You look at the wealth disparity. Again, black people in 2022 having 15% of the wealth of white households. Black families having 15% of the wealth that white households do. And you look at that and you're just like, that's totally fine. I'm totally fine with that. But if you try to fix that disparity, it's, oh, you're giving him opportunities that I don't have access to. I'm more and more convinced that this country's main export is sociopathy. Yeah. Not only access to a promotion, but also having your humanity taken away. The barrier of entry for right-wing political commentary is so low, like what education experience credentials it has and have none. I think he was in college. I don't know if he graduated from college, but basically zero. All he has to do is feed people's emotions. That's it. That's it. He doesn't have to have a logical sound argument. He doesn't have to actually come to any real conclusion that is based in reality. He just has to feed people's emotions. He just has to feed people's emotions. That's it. You just have to feed people's emotions. He just has to be like, hey man, it's so sad being white nowadays, ain't right, guys? Man, yeah, people just keep calling me a Nazi. That's super bad, right, guys? They always call us Nazis. Hey man, don't you hate this like affirmative action thing? Like, oh, it sucks so much. Ain't that right, guys? Ain't that right, guys? And that's it. That's it. That's all he has to do. It's such a low barrier of entry. Whatever.
Because of my identity. Do you understand? So like the moment that
he's the chat is Nazis. And he got mad. Who has the link of Asmongold getting mad at Hassan for saying this? Bro, what is this? What is this? Okay, I got it anyway.
Thoughts on Hassan calling your community Nazis? I did see that. So 4chan is right. You are a Jew.
My Jew brother.
I do want to make one thing abundantly clear. I'm German.
Oh, what the hell?
It's the opposite.
Oh fuck. Oh no. What the hell? Oh, what the hell? He's the enemy. He's the enemy. He's the enemy. These are the types of things that you say when you're being a little too edgy. Your entire community is going to turn into fucking Nazis. It's going to be infested. You have opened up your environment to Nazis. You're courting Nazis at that point. That's what you're doing.
The thing is that I found it to be kind of odd that Hassan would say that, considering that recently at least, I'm pretty sure the score is 1-0. We know one Nazi that was watching my stream and then stopped watching it. He was unhappy with the way that I covered something. But no, I don't really take any of that seriously. I'm sure that like Hassan has people that are like terrorist sympathizers that are like in his chat and his community too. And it's not necessarily his fault. It doesn't mean that he did that himself.
Here are the exact people that work against me and labor organizing. It's the exact sentiment. It just feels like I don't want to change anything. Yeah.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods.
It just means that whenever you have an environment where you're talking about things that are really emotionally charged.
These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way, just so you know, these fucking musically gifted individuals.
And so like you have people that are extremists that take refuge in more, what I would say, like generally like more moderate communities.
I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
And I think that's what happens in a lot of cases. But anyway, no, I don't take any accountability for that. No, I don't think that I really create a safe space for Nazis. I mean, I don't really think.
A little bit. I mean, we know that Asmon's editors are Nazis, so like, that's not even a question, right? Editor Daily Dose of Asmon. Go. This guy is a Nazi. He is a Nazi. Yes, he called Nick Fuentes a moderate right-wing individual or whatever. Mildly right-wing influencer. Nick Fuentes, whatever he said. Like he's a Nazi.
I think so. I think it's a ridiculous claim. It's a ridiculous accusation.
When you're being a little too edgy. Is it Lofi?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way! Oh my god. Dude,
He's a superior culture and he doesn't have a safe space for Nazis. I mean, of course he's gonna say that. You know what I mean? Of course he's gonna say that. It's not even a question. Says the guy that compares being German to the opposite of Jewish, which is kind of crazy because I want to see what Asmongo's chatter is saying. Right, because like they are Nazis. They're like, no, of course we're Nazis. Of course we are. Like, yeah, like. You feel me? She's not trying to groom kids into hateful views, but Asmon is working on him. I think Asmon knows what he's doing. I think Asmon knows exactly what he's doing, honestly. And I think the Asmon bubble is gonna pop this year too. If you're gonna ask me my thoughts, I think not that he's gonna get banned on the platform, but more like he's reaching his peak now. I think it'll slowly peter back down to normal. If it hasn't now, by now it won't. No, it will. Everybody always falls off. Nobody stays on forever. It's impossible. Like, look at any creator's graph. They have a peak and then they fall off. Right? And I don't see a sustainability for what Asmon Gold is doing here after like Trump loses like the honeymoon period. People don't recognize Nazis until they're doing a salute, apparently. I mean, yes, but like I think the bubble is gonna burst. Like, I think his viewership is going to peter down from like the 50 that it is now into like, you know, like normalcy, like around 30ish, you know. Like he has like a lot of viewers, like 60,000, 70,000, 80,000 viewers now for like the last week or so, covering the Trump stuff. But I think it'll peter down. Asmon will either say something too crazy or not crazy enough, and everybody else will move on. Anyways, we're so far off of the actual talking point itself. In conclusion, I don't really care that affirmative action DEI is gone, because like, what are we gonna do about that? You know, like what are you gonna do about it? But that's how I view every attempt to actually fix the disparities going to go. Right? Like, even reparations. Reparations are going to be proposed. Right wingers are going to be against it, obviously. Left wingers are going to like co-sign being against it as well, but being like it's separating the working class, and it just won't happen. Like every attempt of so we avoided the E video. Did the nuke drop? Oh, you mean this video? If the nuke dropped, I'm watching it. I'm sorry. Okay. I will say, I defended liberalism a bit. Now it's time for me to laugh at it. Who has that Al Sharpton thing? Yep, did it? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. You're a liar. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. The nukes didn't drop. Nuke. It's not here. I also said he's a longtime Bernie backer, guaranteed national income, government guaranteed insurance. Asmund is not a Nazi. He's never been. I known him the day he was born. Asmund has been top of Twitch way longer than other streamers. His son, I still has cases of ass against Asmund because Asmund punked Hassan's temperament when Hassan began. I disagree. Like it's very, even if Asmongold himself is not a Nazi, because I don't think Asmongold has any like ideological backing. His audience very much is Nazi adjacent. Like very much is like Nazi adjacent. Like it's not even. Those are going to back Nazis in the Weimar, so it doesn't even mean much to be fair. Like,
it's the double standard, and I'm sorry, but I'm never going to vote for a person who's going to.
As the audience was bad, these communities also Nazi. True, these communities is also Nazi adjacent. So like, in Destiny's like a liberal. Again, I'll stand by it, but say I don't know. I don't think like Asmongold himself has any like ideological like leanings. Like, I don't think he like, like believes the Holocaust didn't happen, or he like thinks that one race is like superior to another race per se. But like his audience definitely does. The people that have flocked to him specifically in the last year, 100% does.
Put me at a disadvantage.
I doesn't need to be a committed Nazi. He farms them anyway, and ultimately his commentary sends people down the pipeline anyway.
Like any time that somebody is providing advantages to an identity group that I don't belong to, I will never support that. Never.
Like, I don't think this is like this itself is not a Nazi position, right? Like, there are freaking liberals who have this position as well. You feel me? But this, coupled with generally like the way his chat speaks, leads it to be at least a safe space for people who are beginning the pipeline into like right-wing behavior. It's on another throw on Nazi accusations way too much. You need to educate yourself about what Nazis really are and were. I know what Nazis are and were. Right? You can say Nazi, you can say neo-Nazi, you can say fascist. The people in this chat and the things that they say about marginalized people as a whole definitely dips into fascist rhetoric. If you want to not say Nazi, if Nazi is a charged word, definitely has hallmarks of fascist rhetoric. The way they talk about marginalized people, the way they talk about communists and socialists, the way the Nazis talk about communists and socialists, the way the worldviews is built not directly on like empathy. This is a worldview that's not built on empathy. The way they venerate these like strongman figures, like it definitely falls into like a fascist worldview.
support that? Never. Why would I actively support somebody who's trying to disenfranchise me and hurt me? It's insane. So he's totally right that it's the policies, and it's also the messaging.
Like, I will stand by that his editor is 100% Nazi. You don't, okay, and there's a tweet about it somewhere else. You don't minimize Nick Fuentes as being a mildly right-wing figure unless you're a Nazi, unless you're trying to normalize his position. Like, you don't do that. That person, whoever his editor is a Nazi. Full sale, 100%. Whoever runs his, like, clip channel, wherever it is, like, I closed it, is a Nazi. He is. He doesn't hide it at all. No, Nick is an out and about, like, white nationalist, 100%. He is a Nazi. Things that he says, he's a Holocaust denying Nazi. Like, that Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. And if you classify Nick Fuentes as mildly right leaning, you are a Nazi as well. I will not compromise on that. I will say again, I don't think Asmongold is an ideological Nazi. I don't think he believes in Nazism. I don't think he believes in Holocaust denialism. Right? But I do think that he is cultivating, or at least allowing, sentiment to cultivate in his audience because, for whatever reason.
The messaging is it's patronizing.
And to be fair, again, I will be fair to Asmongold. This is just the way the internet is going currently. Probably, I would say, ever since like Elon Musk took over Twitter, and we watched this Twitter video, and specifically with Trump taking office, the internet is shifting more right wing, and so Asmon is kind of just, he's smart. He senses the tide of the internet, and he's shifting with it. But like the people that Asmon has in his audience are extremely, or at least with the whole like fascist sentiment. Remember when Nick was there's another crazy online Nazi shows how normalized views like his have become recently. Yeah, that's because of Destiny. Destiny will tell you it's because of him, right? Destiny said that he has worked hard to normalize Nick's ideology, and nobody would touch Nick Fuentes until Destiny was co-signing him and bringing him on streams and putting him on podcasts and eating chicken and waffles with him, right? Like, yeah, Nick Fuentes was known as like the crazy Nazi guy or whatever, and like nobody was around. Like, where's it at? I have it. We looked at it yesterday or 2 days ago. It was like in freaking June of last year, where Nick Fuentes was doing the Hitler salute with Sneeko and Myron Gaines and Zerka or whatever. Like, I'm scrolling. July, a little bit further. It's in June. Here. You got him on no jumper if I'm not mistaken. Wait, really?
All right. Like, bro, I'm ready to end them. Like, they want to go here and say, you're a racist, Myron. Cool. The fucking Arab guy that's also black that literally, like, I hit so many different check marks for the KKK. Y'all want to call me racist? Cool, you fucking faggots. Now, let's fucking do it.
Hey, guys, when we speak, everyone raise your hand. Raise your hand.
No.
Raise your hand.
No.
So we take turns.
No, Nick, no, not you.
No. Kidding. I can't.
Yeah, this guy. Mildly right-leaning guy, by the way, according to Asmon's editor. Mildly right-leaning guy, Nick Fuentes.
No, Nick, no.
I got to pull up what he said about the Holocaust as well. I'll stand by that 10 times out of 10. It's somewhere around here. Probably I can find it. Oh, here it is. Actually, I did find it. It was around the same time. Shout out to when Asman called Nick Fuentes, Nazi Nick Fuentes, mildly right-leaning 2 weeks ago. Elon unbanned a quote-unquote white supremacist. Mildly right-leaning political commentator Nick Fuentes gets unbanned on Twitter. Like, this is before I knew it was his editor. But regardless, either way, unacceptable. Unacceptable. And so I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility or understanding why people would call, you know, at least Asmongold's audience a Nazi. I don't think this bubble will pop eventually for Asmon, where either he sticks with it or he loses his casual audience and moves away from it and realizing it's toxic. I think people will just stop caring about. When I say Asmon's bubble will burst, I think people will just stop caring about politics as much. Right? It's not just gonna be like an Asmon thing. I think people will just like, okay, Trump's gonna be Trump, you know, and then the like normal people went like what this is generally for any political audience. The normal people, when you talk about politics, are going to leave when you talk about politics, and all it's going to stay is the most like ideologically involved people when it comes to politics. Right now, Trump is in the news. He's just become president. He's doing a lot of things, and so everybody's kind of tuning in to what's going on right now, right? But as specifically as like the year ends and like you get into like the first year of Trump, people are going to just move on, you know. I just call Nazis, so Arabs as slaves and forcibly recruited them. Recruited Bedouin groups to the penal battalions. We don't claim them. I mean, like it's Myron, you know what I mean? And we know that Myron's also a Nazi, by the way. Like, I just want to point that out. Myron is also a Nazi. Just Myron sucks. He's bad. He's horrible. He's a Nazi. Like, and this is not like any way like throwing Nazi around. Like, this is like he is an ideological like Nazi. You don't want to see what he said about Jews. I'm just saying. So much so that his co-host like started his own like podcast show or whatever. Cause like the things he was saying is crazy. See. Where's it at? There's so many clips of this person, bro, that I'm not looking for. Hey, this is from November 12th.
Anti-Semitic to say Jews run the it's anti-Semitic to say Jews run the world. Then you say Jews run the world, and then guess what ends up happening? You get banned from exploring the world by the very people that claim they don't have the power to run the world. Isn't that fucking interesting? Like, oh, it's anti-Semitic to talk about Jewish power, right? But then you talk about Jewish power.
This guy's a Nazi. He's a Nazi. Just open and shut. I don't think you need to see more than that to make this claim. You know what I mean? We're sending us heirs back by decades. Right? This guy is a Nazi. Nick Fuentes is worse than he is. Like, very openly, like, white supremacist, who's been on this, like, Holocaust denial shtick, the anti-Semitism shtick, the Nazism shtick for longer than he has. And he is a out and about Nazi. Nick Fuentes is worse than he is. Any person that calls him mildly right-leaning, right, is a Nazi. So I was informed that Asmongold did not run this channel, and this is his editor, and so I'm totally fine with saying Asmongold's editor is a Nazi. 100%. I will stand on that. But we've gotten so far off the whole Twitter thing. Why is the conspiracy theory so quick turning to anti-Semitism? You know what I mean? Because, like, I don't even know, actually. So someone did a deep dive YouTube video about that. I'm sure you can probably find it. I don't remember who it was, and I don't remember when it was posted, but like I remember somebody doing one. We need a modern definition because a lot of normies get caught up at so many tricks on the term. I don't think so. I think Nazis are totally fine. It doesn't matter, honestly. If you say Nazi, fascist, neo-Nazi, white supremacist, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They'll still try to escape the term, whatever term you use. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you call them. It does not matter. Right? It especially doesn't matter now because now you have a white supremacist as like the president. You feel me? And you have like freaking Nazis in his orbit, like Elon Musk.
Masculine soul, masculine theory. This is science now, but also a spiritual practice. And if you see my video from a long time ago about alpha male Instagram accounts, they're kind of like that, but expanded. Because now they've mastered their vertical. Like this one guy selling his 3 volumes of the Chad Mindset for $100. And that might seem like a steep price, but it does include 100 quotes from ancient Stoics. So if you ever want to hear about being a Chad from Plato, you're all set. Darkest female secrets that no woman wants you to know. Dark female psychology thread. All right, here we go. About to learn some information. Number 1, women can't keep secrets. So right off the bat, I'm confused. You're telling me that the first of the darkest female secrets that no woman wants you to know is that they can't keep secrets? So is this all public info? Number 7, when you cheat on her, she doesn't hate you. She hates the woman you cheated on her with. No. She doesn't hate you. She hates the woman you cheated on her with. No, she probably still hates you. You're still a part of that choice. I like to think this is a guy who cheated on someone and is now just gaslighting himself by making it a rule. No, she doesn't fucking hate me. She hates me, that girl I cheated on. She doesn't hate me. She hates the girl. Women only hate each other. I love this one from the thread. Men who do this never get left by women. Number 9, continue brainwashing her with your beliefs. She needs someone's perspective and counsel. If you do not provide it to her, she will look for someone else. Brainwashing is such an interesting word to use here. They could have just said give her your opinion, but no. We're out here brainwashing women. You're out here trying to build a relationship. I'm out here brainwashing women. We're trying to build a 2-person cult, my guy. Then some of the threads that I found started to get
kind of funny. 2-person cult.
A little bit more concerning, such as 8 ways to destroy women's ego instantly. Immediately wondering why we're trying to do that. Number 1, looking at other women.
Comments on politics because it's big news now. He didn't comment on it much before. He was a top streamer and he won't do it as a public shift in different subjects. I agree with that. I do agree with that. For the most part, he just comments, not champions, not positions, as long supported as Hassan's commentary. I don't disagree with your message at all. I do genuinely believe that he's doing it because it's big news now, right? The problem or the issue that I have with it is that when you delve into politics, unlike other topics, you delve into politics, what you decide to cover and how you decide to cover it gives credence to people to decide whether or not they should or should not support you, right? And so when you say that something like the Holocaust, probably happened, there's a 99% the Holocaust happened, right? On the face, it sounds like, okay, you believe the Holocaust happened, right? But the doublespeak there, the dog whistle there, is that you draw an implicit, questioning on but there's still a 1% chance of maybe. And so you're going to pull the people in who hear that 1% chance and be like, okay, I, as a Nazi, am not going to support somebody who believes the Holocaust happened 100%, but somebody who believes it happened 99%, I can get them. I can change their mind. And that's the audience you cultivate when you decide to cover things in the way that you cover them, right? And I think that either Asmongold doesn't know that, and that's what Hassan was talking about with this clip. Not this clip. Whatever clip we saw. Talking about Asmongold and his audience. So either Asmongold doesn't know that, or he knows that and it just doesn't matter. Doesn't care. But I do think that once politics dies down, once Trump's term gets into full effect, people are going to stop caring about politics as a whole, and people are going to move on, right? And the most normie political audience tuning in to see what's happening will just leave. I think Asmon finds value in speaking with Hassan more directly. I think Asmon lets his chat inform his opinions and morals way too much. If he talks with somebody outside his bubble, he's usually normal. Yeah. I think it's less he lets his chat inform his opinions too much, and more that his chat will reinforce the bad opinions that he does have. When he talks with somebody outside the bubble, it's he's pretty amiable, and even the chat with Hassan about Palestinians having an inferior culture. Like him and Hassan pretty much agreed to it, right? They arrived at the position that like, you know, probably shouldn't have said that. And inferior culture is probably is a loaded term to use. He probably shouldn't use that term. But when he goes back to his chat, right, his chat will tell you should never apologize. Don't apologize to Hassan for that. And like you have, because again, he has such a large audience that the most vocal people in his audience are going to be the most, usually like the most, like not the most radical, but the most like ideologically, you know, pulled into speaking. When you're talking about politics, the people who are chatting instead of people who are lurking are the people who have more to say. You know? I mean, as it's focused on his views, it's good for the algo. He doesn't care about if it's platforming Burgerite or neo-Nazis.
Yes, she needs to know that you're wide-eyed and always looking at others. Don't be too obvious and say, damn, did you see that ass? I'm not saying you have to overdo it, but when you walk with her, you can look at other girls. Right now, we're not trying to fix you up with this girl. She's not a good girl because her ego is too big. She doesn't know what she's worth. She thinks she's too important. No, she needs to go.
Hassan knowing Asman privately is why he's more charitable. He called that he is not ideologically super early. Granting commentary and passing versus farming Nazis is two different things.
I'm down. So you can look at other women. Don't comment, but you can look. What is this? What? This is starting to feel like no validation. We don't give compliments. We don't talk about how good she looks or how beautiful she is. No, we don't do that. You never put a woman on a pedestal, especially if she doesn't deserve it. Okay, this is almost to a T, a step-by-step on what not to do. It's actually impressive how little application this would have in a real-life social situation.
A really famous story about punk bars where they had to be vigilant and not allow skinheads into the bar because when you allow one skinhead, and it becomes normalized for skinheads to be there, and people who have a reason to be afraid of skinheads stop coming and suddenly you're running a skinhead bar because no one else wants to be there. Yeah. Is this Ted? This is Ted. Ted Nivison.
Another set of accounts I see are alpha male accounts that are pretending to be run by women when you can tell that they're just not. For instance, you've got
like a person, then a princess, and a Greek goddess, and a person again. True.
Latina Casanova learned to seduce. If you're trying to make a believable woman, Latina Casanova would be at the top of my list of names that wouldn't work. I'm pretty sure the profile
Latina Casanova is crazy.
Picture is AI. They use it everywhere. There's no other photo of Latina Casanova. It'll be a real big bummer if it turns out she's real though, because honestly, if Latina Casanova is a real person, I will be over the moon. The thought
right now. Did he not already just cover it? We covered a clip of him covering it already. Now I have to look. Now I have to.
Learn. It's crazy, and the thing is that. You know, when you talk about the horseshoe theory. Oh, man, these are really close. Yeah, damn, I have a disability. I know. Their response to your take is a bad faith strawman leap of logic. They don't care about the topic and just want to win the argument. Yep, that's right. And I'll tell you again. I say it again. If there's anybody that's going to put out any kind of shit that is going to say that somebody should get hired based off of immutable characteristics that anybody does or doesn't have, race, gender, sexuality, anything like that. If you are one of those people, I will vote against you.
Yeah, he's just dumb. He's just dumb. I'm sorry. That's just the response. He's dumb. He does not understand the concept of affirmative action, or disenfranchisement in general. He just doesn't get it. And again, this is a problem that occurs because he's not facing the marginalization himself. He doesn't understand the fact that it exists as a way to combat an already existing advantage that non-marginalized people of the hegemonic group already have, right? Because of, again, what I described earlier, implicit bias. Because society currently has a skew or a bias towards, white people, because more white people hold the power, right? The more white people do the hiring, therefore more white people get hired more often than not. White people do the admissions, therefore more white people get admitted than not, or disproportionately more. All affirmative action or DEI does is say, hey, there's a disparity there. We have to address that. So again, my question to Asmongold would be, does he believe or does he understand that the disparity exists? That black people are less likely to hold executive positions in companies. Black people are less likely to be admitted to Ivy League institutions, right? Does he understand that there's a disparity there? Like Black people make 15% of what white households make. Like there's a disparity there. My question to him would be, after asking, does he understand the disparity? Why does he think the disparity exists? Why does he believe that the disparity exists for white households on average making 6 times as much as Black households? White people on average being disproportionately represented over Black people being disproportionately unrepresented in admissions, or Black people being disproportionately unrepresented in the executive suite, right? Why does he believe that is? Because again, I told you there's only 2 options. It's either internally or externally. And if it's internally, if you think there's something internal in Black people for them to not be in this space, it's you're racist. If you think it's externally, then it's systemic racism. It needs to be addressed.
And yeah, it sounds good to me. And wow, anti-discrimination equals white supremacy, apparently. That's right. These people are against common sense. They are. And also, I want to say that even if you're a guy as a minority, you're still going to be put at disadvantage against maybe a female in some cases.
What?
Ranks higher on some intersectionality power rankings tier chart, according to some HR firm. So, don't think that these people are on your side. They're only on their own side, and that's it. And so, yeah, that's it. And they build the castle for me. They sure do. Those are the people that radicalized others, not Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate. You bring up a really good point. And so what you're saying is that the people in the comments like this, for example, are what really radicalized a huge percentage of the population. And I don't think you could be any more right. I think that comments like this, when an average, just like random guy, like let's say you grew up a working class family, etc., sees that people want to uphold a standard that puts him at a systematic disadvantage because of his skin color or his gender or his sexuality, he's going to be radicalized against those people, as he should be. I mean, I wouldn't...
As he should be? Like, come on, bro. I was down to listen to him because I understand what he's saying. Because I want to point out a few things. One, he was dropping a random guy, but he's speaking from a white person's perspective, right? He's speaking from a white... This is the problem, this is the issue, right? His idea or his concept of a normal, average, random guy is a white working class guy. His mind didn't go to a Black guy, right? Because this would not apply to a Black guy, right? His mind didn't go to like a Hispanic guy. This would not apply to a Hispanic guy because they would be the people who are looking for some sort of equalization or normalization of inequalities from these systems, such as like, DEI or whatever. So when he said random guy, he means a white guy, right? He's saying white people, right? That's what he's saying. That's what's being implied here. Number 1. Number 2, his idea that like, oh, if you see somebody being hired because of who they are, or somebody not being hired, like a white guy not being hired because of who they are, therefore, they should be radicalized against whoever's saying that, again, is not understanding the concept of, again, Black people being disproportionately underrepresented in these industries in the first place. But whatever.
Intend, then, I mean, fuck. Like, that would be boring. Like, imagine how long it's going to take to have any conversation about that. It'd be exhausting. So, no, of course we're not going to deal with that. We're not going to walk on eggshells around retards. We're going to stomp on them. We're not going to give a fuck. And if they cry, we're going to use them for content. And I'm going to keep doing it. And as far as I looked, last time I checked, things are going really well. Fuck them. That's
like, I'm sorry, this is fascist language. It is. It's a fascist language. There's no way to describe this other than fascist language.
There you go.
It is.
Anyway, I will look at this right here. We're going to get to this. It's a big topic. I'm just not ready to talk about it right now. So, yeah, as a brown person, I don't want any handicaps or free handouts. I just want people to not stare at me like I'm about to not commit a crime. Bro, people do that. Like, it's so weird, man. Like, and I think that the problem is that the reason why a lot of people stare, like, they have, like, that, like, kind of, the skittishness around people that are minorities is because they're not around them. That's the problem. And so, like, these people, in a lot of cases, they actually don't live in multiracial areas. And because they don't live in
Okay.
multiracial areas, it actually is it's a unique thing. Like, they don't see people like that all the time, right? And so, like, for me and like anybody in like where I live, like, that's the norm, right? Like, that's always how it is. So like you're just conditioned into that being like what it always is. And so like these are people that live like really a disconnected life. And so it's frustrating and bad that they feel that way.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's not incorrect. Now imagine that applying to the hiring in a job. Or imagine that applying to college admissions. People who get uncomfortable when they see a minority that they are not usually around, who do you think they're going to choose for a job? The minority that they're not usually around, or somebody that feels comfortable to them? That's the entire point. The entire point. The entire point. It's people who have this sort of in-group bias, right? Who feel more comfortable. This is a normal psychological phenomenon, right? You feel more comfortable with people that look like you. This is just something that happens. This is just, humanity. People who are not in or from diverse areas and who feel more comfortable with people that look like them are going to be more likely to choose somebody who looks like them for a job than somebody who is marginalized. They just are.
Yeah, that's all there is to it. Let's see here.
Okay, he moves on. So like, that's why I said I don't think Asmongold doesn't understand this. You know what I mean? Like, for some reason, either he believes or he understands that, like, there are situations where people are not very comfortable with people that look like them. Right? Never comfortable with people who look like them. And he understands, or maybe he understands. That's why I want to know if he understands if there's a disparity in hiring marginalized people. If he understands those two things, he would understand, or he would arrive at a position that is why it happens, right? It happens because, right? It happens because of people's innate biases, and that needs to be corrected somehow. Even if you don't like DEI, that's fine. A lot of people don't like DEI. It has to be corrected somehow. But isn't his point that racism is individual and not systemic? Even if that's your point, you have to understand that individuals still hire people. Right? Like, individuals still hire people. His older brother growing up was black. The buddy who gave him named Asmongold was Mexican. I picked out a diverse neighborhood for him to grow up in on purpose. He has a range of old buddies of ethnicities and races. Yeah, and he understands, right, that some people do have these biases, right? And if he understands that, if he understands that, he would understand that in hiring, those biases transfer, right? Even if he doesn't have those biases, he understands that some people do. And if he understands that people hiring have those biases, right? If he understands that people who are dealing with admissions has those biases, he would also understand that those same people, right? That is how we get to the disparity, right? That is how we get to the point where black people are underrepresented in college admissions and underrepresented in hiring practices and underrepresented in executive positions, right? Because of people's innate biases and not being around people that look like them all the time, that they are more likely to be hiring somebody that looks like them. And if historically those people were all white, like a university didn't include or didn't accept black people, then now, 50, 60, 70 years later, of course, these universities are going to be overrepresented or underrepresented for marginalized people. You know what I mean? And if that's the case, it has to be a reason why. There has to be a reason why, again, I put it up, why in 2021 white households had 9.2 times as much wealth as black households. You know what I mean? There has to be a reason for this. There has to be a reason for this. There has to be a reason why there is a disparity in wealth. There has to be a reason why there's a disparity in like infant mortality rates. There has to be a reason why there's a disparity in college admissions. There has to be a reason why there's a disparity in hiring. Right? There has to be a reason why. There has to be a reason why. Why is this disparity there? And there's only two options. It's either that there's something innate within black people that allows them to be more, you know, likely to have less wealth, right? That allows them to be more likely to have, be less hired, right? That allows them to be more likely less, or more unlikely to be admitted into college, right? There has to be something. It's either something innate inside of black people or it's something externally, right? It's either black people are inherently more lazy or inherently more violent or inherently more, you know, or inherently dumber, inherently, you know, less, I don't know, has less work ethic, or whatever racist people say, right? And if you believe that, you are a racist. That is a racist thing to believe. Or if it's not internally within black people as for why this disparity occurs, it has to be externally. It has to be something external to black people for why the disparity occurs, right? And that is something that needs to be addressed so that we can fix that disparity. Because white households on average should not have, again, typical white households should not have almost 10 times as much wealth as the typical black household. Should not. Should not. That is a problem. 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 Right? And this, again, I want to point out, this is not something unique to Asmongold. This isn't even something unique to like somebody who's like conservative or right-leaning, right? There are liberals who believe this as well. There are liberals who are like, you know, like freaking like anti-affirmative action, who look at this and like think that black people are inherently less, like more lazy, who think that black people are inherently more violent, and that's why they're over policed, or black people are inherently dumber, and that's why they're not like at Harvard or whatever. There are liberals, people who claim to be left-wing, who believe this. This is not something unique to Asmongold, right? But the point is, you have to ask the question, if this disparity exists, why does it exist? Why?
Thoughts from female minds. Another AI generated image of a woman. What are the thoughts from female minds? I want him to take me to a place he likes.
Thank you, Jack.
Okay. Love is a game, and games are meant to be played. Not sure if that one's true. I want my guy to be funny, but not because he tells jokes all the time. What is he supposed to do then? Is there an expectation of slapstick comedy here? What, do you want him to slip on a banana peel? Men who constantly talk about masculinity are probably insecure. Oh, okay, this one actually might be run by a woman. Don't talk so much, just act like a man. Ah, okay. And finally, with the alpha male accounts, they eventually reach a point where they become so masculine that they begin to talk like cavemen. Men focus on the process, boys focus on the goal. Won't explain. Talk slow, be direct. Don't look away. Being fat is disrespectful to your ancestors. Beware of girls with colored hair. Won't explain. Dangerous mode, stomach empty, balls full. Don't work out, train. And train like you are being hunted. And then my personal favorite, ejaculation drains you. Staying horny fuels you. I don't even know where this would have application. So obviously in this day and age, alpha male accounts are still going strong, and they are thriving on this version of Twitter we have today. But obviously this video isn't about the little niche pockets of Twitter. It is about Twitter as a whole, which leads me to, just for a second, talk about the culture. To me, the culture of Twitter just
focuses on housing, healthcare, and education, which left undoubtedly has better policies on helps, but it's been so captured by DEI. It kind of reminds me of the CRT thing, the can't imagine understand racial dynamics. Yeah. So I totally agree with you on systemic inequality, and as said so many times, which people would watch these full streams, not just as selected outtakes. I do also think that if I had a conversation with Asmongold, he would agree with me on this as well, right? Which is why it makes his like the takes that he does have, it's all the more confusing, especially because like his audience will tell him that you'll have somebody in his audience being like, I'm a brown guy and I don't want handouts. I don't want handouts. Like if that's like what your audience is telling you, you know what I mean? Like that's what you're gonna get from that base. Instead of being like, hey, systemic racism is a real thing, and DEI is meant to, is meant to fight back against that or whatever. I think on this, right, focusing on housing, healthcare, and education with better policies on helps. The problem is that the left has better policies on housing, healthcare, and education. The Democrats do not. That's the issue. The Democrats do not have better policy on housing, healthcare, and education. They don't. They do not. Because the new FD is about TikTok. We're supposed to finish that as well today. Usually, we just be yapping. The Democrats on housing want like liberal means tested policies. Like, oh, first time home buyers get $50,000 down payment assistance for housing. Like, cool. You know what I mean? That's super sick and awesome. That only applies to like a tenth of the country, essentially. You know what I mean? And then like healthcare, they're like against universal healthcare, and they're just trying to like expand the Affordable Care Act. Maybe Kamala talked about healthcare twice, I think, 2 times. A new FD on academics. Oh, I did not see that. Okay. Send it to me. I am curious about that. And on education, I don't know if Kamala's ever spoken on education. Joe Biden did. Joe Biden had good policies. Joe Biden had policies on free college. He didn't follow through on. On student loan forgiveness. He didn't follow through on. But at least he talked about education. At least he talked about furthering education. Kamala did not. Kamala lost for a lot of reasons. I have a YouTube video on it. You can watch it if you want to.
So I talk for a living now, and that means I give a lot of hot takes. Some of those don't age well, some do, but never have I had a take that has aged as well as calling Drake stans losers. I have never had a hot take being proven right so frequently in my entire life. In late January of 2025, stream clips were released of streamer and hip-hop journalist, academics, and several other grown men, and a young streamer named Nargod, I believe that's how you say that, in a Discord chat room playing Fortnite of all things. And I originally came across this from streamer Screwface Gene, which, shout out to him for...
Screwface Gene a streamer? I thought it was just a YouTuber. Bro, hop off my territory. Everybody want to be a streamer nowadays. You know I pioneered that. Okay, that was a dope joke. Please.
Being one of the bigger people to bring attention to this, but now these clips are all over Twitter, so it's likely you've seen them before even clicking on this video. And you've seen them because in these clips, it's confirmed that academics and at least one other guy are engaging in an extremely inappropriate sexual conversation with this 15-year-old boy. I'm not gonna replay the clips here because low-key I'd be scared to, but to summarize, in this Discord chat, they offered to send strippers to this boy's house. They asked him over and over again about having sex with women and girls, many of which would have been adult women. Academics asked him about having sex with someone's older sister and then asking him about having sex with an older man. At least one guy, who I will point out is not academics, straight up says to this 15-year-old boy, if I can't fuck you, I'm cutting you off. And academics is egging this on, by the way. And it's my understanding that this guy in particular...
I will say, to contextualize that quote, right? It's not that guy saying like, if I can't fuck you, I will cut you off. He said, if Max says that, right? Because I think if he said that fully, like in that way, like to that 15-year-old boy, it would have exploded so much further than this, and like the cops would have been involved. You know what I mean? Right? He's saying if Max had said, "If I can hug you, you know, I'm cutting you off," would you do it? Right? It's not much better, but it is slightly different, and I know that they're gonna drop that as a defense, so it's better to get in front of that before they try to use that as a defense, right? It's still not good regardless, but just that's the context they're so clamoring for. Oh, and if you don't know who Max is, yeah, Max is like 21, so like.
Is Tory Lanez' manager, yet another connection to the...
Wait, this is him?
The Drake Legion.
Why does Drake look so white here? The guy written by Ray, because I thought written by Ray was, I guess maybe that's him. No, that's not him, bro. That doesn't even look like him. That's a different person. That is a different person. He's private on he's private on Instagram. Like, this is him right here. That does not look like this guy. That is a different guy, chat. Don't try to gaslight me. Don't try to gaslight me. That is a different person.
In particular is Tory Lanez' manager, yet another connection to the Drake Legion of henchmen. Even in this description, I cannot do justice to how gross this whole thing was, not just because of the things coming out of academics and these other men's mouths, but also because it seems like multiple other grown men were present in this and didn't intervene. But the most horrifying and heartbreaking part is this boy's behavior. This boy, Noir, shows an amazing amount of restraint and maturity in the face of this nonsense. It's immediately clear that he is uncomfortable. He never plays into this conversation. He tries his best to signal to these dudes to stop, but because these men have power over him and they clearly have no sense, he just kind of is forced to endure this harassment. It's heartbreaking to watch. That said, and from here it gets a little ranty. Some of this is written, a lot of this is not. I want to break with a lot of others reporting on this story who are saying things like, I've never seen anything like this before, or they can't believe this is real. Because I can very easily believe this is real.
Dad.
Know stuff like this has happened before, because this is an experience that I've had, that I know a lot of young men have had around older men. And I'm sure if some of y'all saying that thought about it, you'd have your own experiences just like this, because this is sadly something that happens a lot to young boys. We're gonna get away from academics for a second, and I'm gonna try to be as real and as like direct as I can. I'm gonna leave all my $5 words in the background for a minute and not cite any theorists, philosophers, and nothing. Just kind of real talk y'all for a second, so y'all can hopefully, some of y'all, not everyone, but a few of y'all that I know will end up watching this can hear me for once. I gotta be real. If you have a prepubescent, pubescent boy in your life, I guarantee they are being exposed to some type of behavior similar to this right now. In fact, it's probably already happened on multiple occasions.
I talked about this earlier this stream and last stream when we talked about this pretty extensively for a few hours. And it's important to say this was academics' offense, right? I said that this is no different than like teasing a young boy or whatever, being like, oh, you have a little girlfriend yet, or this is something that does happen, right? Never to this extent, I will say. So I'm curious about like where FT's gonna go with this, but like, cause like they went crazy, like off the deep end. Let me know when you're pretty quiet compared to the video. I'll turn the video down, so I can turn my up just a tad bit. But like, what they did was they went off the deep end with how insane this was, but like young, like grown adults getting involved in like the romantic life or the sex life of like a young child, a boy, happens all the time. And the reason why it happens is similar to what we said in the academic video last stream, because of like homophobia. People are so scared of their young boys being gay that they'll turn around and will like force men into this, or these young boys into the box of a man, right? So that they are not gay, right? They will like set up like dates with like young girls of their friends and stuff. They will, and it'll be like play dates. They'll they'll have their young boys, right? And they'll be like pestering about like, you know, do you have a little girlfriend? Like, you know, or a big thing that happens is like a lot of the like there'll be like a young boy will be talking to a girl like, on the playground or whatever, and then they'll come back out and be like, oh, is that your little girlfriend out there? Like, it's a lot of these like these little things that kind of build up to trying to like be like, okay, you like women, don't you? 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 You know what I mean? Like, young boys can't have, you know, female, like, you know, friends, like, you know, be friends with girls, because that's always the implication of like, oh, you're a player. I see what you're doing there. Like, this happens all the time. It's not even just from like, older men, but like just from young boys in general, from pretty much everyone in their life, the same way that like young girls are projected on as being fast, as being like too grown. Young boys are projected on as being like sex pests, as being like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, they get it rough. They get it rough. Then if you got bullied because he liked the color pink, it's really does behavior for people to have over colors and ties to gender normativity and sexuality. Yeah. Where you are, bingo. Gentleman benefit turning up the volume a bit and placing his mic where he can be heard, where he often turns away, as he does to turn to the right. Yeah, because my screen's over here, and my chat's over here, so it's very easy to talk to my chat over here. My microphone's over here. I could move my microphone to this side, which I could do. I'll just talk closer into it. You know what I mean? Okay, this has happened to me as well when I was growing up. Right? Like, I was unable to have like, you know, female friends growing up and be just friends, because like there's always the implication there of like, no, I'm a player. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I'm like unable to, and like it's just generally growing up, like the men in your life being like, you know what I mean? Just like, you can't ever step outside of the box of heteronormativity without being imposed upon. You know what I mean?
By the time they're the same age as right now. In fact, it's probably already happened on multiple occasions by the time they're the same age as Noir is. In fact, right now, if you think about it, you probably know exactly what man or woman that is in your social circle that is completely capable of acting like this around a little boy. There's research that shows that 50% of kids are exposed to pornography before they're 13 years old. And this is boys and girls, by the way. There's so many parents that don't monitor their kids' use of technology. So kids are accessing porn sites in middle schools and showing to each other. In this particular
This is true. This is, I experienced this growing up as a youngin as well in America. Like, this is something that does happen. It's like a separate conversation from like the adult stuff, but like, kids will like get introduced to porn from adults in their life, will take their phones back and take these websites back, and then introduce other kids to porn from being introduced to porn in their own life, right? And so like, the kids are not like organically like finding porn, like by and large, in general. Kids are going to school, living their life, and then somebody at school introduces them to porn, right? I remember being in middle school, somebody had an iPod in the back of the class, people were all watching stuff, and like, what you watch? Like, yo, come watch this. It's freaking Two Girls, One Cup. You know what I mean? Like, this is just what happens. How do you know what that is at the age of 13? How do you know what that is at the age of 12? And so then those kids take it back to other kids, right? And so like in schools, you have like these, like, it's like a virus, right? You have kids who go out, contract the virus from the adults in their life, or older kids, not even just like adults, like, you know, maybe 16-year-old kids, maybe 19-year-old kids, maybe 20-year-olds, right? Also maybe like adults in their life will take those websites back and then show that to other kids who then grow up thinking that's normal. And once they're 20 years old, once they're 25 years old, they show their little cousins or whatever, who then show other people at their school. And that's how these things get circulated, you know?
Was recorded, right? But so many others are not, and you can't imagine how bad it gets there. Now, I want to be clear before I go on. This next section isn't to be like against the idea of sex and sexuality. Puberty is a natural part of every child's development. And during that section of development, they start to think about and like try to figure out on their own what it means to be an adult. And that will sometimes mean being in weird situations that maybe aren't completely appropriate or maybe even harmful to them to an extent. But the thing is, this is a sensitive part of like human growth and development that should be nurtured and supported. In best case scenario, you allow a young person to self-guide themselves through what being an adult, being a sexual being is. That is normal, natural, and healthy. What you don't want or need is a situation where grown men are forcing a child into a sexual situation as a way of testing their manhood.
That is why I called it grooming. Right? We look at the definition of grooming. It falls under the definition of grooming, but that is why it's grooming, chat. It's grooming, particularly for that reason. It's not about them being like sexually attracted to this 15-year-old or whatever. It's about them getting this 15 or accelerating this 15-year-old's sexual growth, right? Inorganically, to like test his manhood, to see whether or not he's cool enough to hang around, and essentially what kind of comes down to, because we know that academics is gay, or not gay, so academics is homophobic, is making sure that he's not gay, making sure that he's not one of those bad kids you hang around, right? He's one of the good kids. He's like one of the homophobic kids, one of the not gay kids, right? If he's gay, get him out of here. Even though he's 15 years old and it shouldn't matter regardless. If he's gay, get him out of here. But no, he's not gay, right? So it's chill. That's what they're testing. Not only testing his manhood, but testing to make sure that he's not one of those weird guys, right? I did not mean to say that Ak is gay. That was a slip of the tongue, if you will.
Because that's what this was at its core. One of the guys in this conversation that happened with Noir says to the boy something along the lines of, hey, you know, a lot of rappers lost their virginity to old women or something like that.
That was Ak. I think the problem, the difference is like it's hard like, in this call to figure out who is saying what because there's so many different voices, right? I'm pretty sure that was Ak. I'm pretty sure.
And that is true. It's something I've spoken on before. Many notable black men in hip hop and like beyond have had a situation like this. Lil Wayne, Nick Cannon, Chris Brown, Lil Boosie, and many more. That's just off the top of my head. And this isn't just a black thing. Red Hot Chili Peppers lead singer and admitted PDF downloader Anthony Kiedis had done to him by his father what Lil Boosie said he did to his son. Kiedis says that his father, who was a drug dealer in the 70s, brought him to a brothel to lose his virginity at 12. And the same thing happened to Lil Wayne, who says that baby got him a prostitute at 13. I'm not going to go too deep, but just understand, I've done this type of research, and you need to understand that this type of story of men ushering boys into manhood through sexual abuse is way more common than you want to hear. But I also need to point out that it's not just men, it's men and women. In fact, the abuse of boys, the sexual abuse of boys is much more likely to be done by a woman than a man. I've talked about my own experience with abuse as a teenage boy by an older woman. And if you have the guts to talk to some of the men in your life, especially black men or men from a lower social...
It's kind of crazy. I didn't know this about FD, and I think a lot of you don't know about this about me. My parents don't know this about me. I've had an experience with this as well. It's kind of crazy. It wasn't even like facilitated by like somebody in my life. It was me when I was at work at like the age of 16. So it wasn't 13 years old, but I was 16 years old. Where an older woman was coming on to me, like, and put me in a weird sexual situation while I'm at work. And her friends and the other adults in the situation were just like laughing. They were haha kikiing. But it's something you remember. It sticks with you. You do remember this when you are growing up. You know what I mean? And as a young boy, you are expected to like it. That was the expectation. It's like, oh, you're a growing dude. You're supposed to enjoy this. You're supposed to like this. You're not supposed to feel uncomfortable by this. right? And it is insanely common. It's insane, and I won't say employ you to like talk to the people in your life, but like just like if you talk to a man in your life, there's a very high chance that they will talk about it and they will say that it happened to them. Some will view it positively. Some will view it like, oh, like it's growing up to become a man, yeah. But like others will view it in the way that it should be viewed as like that is abuse. You know, it is. Right, and it's a very common experience, one that doesn't get talked about because of the patriarchy. A lot of people blame women for this, to blame like nobody cares about male victims or whatever, but it's like it's actually the patriarchy, and the patriarchy is perpetuated by both men and women. But like the patriarchy dictates that you can't talk about this. You can't talk about it. Right? Happened to me in secondary school. Older girls sexually harassed me for years. Pre-watch? Oh, does he say that? Women do react weirdly to it though? Yes. Women, because again, it's like white supremacy, black people, white people, and white supremacy operate in a very different way. It's like that. The also I think rip Carla, I guess. Anyway, we're turning Carla off now. Don't ask for Carla, she's off right now. Besides back to the patriarchy, same brain, same mind. What was I saying? This women do react to it weirdly though. Yes, women react to it differently, right? I won't say it's weirdly or unique. It's just differently than men act to it or react to it, right? People react to men abuse differently than they do women abuse, right? It is more normalized as being justifiable or okay because the patriarchy dictates that men are required to enjoy sexual experiences, right? It says that men are sexual beings, are sexual creatures, and if men experience sex, they are supposed to like it, right? And so women will get that and view that in the same way that men will get that and view that as like, oh, because men are supposed to like sexual experiences when they're younger, it's therefore fine or okay for me to engage with a sexual act with a child. Right? It's viewed a lot less tabooly than it is for like young girl victims. That I think happens, in my opinion, more prevalently than it happens to young men. Right? But it happens to young men more than it's like overrepresented than it's talked about in society. I was going to talk my whole teens online, so much you do the way that you look at intimacy and such, you have to unwrap yourself from it. Yeah. It's a society issue to be sure. Yeah. It's just it sucks. It's not good. It's not fun. And especially when you have like from the men's perspective, we have men telling you that like you are less masculine for having not enjoyed it, right? Then that's why a lot of men keep it in and don't talk about it. Because you have the men saying you must enjoy this, therefore if you don't enjoy it, you're not a man. And then you have women saying that, oh, if you don't enjoy sex, you know, you don't like women. Because there's a lot of homophobia also, you know, from women to men in this regard. That men don't talk about it. Men just won't talk about it, right? It's not good.
Socioeconomic status, because some of the men in your life, especially black men or men from a lower socioeconomic status, because those things are big factors in this, you'll find that it's something that happens a lot. When you ask them how they lost their virginity, they'll tell you a story about getting molested by an older woman that they've contextualized as getting a head start or being freaky from an early age or some other sad shit that boys are told
like,
to
thankfully, that did not happen to me. I lost my virginity to somebody who was my age. It was still a weird situation because like you're still like 14, 15 years old. But like I was like, it was someone my age. It wasn't that. But growing past that, you still have people with a, because it's kind of crazy because like you can still be like, you know, get past you're losing your virginity to somebody at a normal age and you're chilling, and then you still get, you know, freaking touched by older women inappropriately. You know what I mean?
tell themselves as an excuse for predatory and grooming. Some other sad shit that boys are told to tell themselves as an excuse for predatory and grooming behavior by adults around them. Again, understand that the purpose of this is grooming, and that's like what I really want y'all to understand. So many of the problems that many men have with women are a result of this false idea of what a man is supposed to be or how a man acts. And while it's not completely the case here, if you actually go and break down what academics and these dudes are doing, they're trying to groom this boy to be the type of men that they are, the type of men.
True. Went to the girl who asked me to finally stop. They called me gay. That's how it goes.
That they think is appropriate and right, because those are the type of men that allow them to behave the way they behave. And let me hold your hand when I say this, and I need y'all to hear me and not click off the video after you hear this word. This is patriarchy. I know some of y'all want to leave because you hate that word that you've never studied and never actually learned anything about that wasn't from a red pill TikTok.
Yeah, we have like the same take. Me and FD are like the same person if you think about it, right? If you really think about it, except for he's from Atlanta and I'm from Charlotte, which is basically the same place. Charlotte's like Atlanta light if you think about it.
Video, but I need y'all.
You wish?
To
Hey. I don't need this from you. Listen here. I don't need this from you. Okay? I don't need this from you. That's crazy. You are not him? What does that even mean? What how you're supposed to you're my follower. You're supposed to like watch me. That's crazy. That's crazy. Chat is turning on me. That's wild. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You know what? No collab for you. No FD collab for you. Not happening. Jeez Louise. His hair is more awesome than yours, I'm not gonna lie. You can't even see my hair, chatter, okay? I never even wear my hair out. You don't know this. Also, he's been growing it for longer than I have, okay? I've been growing my hair for like 4 years, okay? Hop off. Chill out. Chill. Leave me be. You know how the sagey aura he does yet? Yes, because he's older than I am, okay? I have the youthful aura, okay? That's what it is. My aura is youthful. It's full of energy and stuff, all right? I don't get my sage aura until I turn 40. Until I turn 35. I don't know how old FD is. I didn't mean to insinuate FD is 40. I'm sure he's young and spry.
Hear me out for a second, because if you actually care about what happened here, then I'm gonna need you to care about this concept and how it really works.
FD is 40 plus? Okay, so yeah.
A lot of y'all hate that word and the concept of patriarchy is because you don't really know what it is and what it means. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But the main reason is that the greatest trick of patriarchy is for it to be invisible to the naked eye, and for anyone who ever explains it to you to be immediately faced with the fact that you don't really want to understand or know it.
And it's not just the patriarchy. I want to point that out there. It is not just the patriarchy. It is every system of oppression. Everyone. It's white supremacy. It's like xenophobia. Every system of oppression is built to be explained away by some superficial phenomenon and not an actual overarching system of oppression. Capitalism is different. Capitalism is very overt. It's extremely overt, right? And it's so overt that it's almost untenable, right? It's like Mark Fisher's reality of capitalist realism, right? It's so large that it's unable to be tackled. Where patriarchy is invisible, it hides within capitalism. White supremacy is invisible, it hides within capitalism. Capitalism is so overt that it uses the foundation of patriarchy, xenophobia, white supremacy as its basis to make itself look good, right? For capitalism, like patriarchy and white supremacy and xenophobia are the stools that capitalism stands on to make itself look 6 feet tall. You know what I mean? Like when you take out the trench coat, you realize that it's, you know, patriarchy, white supremacy, xenophobia, and a trench coat of capitalism, right? But it keeps that trench coat on, so it makes itself look like it's so big that you are unable to tackle it, right? And you're like, hey, I recognize freaking patriarchy in there. And you stab patriarchy, it's still there. You're like, why is it still there? You know? Oh, it's xenophobia. Xenophobia is in there. You get rid of xenophobia, it's still there. You're like, how is it still here? How does oppression keep happening? Right? It's because there's multiple things under this umbrella of capitalism. And capitalism hides itself, these other systems of oppression hides itself within capitalism. So you don't tackle patriarchy because patriarchy is too large, right? Because it's a part of capitalism. Once you find out what patriarchy is, because that's hidden, you're like, okay, well, it's like, I finally found out patriarchy, but it's like, it's tangled in here. Like, I gotta untangle it for capitalism, but it's impossible to do, right? Like, okay, well, to get rid of patriarchy, I have to get rid of white supremacy. And it's tangled together. And it's all a part of capitalism. It's just, it's rough. It's rough. It is like a hydra.
You don't want to notice patriarchy because patriarchy is how things are supposed to be in terms of how we've all been raised. You're not really supposed to see or understand patriarchy. You're just supposed to feel it from the time you're old enough to even understand what a boy or a girl is. This is why the boys' toy aisle at Target is full of action figures and Legos and swords, and the girls' aisle is full of pink Barbie dolls and dresses. And we think that's natural or the way things are, but no, that is a designed aspect of our society. And God forbid you're a boy that even has any interest in a dress or something that a girl's supposed to play for, or a girl that picks up a football or a sword or something. Now, all of this isn't automatically harmful. There's nothing wrong with traditional gender roles, but it sets up a dangerous situation where we go around saying that all this stuff is natural when it's not.
I will push back a little bit and say that it's not that there's nothing wrong with traditional gender roles. I say that there's nothing wrong with masculinity and femininity as concepts. I think a lot of people get so caught up in like attributing all masculinity to toxic masculinity that we lose the idea that like there's nothing wrong with masculinity as a general concept or femininity as a general concept, right? The gender norms that push young kids into the masculine or feminine box before they can choose it themselves is the issue, right? Masculinity and femininity in and of themselves are neutral, yes. They're also not mutually exclusive, right? We see them as two separate concepts, but they're not necessarily mutually exclusive. It's not that you are masculine or that you are feminine, right? It's more that you embody certain traits when you feel it, right? There's some things that you do that can like adhere more to the masculine identity or role, that not necessarily bad itself, or adhere more to a feminine role, or a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, right? And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, right? There's not. There's a reason why you see people who are assigned male at birth, but come out as non-binary, and they're like, okay, I want to try more feminine things, because they've been all their life put into the masculine box, and they are reaching for a way to express themselves in a way that's not traditional to the way that they have been told that they are supposed to, and they lean more into their feminine side. Or the inverse, where you have somebody who is traditionally was more masculine or put in a more feminine box, leaning into the more masculine side, right, of the spectrum, to express themselves in a different way, right? And they'll fall in somewhere in the between, or on one side or the other. It doesn't matter, right? But the point is allowing somebody to choose that for themselves. You know what I mean? That's why the concept of hyper femme and hyper mass exists as a spectrum, and people can exist on either side or jump from side to side. Yeah, 100%. And concept isn't bad as it's seen as equal. The problem is it isn't seen as equal. Yes, this is true. That's a separate conversation from like the concept existing as a whole. You know what I mean? Masculinity is seen as superior as femininity, and that's why the problem exists. That's part of the problem, right? But if that was just the problem, men wouldn't be oppressed, right? If the problem was just that masculinity is seen as superior to femininity, men would not face oppression under the patriarchy, but they do. And that has to be explained somehow, right? And we explain that by understanding the fact that it's not necessarily just that masculinity is seen as superior to femininity, right? It's the problem that we put people in the box of masculinity before they have to choose that for themselves. So yes, while that is part of the problem, and that can explain a lot of why the patriarchy is bad, that's not the full breadth of the problem. Because even if you equalize the two spectrums, or two sides of the spectrum, masculinity and femininity are seen as equal. If you still push somebody in the box of masculinity before they have to choose it, you're still going to get a lot of the same outcomes that we see now. Right? It's a part of it, but not the full story. I think thinking about traditional gender roles as a default option in and of itself should change, because it creates a positive feedback loop that helps in reinforcing them. I agree, which is why I push back on the fact that it's not the gender roles that are the problem. The gender roles are a problem. The fact that you have two concepts that adhere to like man, masculine, woman, feminine, adhering to gender is how you get to this in the first place. Please, Louise.
There's nothing wrong with traditional gender roles, but it sets up a dangerous situation where we go around saying that all this stuff is natural when it's not. It's programming. It's training kids on what it means to be a boy or a girl. When little boys and girls are babies, if you've ever had a child, you understand that sometimes they fall right into those.
I have not that I know of. I'll say that. Cover myself for the future. Some of it is also the idea that you have to choose. There's no reason why you can't enjoy pieces of both. Yeah. It's like the white supremacy. If you are white but reject supremacy, you are downgraded in the eyes of those that don't. Yeah.
Those roles, and sometimes they do not, and you have to teach them that. Inevitably, there will always be people who don't perfectly fit into these roles and people who don't like what these roles require of them. But if you don't play your role as a man or woman, people will punish you, and we all know this. And some of y'all may be thinking I'm going to a way different place in this, but no, this is for regular ass men, because you don't have to go too far on social media to hear men talking about the loneliness epidemic, hear men struggling about expressing their emotions, how it feels like nobody cares about them, how they don't have strong relationships in their lives, and the unfair and unrealistic expectations of men in the world. But nobody wants to point out the fact that all of this stuff starts in childhood when you're a 4 or 5 year old boy and something bad happened to you and you cried, and an adult in your life that you trusted, likely your mother or father, told you that you are no longer allowed to cry because of your gender. And it's so frustrating because dudes think I'll be getting into my...
Even the idea that there's good masculinity necessitates that there are uniquely masculine traits that are good in contrast to feminine traits that would be opposite or lacking. I disagree, right? The general concepts of masculinity and femininity necessitate one being better than the other. I disagree. I don't believe that that's the case. You know what I mean? Like, not necessarily. And there is a world that exists that allows for a concept of masculinity or femininity to exist independently of one being considered good or one being considered bad. You know what I mean?
Super feminist bag as a way of simping. I'm trying to save y'all niggas, and some of y'all don't want to hear it until something like this happens. So considering that so many of us have that experience, of course you learn not to engage with your emotions, and you don't develop communication skills around your feelings and needs and challenges. And yes, many women in your life will look down at you and call you sassy when you do engage with these things, because they're raised in the same patriarchal household that you are. And so you don't want to be called soft, and you don't want to be called weak, and you don't want people to think you're gay, even if you possibly are, because you see how gay...
I'll say it like this. I think, because I do believe, right, that they are constructed, right? Masculinity and femininity are constructed. They are constructed human constructs, like race. But in a society, especially a society that is evolved out of what our society currently is, you can't just do away with the concept of race. In general concepts, would we be better as a society if we didn't have like the concept or classification of race? Yes. But understanding and acknowledging the fact that race did exist, race does exist, and race does inform the experience of oppressed peoples, right? In the same way that gender, as it currently exists, or the concept of masculinity and femininity also do exist as a way to inform somebody who's experienced a marginalization, right? That means that you can't do away with the concept of like masculinity and femininity without first addressing or understanding the idea of marginalization as it exists, because you can't fix or, again, give reparations to Black people if Black people don't exist as a concept. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't happen. Or you think popularity exists in the first place? It doesn't matter why it exists. The fact is that it does exist. Why it exists does not matter. It has no bearing on anything. You feel me? If we talk about why the fact that a reason why race exists, right? It doesn't matter. The fact is that it does exist. It did exist, and it informs oppression, right? And we as people have to first address and understand why it exists as oppression, right? So that we can first tackle the fact that it was oppression and is oppression, fix that oppression, right? Give recompense, right? And reparations because of that oppression. And then we can have conversations about, you know, dissolving that system itself, right? But in the interim, if people find comfort in like their femininity, if people who are oppressed, who are feminine, right, find comfort in that femininity, then who am I to say, okay, you find comfort in this, get out of here. You know what I mean? Like a trans person who's like, I want to express myself as more masculine because I was never allowed to when I was growing up. Allowing them to do so is kind of necessary. I'm not gonna tell them, I'm sorry, you know, trans person, masculinity doesn't exist. So, you know, you are invalid, I guess. Like it just that's not my place. You say I am trans women, so I'm not saying that we can't identify with those gender roles. I don't think we're like necessarily like disagreeing. You know what I mean? And is more of a character class than a gender class. Tate, Trump, etc. are not men. They're self-centered and toxic. Big toilet.
People are treated. In fact, you are one of the main people treating gay people in that particular way, and you don't want people to think you're gay, even if you possibly are, because you see.
So culture destroys the concepts of that being natural. They learn in their culture to develop a society where patriarchy doesn't exist. It just proves it's all shown off programming. Yeah, I think it's good to think of religion as an analogy for many parts of the world that have secularized, and people have proven their essentiality. Yet there are some people who are religious. They're not problematic as long as their conduct is tolerant.
How gay people are treated. In fact, you are one of the main people treating gay people in that particular way. And you do that to prove that you're not like them. And you don't want to challenge this thing that I'm talking about because you've been taught that even if that thing feels toxic, even if you deep down know something's wrong, it can't be that. Because if it's that, then something else has to be addressed, and y'all don't want to address that shit. A lot of y'all have been groomed by this system so much that when I point this out, that it is a system, that it isn't natural, even as you're suffering from it, your instinct is to defend it. That's how things are. It's natural. People are trying to change too much. You're doing too much. Boys will be boys. I guarantee you, when academics addresses this.
And I think that's actually a kind of a, not necessarily a misstep of the left, but more, I bring you back to the religion analogy, right? When you see people who identify with something, right, trying to take that something away that they have tied so closely to their identity is only going to fall into pushback. You know what I mean? Like, and it's something that Akeem has talked about like why the USSR fell, or the failures of the USSR, not why it fell. About how they approach like religion and about how they tried to like legislate away or control people's religious beliefs. And when you try to do that, people who are religious and who have their identity tied to religion are going to push back on that, even if everything else is like, you agree on or whatever. And so I think it's very similar to why people are so, at least, against the concept of the dissolution of even like the masculine feminine structure, right? People are adverse to change, even if the change is good for them. Not even necessarily. Like, because again, this is true. But when it comes to the core ideas of somebody's identity, right, you're never going to take that away from them. You feel me? And I don't even necessarily think that necessarily you should. The problem is the gender binary was constructed for the patriarchy. Patriarchy exists upon gender binary and cannot exist without it. And as long as the gender binary exists, patriarchy exists. My point here is that we simply need to recognize that it's the root cause, not hold to preserving the very system we oppose. Not necessarily giving gender abolitionist position here. It's a matter of identifying the systemic root. The problem is that you cannot root out or discount the concept of like the gender binary. If it's like the concept like, what is a man and what is a woman, then that is different than the concept of like masculinity and femininity. You know what I mean? Because like masculinity and femininity are similar to like man and woman, but not necessarily the same thing, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? I think the identifying what the gender binary is and what that is referring to, maybe we're getting like, we're just talking past each other. You feel me? Because you're saying like a man is somebody is like, men are masculine, women are feminine, right? That's not necessarily meaning that like feminine and masculine are the same thing as man and woman, because that's what the patriarchy says. It's more that these characteristics that we have as society, however they've been determined, have determined our masculine and have determined our feminine, right, are only for men and only for women, when that is not necessarily the case. And you can do away with the concept of man and woman, but people will always find value in things being masculine and things being feminine for any reason or whatever. You know what I mean? Is what they are intertwined. Masculinity are traits assigned to a man, etc. I'm not saying they're the same. I don't disagree. Yeah, but the point is that the point that I'm making is that you can decouple femininity and masculinity with being man and woman, right? But people are always going to find value, maybe not always, but people currently find value in masculinity and femininity as a as identity points. You know what I mean? But this is like very deep out of the conversation about like, gender essentialism and critical gender theory, if you will. So that's not even the point that I was making here. But like, we can have a conversation about that another time.
He's going to say something like that. We're just joking. This is what teenage boys talk about. Yes, this is my academics.
My final thing is I don't think we fully like disagree. I don't know where the chatters like points of disagreement are, because I don't disagree with you, like, pretty much. This is my take.
Boys will be boys. I guarantee you, when academics addresses this, he's going to say something like that. We're just joking. This is what teenage boys talk about. Yes, this is my academics impression. I gotta have some humor in there somewhere. You get my point, though. And low key, though, I believe him. If he was to say that, I don't think he really wanted to have sex with that teenage boy. That's a wild sentence that I had to say out loud. But I don't think that. Now, you can't rule that out in terms of like the possibilities, considering like the vastness of the toxic culture of how men and boys treat each other and groom each other. We can't put that past it. There's a lot to that history that I don't want to get into. I'm just saying you can't. But in general, I don't think actual sexual activity was ever intended in this. What they wanted was for this boy to have a visceral
negative... thought that that was the issue for the most part. Yeah. This is also true, but that's what academics' defense was.
Reaction to the idea of having sex with the men. They wanted him to engage in homophobia with them. They didn't really want him to have sex with grown women or see a bunch of strippers. What they wanted to do was see if he was willing to engage in sexual activity for their approval.
They have given
Understand, a certain type of dude doesn't really...
What was that voice? That voice was so weird. Chuck, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated.
even like women that much. They just want women to gain the approval of men around them. Certain type of dudes like academics and the people he admires and hangs out with. And remember, these are elders to Noir. These are his peers whom he needs support of to further his career as a streamer. A connection to academics, as toxic as that is, and these other men would mean the world to this boy. And they know this. But them homeboys need subpoenas, them predators move in flocks. People like academics can't allow just any guy around them that doesn't have the same standards of behavior that he does. Dudes that are okay with violence and abuse and assault toward women can't have stand-up dudes around them holding them accountable. They don't want that. Patriarchy doesn't want that. What it wants, what it needs is for everyone to...
He's saying what I was saying earlier, chat, and that is academics wanted Noor to be homophobic. Right? They wanted Noor to not only be homophobic, but also portray himself as like, you know, like they were when they were younger. Right? It's like a cycle of violence. They wanted him to be like, ew, Max, no, that's gay. What? Max's sister? Yes, that's a woman. I like women. Yes, please send strippers. I like women. Right? So they'd be like, okay, all right, yeah. Yeah, he's with us. Right? We can't let somebody who's not with us, you know, be with us. So like it was like, I don't think a lot of it was also built into homophobia. Just conditioning that happens daily on the road. When it's on camera, we see how ugly it is. That's also why he got mad at Max, Dante, Silky for not agreeing with him. Yep. Yeah, because he's like, what do you mean? I'm doing the man thing, right? I'm getting this little kid ready for sex, right? I'm making sure he's not gay. I'm making sure he likes women, right? Which is what we all should be doing, right? We all should be doing this. And like he had like Max being like, that's weird. He's like, what? Dante being like, that's weird. He's like, what? Silky being like, that's weird. He's like, what? Right? He's being challenged not only verbally, but on his belief system and his adherence to patriarchy. Right? His adherence to the patriarchy is being challenged, and he crashed out. He realized that, like, am I in the wrong? It's like that Tim Pool video. It can't be me. It must be everybody else.
Accordingly, and anything that doesn't look right according to the situation needs to be checked. Anyone that says they're suffering under the system is lying and just trying to tear good men down or change things too much. And anyone that feels differently or feels like the system is too stifling, then they need to be ridiculed and ostracized. And any women that says that they've been harmed by the system is a liar. Please tell me y'all see this. And I get it. The message and the messenger on this stuff isn't always perfect. I know everybody started from different situations, and I know that there's many reasons as a man, as a straight man, for you to be hesitant to engage with these topics. I'm not expecting y'all to suddenly start reading Pat Hill Collins or anything. I know folks are gonna have to start at the beginning. I get it, because I was there with you at a certain point, but I'm saying right now, if you really care about this, understand we're not just talking about what academics did. What we're talking about is how he got caught doing something that so many other men are doing right now. So while we talk about packing him out, understand we won't. We can't. He keeps surviving this shit because the system requires and expects and rewards his behavior. We've seen this dude hit women. We've seen this dude disrespect so many people. We've heard this dude's sexual assault case.
I actually have not seen him hit women. He hit a woman? What? Like on video? DJ academics hits women. DJ academics caught on video screaming at girlfriend? That's freaking loud. Why was it so freaking loud? Bro, why is he putting his hands on her? What is he doing? Sorry, I thought you never seen this. I don't keep up with the academics like that. Sorry, it's so freaking loud for some reason. So apparently, like, his girl and some other girl has a fight on, or was getting, we're fighting. They were fighting. They were fighting, and and he's like pushing her, bro. Like, why are you putting your hands on a woman, bro? And he's just like screaming at her. He was trying to break up the fight, but for some reason he was screaming at his girlfriend. I guess, like, I don't know, like, why he was screaming at and pushing at his girlfriend. Like, I don't have a problem with him like trying to break the fight up, but like, don't do that. That's a bad thing. He should not do. That's my take. Now that it's out of context, I don't know what context screaming at your girlfriend and pushing her would like make that okay. You know what I mean? But he also has been accused of rape and defamation.
He defended abusers and weirdos on stream for years. I again want to remind y'all that academics became famous for doing some of the worst sellout anti-black shit the internet has ever seen. Trap Lord Ross has nothing on academics. Dude been a weirdo. And look, if it takes him to do some low-key gay shit for y'all to cancel and pack him out like he should have been years ago, I'm not gonna hold y'all, but I'm gonna ask, why do you think that's what it took? Why was this the thing that was a bridge too far for everyone to get on board? What does that tell you about how society works? And
I think part of it's because it was on video. Like, it was on video, and it's a different time. Like, legitimately, I understand what FD is saying here. Like, it took him doing something not to women, but to like a little boy, and him being seen as like, or perceived as gay, that made people care about it, because you care more about homophobia than you care about like people actually being hurt. But I think that that's part of it for sure. I also think a part of it is that he did it in 2025, right? And it was to a child, and it was on video. But again, so was this one, or the other one. But like, I think 2025 is a different time. You can't get away with saying the thing that he said on video. And also, only time will tell, right? Only time will tell whether or not it actually has staying power. So maybe this doesn't work to cancel him either. But you know.
In this one situation, academics put the real game on blast. He made patriarchy visible, and he'll probably suffer some consequence for that, but not nearly enough. Not until more people get on board with recognizing the system for what it is, or if we're lucky, maybe someone with enough influence with a big enough platform will talk about it for real.
Like me, Sean the Black, with my huge platform and my 20,000 Twitch followers. I'm talking about DJ Academics. We're putting him down for good. Cancel him, chat. Sick him. Guards, seize him.
It'll be too big for him to escape. Sadly, a lot of times, the only thing that can happen is someone more powerful.
I am technically the first or second largest black political streamer on Twitch. So, yeah, there's not many of us, chat. Sorry. And I don't know if I think I'm slightly smaller than Struggle 4, technically. We're on our way there, though. We're on our way to being the largest active track win. Didn't Screwface Gene already do one of them? I do want to see this as well. Screw face Gene. Ack. This.
You remember Drizzy? Yeah, actually, that's my answer. Yeah, you know what I mean? We go back. Y'all know that though. So like Drizzy. I mean, you can't depend on everyone, but I guess I can always depend on this drink. I can always depend.
It's not Screwface John.
After everything, I need to take a shot.
Yesterday somebody whacked out my mural. Imposters getting Oscars acting like they thorough. You wanna know how you not a
His locks are so cool, bro. His locks are so cool, bro. His and FD's locks are so, bro, I'm not there yet. One day, my hair will be that long. It's not that long right now. It's also, it needs to be washed and retwisted. One day.
I see your girl. You gotta argue that you were price with your girl. Hammer shit the fucking banana clip like a lil moon. If you suspicious, chop touch you bitches and make a lil boom. Them lil coons could try to defend you and get the
lil boom.
Still two, 17 shots, but would you believe there's still two? Can't move, looking for help, but your homie still two. You still too old to be acting like you still two. My rapping ass gon' hit like the Shack Attack. This still two, I steal you with them in your pockets. Bitch, I steal two. Professor, and this is your lecture. A new semester, when we pressure, feel the pressure like sitting by Vic Mensa. Oh, I like that. Now you gon' have to bump this with an ice pack. Nobody in your live chat gon' help you get your life back. I might snap, and I ain't no gangster, but bitch, I'll fight back. Make money off of bodies like you did on Warren Chirac. Niggas let you slide, but if they ride, then you a nice pack. But they might slide and touch you like unlocking an iPad. My bad, lots of gun bars, but bitch, I got to pop two and drop two like Drizzy with the lawsuit. Now tell me, what did Maul do? Was it that Drizzy called dude? Just like your next bitch, mad at the next chick you talk to. Hit you in the face on cam, like your girl did. Hit you in the face with the can, like your girl did. Make you look like less of a man, like your
Mensa? I don't know, actually. I actually have no idea what happened to Vic Mensa. He got hit in the face with a can. It's kind of funny.
Girl did. Hit you in the face with the can, like your girl did. Make you look like less of a man, like your girl did. Pull your plug in front of your fans, like your You corny spoke on me for like 30 minutes. You bore me, need to get low and ignore me before we get the low from Rory. A lot of your fans ain't even your fans, and that's just tough luck. When they kill your ass in the chat, that's just tough love. I've seen you do some big things, and they ain't even buck up. I noticed that they way more excited when you fuck up. That's fucked up, cause when you look up, them niggas simmer down. They typing got a weird case. Why he still around? I'm just a random fan. You obviously lying when both them pages that you said that on are smaller than mine. Just hit up fake.
That's what I said, bro. That's what I said. I said he's like, he called. He's like, who is Screwface Gene or whatever, Gene or whatever. But like he's larger than you are. He is. He has. Yeah. He is a bigger YouTuber than Ack is.
That you said that on are smaller than.
Also, the beat drop happened so late because it's Whacked Out Murals. The Whacked Out Murals has like a long intro before the beat drops anyway.
Them pages that you said that on are smaller than mine. Just hit up face and pick the place, pick the debate or pick the ring, and I'ma show up like Drake never does for your streams. Boy, that's me, cause you ride a weird case. Why he still around? I'm just a random fan. You obviously lying when both them pages that you said that on are smaller than mine. Just hit up face.
Screwface Gene. He's a rapper and he's a YouTuber as well.
Pick the place, pick the debate or pick the ring, and I'ma show up like Drake never does for your streams. Boy, that's me, cause you ride for that nigga and his team. Boy, it's sad. Wait, do you even got a picture with your king? Try to lie, but we all know that shit is hurting you. If he even stood next to you, I bet your world would move. Is there one good?
Are you sure? I could have thought it was Screwface Gene.
The reason that he won't work with you, he ain't hiding y'all from the world, he's hiding the world from you. You don't even see he working. You play the closest you ever been to Drake.
Name? If he says his name, we'll know.
Was a fucking impersonator. It's crazy why you sit there with your scorpion hat bent. He's streaming with a dude that ain't no scorpion hat bent.
And it's on Scorpion. What's that? Wait, is that an album name?
Yeah. That's crazy. An XQC mention.
It's my album. And if he does it now, it's only.
Bro, he's like, that's my album. That's my album. It's my okay.
said he bitched you, and the whole internet is telling you that ain't official. So if he finally post that picture of him standing with you, just thank me later. I take care of all of your issues, but honestly, never mind, cause all your views are from a dark lane. What a time to be alive, but no more life after the chop bang, and nothing was the same. You so far gone, you a god, man. You reading this is too late, is what they read when the cops came. You anger folks, like them racist jokes from Andrew Schultz. You the type be saying woke, not knowing what they made it for. Pardon my manners, pardon my grammar, but I'ma make you cry worse than Saucy Santana. I said pardon my manners, and pardon my grammar, but I'ma make you cry worse than Saucy Santana. Around niggas you be bitching, you only tough against women. I'm really starting to think that you see them as competition, or maybe your next victim. I know they want you in prison, you acting like you be pimping, but shorty done got you simping. Coward, you got a yellow belly like the Simpsons, and you just mad them niggas took your bitch, Scottie Pippen. And Drake gon' be mad when that nigga log on and he see Not Like Us was your #1 song. Shout out to the Spotify rapper, but you just got wrapped up, yeah. My name is Screwface Jean, and I'm pretty freaking awesome.
Alright, it's Jean. Okay. Whatever, I'll take my L. His name is Screwface Jean. He did. I knew he would say his name, though. You could always tell. Rappers always say their own name.
Dear Drake, I wrote you, but you're still not calling.
Hey, well, let's finish off this video. It's almost done. I get to like this like proportional timestamp of the video, and I just stopped watching it. Like I got to the same timestamp in the Ted Davidson video, and then we stopped watching too.
Another man accountable. That's it. Until then, because like I'm not expecting this to change the world, because like that's not what's really needed. On an individual level, you just need to change yourself. You can be solid individually. You can keep folks safe next to you and close to you. And when you learn to recognize funny acting dudes, like at a minimum, if we don't do anything specific, recognize this is a pattern. Because as you look and judge academics, again, you know someone that acts just like this, and you give it a pass because it's normal to you, because that's a normal thing to exist. It's not. Well, it is. It is normal, but that's the problem. We need to make it not normal anymore. And it might not be your place to call it out, like from your particular standpoint. You can just model and establish a type of energy and timing that you're on, and people will respond accordingly. If you do want to address it like more proactively, recognize it's a process. It's not about spectacle. You don't need to start a podcast or YouTube channel about this shit. If you're not really like studying it for real, just you're gonna do better. If you're the type of person that's in my comment section saying my friend, my brother, my cousin, my nephew is getting caught up in X, Y, and Z philosophies and ideologies, do not send them my video. Go have a conversation with them. Hold them accountable, but understand a call in is better than a call out. Like, have good boundaries, right? Because we know that there are the academics of the world that just need to be about the game. But understand real work is interpersonal. And for those who have those problems, there's always an underlying issue. And when you fully force people out of community, they just get worse. They just find the academics of the world, and it reinforces that shit. The last thing I want to say is shout out to this boy Noir. Like, real talk, as a father, I got like secondhand pride from watching a young man show that much poise and stand on business in front of people that had power over him. Because again, like Ack and all these people, they're streamers. This little boy, 15 years old, but he wants to be a streamer. He wants to be in this hip hop world. And like, to say no to elder men have so much responsibility in this equation. We have so much responsibility to the youth to do better than what this was. But in so many cases, these young men fold under that pressure, and this young man didn't. So more than I even want to attack and take down academics, I want to because as you look and judge academics, again, you know someone that acts just like this, and you give it a pass because it's normal to you, because that's a normal thing to exist. It's not. Well, it is. It is normal, but that's the problem. We need to make it not normal anymore. And it might not be your place to call it out, like from your particular standpoint. You can just model and establish a type of energy and timing that you're on, and people will respond accordingly. If you do want to address it like more proactively, recognize it's a process. It's not about spectacle. you don't need to start a podcast or YouTube channel about this shit if you're not really like studying it for real.
That's right. Come follow me, Sean the Black, instead. I can do all the work for you. Please follow me instead. Please, I need my number up. Please watch my streams. Please, I fell off. Please watch me.
Just you're gonna do better if you're the type of person that's in my comment section saying my friend, my brother, my cousin, my nephew is getting caught up in X, Y, and Z philosophies and ideologies. Do not send them my video. Go have a conversation with them. Hold them accountable.
True. True. A lot of people don't. This doesn't help me, but this is the truth. You shouldn't send them my videos either. You shouldn't send them my vlogs or streams either. You should talk to them. You should watch FD, right? You should watch me. You should watch these other creators and then use our talking points on your nephew, on your cousin, on your little brother or whatever, right? If you see someone turning into like, or going into the right-wing ideology and behaviors, you should use what we tell you to talk to them. That's the entire point, right? If you just send like your nephew my video, I don't think he's gonna stay around too much. I'll be real. Too much. We're gonna clip this real quick, True.
But understand, a call in is better than a call.
Actually, you know what? Forget everything I just said. Clip this instead. Nazis are bad. Don't be a Nazi. Scene. That's it. That's all you need. Just show them that clip.
Call out, like have good boundaries, right? Because we know that there are the academics of the world that just need to be about the game, but understand.
Nor is a Palestinian refugee. That's what Max said. Nor is a Palestinian refugee who lives in Malaysia. I don't know where you got Lebanese from, unless I missed something.
Real work is interpersonal, and for those who have those problems, there's always an underlying.
I also used to tell Hassan's talking points, and then he started to steal mine. Listen, he'll never admit this, right? He will never admit this. So just keep this here. I guarantee he watches me sometimes and steals my takes. It doesn't make any sense. Because I'll end my stream, I'll go watch Hassan. He says the same thing I just said, verbatim, word for word, bar for bar. I'm just saying. I have no evidence for this. I do have evidence for one thing, and that is he will scroll by, read my chat message, scroll past it, and repeat my take. Straight up. He does do this. He does do this. I see it. It happens all the time. He will scroll by, read my chat message, scroll past it, and repeat my take. All the time. He did it like 2 days ago. Like 2 days ago. I was like, bro. He's done that to me too. It happens. Crazy. Crazy. You have evidence he's watching your stream a couple months ago and they repeated your take? Yeah, but that time he admitted it. You know what I mean? He did admit he did watch my stream when Boy was there. I don't know how often he watches. He pops in or whatever. He's never said a single thing. Like here. Where's my... Hassan Abi. Like he's never said a single thing. No messages. Right? I was about to ban him by accident. Yeah, Hassan Abi Industries banned him for some reason. He's unbanned now. Some champagne socialist dude is crazy. He's never said anything, but he has said he's watched me before. VIP him. He's already VIP'd.
Issue, and when you fully force people out of community, they just get worse. They just find the academics of the world, and it reinforces that shit. The last thing I want to say is shout out to this boy Noir. Like, real talk, as a father, I got like secondhand pride from watching a young man show that much poise and stand on business in front of people that had power over him. Because again, like Ack and all these people, they're streamers. This little boy, 15 years old, but he wants to be a streamer. He wants to be in this hip hop world. And like to say no to elder men have so much responsibility in this equation. We have so much responsibility to the youth to do better than what this was. But in so many cases, these young men fold under that pressure, and this young man didn't. So more than I even want to attack and take down academics, I want to prop that boy up. Shout out to him. Shout out to his parents and whoever the elders are that are over him, that are teaching him. They're clearly doing something right. Fuck this nigga for real.
True. True. I will say the first time I heard about Noor is when I was stalking my Twitch tracker. Went on my Twitch tracker and I scroll down. He's right here. He was one of the first people that showed up here. Like he's been a follower of mine for a while. Right? I never knew who he was. I was like, I don't know who this person is. But yeah, that's him. So he just knows who I am. And if he knows who I am and he follows me, he can't be that bad. You know what I mean? That's my take. Legitimately, anybody I see here who knows who I am and who follows me, legitimately can't be that bad. I wonder if FD will talk about D and his sex crimes. Probably not. At least not anytime soon. You know? And if he's bad, he's down 15, he will grow. Yeah, exactly. If he follows me, he's good, and if he's not good, and if he's bad, he'll grow up. Yeah, cover all your bases.
Last week, Chinese company.
Here we'll finish this.
I'm so tired of this nigga. That's all I got. This is supposed to be light work. Obviously, it wasn't that light. I'm FD Signifier. Peace.
Yeah, but why do I keep getting? Stop showing me Willie No. Not Willie No Show. That's the wrong person. Stop showing me both sides Tyler, please. Please stop showing me both sides Tyler. 2024, 2023. I don't know what that's referring to. We'll finish it off on this. I'm never getting a job on act. Probably not anytime soon. He's not big enough, unfortunately.
DeepSeek shocked the world when they walked right over OpenAI's moat by releasing the open source R1 model. Not only does it beat their $200 O1 reasoning model, but it also beats Claude Sonnet and Gemini. It wins on key benchmarks.
Claude? Can I train it to like do coding problems for me? Can I make my own VS Code extension so I don't have to keep paying for GitHub Copilot?
But more importantly, it passes my vibe test, along with many others on the internet, as long as you don't ask it what happened on April 15th, 1989. R1 even wins at math, which is crazy considering OpenAI had the answers in advance. Over the last few days, normies have been learning about R1, and it went viral to become the #1 app in America.
Americans love their Chinese apps. This is what I've learned, okay? Legitimately, what I've learned is that Americans love just giving their data to China. If an app is Chinese, they're just like, I love that. That's mine now. Just give it, please. Please. Like,
big problem for big tech, because in order for the grift to keep on grifting, artificial intelligence needs to be hard and take thousands of GPUs to pull off. But DeepSeek R1 cost less than $10 million and was actually the side project of a hedge fund where their only goal is to create long-term social value. Wall Street is terrified, and Nvidia stock is in for a bloodbath today. Nvidia has been the primary beneficiary of the AI boom, but the whole bubble just got one-shotted by a brutal reality check. In today's video, we'll find out how DeepSeek just changed the course of history. It is January 27th, 2025, and you're watching the Code Report. Big tech is literally shaking right now. As Sam Altman coped with
I will say, do not ask it how many apples Sally has. Just don't do it. It's not going to give you the correct answer. We've learned. We've learned it will not give you the correct answer. Xenon censorship is going to be come the new Western tech writers talking about. I can feel it. Yeah, they've already been saying it.
Dramatic tweet. A revolution can either be made.
Saying that China is lying about DeepSeek is built on ChatGPT. that's so funny. You know, you can go find it, right? Like, because it's not using the API. It's its own model, and if the model is performing, you can download the model. I've downloaded the model. So what are we talking about here? Like, it's open source. Like whatever. I'm not arguing with the faceless people.
or stop. The only thing that can be done is for one of several of its children to give it direction by dint of victories. I'm not sure if that's Napoleon Dynamite or Napoleon Bonaparte, but the funny thing is he damn near got ratioed by someone with an anime profile picture that said, "It's not that deep, bro, just release a better model." In addition, to try to remain competitive with DeepSeek, OpenAI is also offering its O1 mini model to free users.
I love competition, baby. Capitalism works so well. I love when China comes in and underscores what capitalists have been trying to do, and then they're forced to make their model free so people actually start using it. Shout out China. Shout out China. The free market works. If the free market actually works, they would go bankrupt. Legitimately, if the reason why they're not going to go bankrupt, I hate to break it to you, is because they're prompted by the U.S. government. They get funding. Like, you know, SpaceX would have went bankrupt years ago if they weren't prompted by the government. Like, don't forget we hate AI. My take on AI has been consistent, right? It's useful for certain applications. It is. And I will use it limitedly. But it's not going to be used to usurp workers, which it still will be. Don't worry, it is. But hey, if I can kill the American AI industry, I will take the Chinese AI industry above it. I'm gonna say it. I also say you need 500 gigabytes of RAM. That's so funny. To run it so no one can actually verify if DC is actually good. They know they released tiered models. Like they've released a 400 gigabyte version. They've released a 7 gigabyte version. Like there's like different levels of models. Also, how much do they think it costs to run ChatGPT? Conversation 250 gigabytes of RAM? That's a lot of freaking RAM, bro. No? How many sticks is that? If you have like 32 gigabytes of RAM, 32, 64, 128. Okay, technically that's not that much. More than I would be willing to put in, I would be real. But not that much. Should I read up on this? Have they said anything about the data the model was trained against? I don't know.
But that's not all. They also released a new thing called Operator, which gives AI access to a browser and allows it to click on buttons and fill out forms on your behalf, which is a game changer because that means you can have ChatGPT go attend your court-appointed DUI courses or anything else you might have to do online. In the future, humans will no longer need websites or UIs, only APIs that can interact with the AIs. Operator is currently...
Okay, but like the entire point of websites is to be like the interface with the APIs. You could have a AI who does that now. There's nothing stopping AI from doing that now. You know what I mean? Because we still have APIs. APIs currently exist. You feel me? Like, yeah, the point of website is that we can engage with it. Like, websites are fun and stuff. And APIs do currently exist. And we currently have code to interact with APIs. They are also other APIs. Like most of the internet is built on other API calls to do API call things, you know? So like I don't know what he's talking about with that part of it. Like, what do you mean there'll be no website UIs? Like it currently exists right now. We still need some way to interact with it. Like if you want as a user, okay, if you as a user want a piece of data, you still need a way to get the piece of data. That's what website UIs are. When you go to Google and you search something on Google, right? Like your Google is using like APIs very generally for the term to get the information you're looking for. And if you go to another website, they're also using APIs to pull that information you're looking for then as well. So there's still needs to be a chain from the user to the data, and a UI is how you get the data in the first place. It will still be a UI. A UI will still be needed, right? If anything, you're just cutting out like 2 button clicks. You're typing in how to make ramen noodles, and instead of clicking on Google, the first link, and getting the information you need, the AI will click on Google, get the information you need, and will just give you the information back. You're cutting out like 2 button clicks maximum.
UIs, only APIs that can interact with the AIs. Operator is currently only available to people on the $200 plan, and overall it gets pretty mixed reviews. That's cool and all, but the Chinese are really crushing it right now. DeepSeek is one thing, but they also released this thing called Hunyuan 3D, which can generate 3D meshes and textures, and that's huge for people like me who have spent years failing to get good at Blender. But the crazy thing about DeepSeek is that it was just a side project that cost very little money to produce.
Like again, this is not going to change. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing, particularly like if that's going to be used to like usurp 3D artists. Therefore, that's no bueno. That's bad. Doesn't change because it's like a Chinese company. I don't think AI is garbage, and it will continue to be garbage.
Even Mark Andreessen called it one of the most.
I still stand by the fact that hey, if it usurps freaking American AI companies, like I would rather freaking if AI is going to take everybody's jobs, I can at least hope that American companies get no money from those jobs being taken. I'm just going to put that out there. Not saying it's good if jobs get taken, but I'm saying if jobs are taken, if I am no longer able to get a job in software development and coding, I want the Chinese to get all the money that I would have gotten instead of America. That's what I'll say.
Most amazing and impressive breakthroughs he's ever seen, a profound gift to the world. And because of that, the stock market is panicking and just wiped out.
Training wheel to get into 3D modeling and not replace 3D modeling. It's going to be used to replace 3D modeling. Like it just will be. You know what I mean? Or at least it will take opportunities from 3D modelers.
Out nearly $1 trillion in value, with Nvidia being the biggest loser, followed by other chip companies like Taiwan Semiconductor and Broadcom. You see, Nvidia's had basically a monopoly on AI training for the last decade, because they have better Linux drivers than AMD, and all the machine learning algorithms are optimized for libraries like CUDA, which is proprietary and can only run on Nvidia GPUs. And they have the infrastructure to connect all these GPUs together at scale. As AI models get bigger and more popular, so do the profits of Nvidia, but someone got DeepSeek running on a few Apple M2 Ultras, and that's the 680 billion parameter top of the line model. And that's terrifying if you're a tech investor pouring billions of dollars into AI, because if the best state-of-the-art model can operate on relatively cheap consumer hardware, and it's free and open source and developed in China, how are we going to make any mother effing money? People are calling this the Sputnik moment, when Russia launched the first artificial satellite into space in 1957. The United States was shocked at the time, and it took over a decade to make a comeback, when America made its pinnacle achievement of filming a man on the moon in Nevada. That's a joke, of course, and even the smartest technology in the world, DeepSeek, believes in the moon landings. We had a good run on this AI hype train, but now it's time to move on. I'm looking forward to brain chips, quantum computers, artificial meat printers, nano robots, digital resurrection, and all kinds of other tech that will make the world a better place.
Yeah, I hope I'm dead by the time that happens. That would be real. Give me
brain chips, quantum computers.
Give me quantum computers. That's where I wanted to stop, right? Give me quantum computers that can solve my math homework in like an instant. And then I'm dying. I'm going to die before I get a brain chip put in. It's not happening. I'm sorry about IRL. That you can have that. I'll leave that to my grandkids to make the decision for. I'm dying fully human. You feel me? I'm dying fully human. I don't know. Call me old school. I'm dying fully human. I'm not getting advertisements beamed into my brain. I refuse.
Artificial meat printers, nano robots, digital resurrection, and all.
Winter Soldier ult. What if you need a hip replacement? Okay, fair. I will die relatively fully human. Unless I need like a pacemaker, or like a hip replacement, or like an arm put in my rod. Wait, a rod put in my arm. Yeah. Other than that, like, I'm dying fully human. Like 0.5% microplastic right now. I think that's an overestimation. It's probably 0.05% if we're being entirely real. Let's get real about it. And by the time I'm over half microplastic, I'll be dead. So, yeah. We're going to quantum algorithm for a project for mechanical engineering, and sadly, in the proof of concept phase, is not put the classical algorithm entirely.
All kinds of other tech that will make the world a better place. This has been the Code Report. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
So yeah, that is DeepSeek AI. Wait, communist deportation rally? Oh, anti-deportation rally.
We're in the soon-to-be.
Oh. Okay. I'm calling it, chat. That's right. I'm calling it. Hopefully, Stream Element stops playing and lets me do one sponsorship. Please let me do a sponsorship, please. But thank you all for watching. Thanks for being here. Hope you're all doing well. Sorry for no stream yesterday. Unfortunate that the sponsorship fell through. Maybe next Sunday. Or not. Who knows? Happy Monday. Look forward to Friday. There's a big announcement coming on Friday. Oh wait, Friday is the what is Friday? Calendar. Yes. Big announcement coming on Friday. Look out for that. Be here for that stream. It's gonna be super sick. Any final thoughts? I'm gonna go make some stir fry. Some stir fry ramen. It's been my favorite meal recently. Today a workout day. Every day is a workout day. When you're working out your brain. All right, bye YouTube, so I don't get demonetized. Adios, YouTube.